Thank you for downloading the book from the free electronic library royalib.com, https://royalib.com. All books by the author, https://royalib.com/author/Seleznev_Piotr.html. The same book in other formats, https://royalib.com/book/Seleznev_Piotr/Eugeniy_crest.html. Enjoy reading. South Cross. Book 1. War, there is no crueler word. War, there is no sadder word. War, there is no holier word. In the anguish and glory of these years, and on our lips is different. It can't be and isn't. A. Tvardovsky. Chapter 1. Dobrynin arrived at the division on a grey March day. He was met by a lieutenant colonel, short, grey-haired, tired. There were unhealthy red spots on his face, and a woolen house scarf was wrapped around his neck. This scarf made him look like a bookkeeper with many children and a grumpy fat wife. In the spacious, dry dugout, an electric light burned dimly. The rumble of artillery cannonade was barely audible. When Dobrynin entered, the lieutenant colonel was talking on the phone. He glanced over his shoulder, straightened up and continued to wheeze into the telephone receiver. Not. I tell you, you are ordered to stand. Division commander. Yes, arrived. He handed the phone to the telephone operator, turned abruptly, Chief of Staff of the division Surovtsev. The eyes were angry. Dobrynin extended his hand and said. Are you able to guess? They just called me from the army, Surovtsev replied. And firmly, tenaciously shook hands. You after the wound? I fought for 3 months, I was treated for 6 months, Dobrynin said. He started his war with exceptional talentlessness. There was always enough mediocrity, either agreeing or objecting. The chief of staff coughed displeasedly. Please, settle down. The roar of the guns got stronger, the dugout became unsteady. At the sector of the 313th Regiment, said Surovtsev. Since morning. Dobrynin looked directly. Do you have children? The lieutenant colonel blinked and touched the house scarf around his neck. 4, he answered, and coughed. Wife on the Leningrad front. Military doctor of the 2nd rank. And he fell silent, suppressed the desire to tell that since July last year he had not received a single letter from his wife, and the children left with the Mogilev orphanage either to the Urals, or to the Altai. Where they are, nothing is known. The old mother died in the Prabuzhsky village on the 21st of June. He did not have time for the funeral. Lieutenant Colonel Surovtsev looked past him pensively, aloofly, as if, apart from his family, nothing existed for him at that moment. I have a son. In Stalingrad, with my old people, said Dobrynin. And the wife is in Moscow. We lived an easy life. You see, I am an eternal soldier, I have not received a high aesthetic education. Rude. She is an artist. In general, a banal family mess. The main thing is that I just got acquainted with the war, please teach me. She'll teach you herself, the lieutenant colonel said dryly. Where did you start? Near Kartuzberg, the 26th of June. From the academy, from the school bench, so to speak, straight into the trenches. And the German is already behind. And no one knows anything, does not understand. I succeeded, I flew in by plane. To command a regiment. But I found only a commandant's company. The headquarters of the division is not known where, there is no connection. As if in a nightmarish delirium, Lieutenant Colonel Surovtsev shook his grey head. I know. I met the war there, near Zabinka. Yes, well, Dobrynin was surprised. Well, said Surovtsev, they retreated to Kartuzbereza. Until the day I die, I will not forget how they retreated. The German tanks left for 100 kilometers, and we are waiting for instructions. As if they had drugged us with a strong potion. Then they opened their eyes, and the enemy was near Kiev. I was wounded just outside Kiev, Dobrynin said. I woke up on white sheets, in Chelyabinsk. A month lay unconscious. Home reported, missing. Well. From Chelyabinsk, to the reserve of the main personnel directorate, and, here, howling upstairs. Lower, thicker. A bomb fell nearby. Gasped, as if from the earth, from the very middle, they rushed inside. The dugout leaned to the side, earth fell through the rolls. The electricity went out. The telephone operators in the corner were tearing themselves up in hoarse throats. Lieutenant Colonel Seleznev was striking a match. Finally he lit the oil lamp and said, "Shandin, come on Krutoy." Doesn't answer. And what about Rudikov? He sat down on the edge of the bench, picked up the telephone receiver. "Report how you are." "Oh, there. I know that. You're here, you report yourself." "Yes, yes." Colonel Dobrynin took the telephone receiver. Now he will hear the words of the report and will have to order. And his order will be carried out. From the age of 17, Dobrynin has been following orders and orders himself. The meaning of everything briefly boils down to achieving the fulfillment of one's order and thereby fulfilling the order of a superior. From the front commander to the squad leader, everyone orders and everyone carries out. But there is also an adversary to be aware of. And in order to unravel his plans and immediate goals, you need to capture the spirit and mood of the enemy commander. You need to know the psychology of the enemy, his strategy and tactics. In the morning, at the army headquarters, having familiarized himself with the situation, Colonel Dobrynin came to the conclusion that no big events should be expected. The battles were of a private nature. But General Zerdin warned. The meeting with Zerdin was so unexpected that Ivan Stepanovich did not even have time to rejoice. The lieutenant general, the commander of the army. They went to civilian shoulder to shoulder with hostility, divided a piece of bread in half, sat at the same table in an infantry school for 2 years. Then they parted, lost each other. For the past 5 years, there has been no word of him. And then, out of the blue, they barely looked at each other, drank a glass of vodka. An urgent call to the front headquarters. Already getting into the car and offering his hand, Zerdin said, "I'm going here, but my heart is cloudy. Somehow I can't believe it, but I'm afraid," and he didn't finish. He shook his head to stop himself. As if the time had not yet come for frank thoughts. A guilty smile crossed his face. But he immediately extinguished it, knitting his eyebrows. "I'll give you a good orderly. Bear in mind, out of old friendship. Left an orphan from General Smirnov. 2 weeks ago. There it is, see." Dobrynin took the soldier. More so as not to upset Zerdin. They drove to the division in silence, without an escort. "What is Zerdin afraid of? What did you want to say?" There was a buzzing upstairs, the dugout shuddered, and there was a strong stench of burning kerosene. Dobrynin shifted the handset from one hand to the other. "I'm listening to." And suddenly I felt irritated. "I'm listening." He repeated. There was a groan in the tube, the membrane rattled. From the other end of the wire came a slow, calm voice. The neighbor on the right said that he was being attacked by tanks and motorized infantry by the forces of 2 regiments. Supports the attack. Do you hear? The attack is supported by aviation. The voice is gone. Above, it seemed, just above the dugout, a dive bomber howled. Lonely, as if pronouncing, "Give, give, give," the anti-aircraft gun was in a hurry. "There is no connection," Dobrynin said. A captain in an artillery cap poked his head in the door and said distinctly, "Lieutenant of the 313th. He stepped aside. 2 fighters brought under the arms, almost brought in, the lieutenant. The overcoat was torn from shoulder to waist, his head was covered with earth, his eyes were wide open, motionless, fresh blood slowly slid down his cheek, along a dried-up dark stitch. The lieutenant moved his eyes, found Surovtsev, reached out to him. Dobrynin ordered. "Doctor." "Fast." The lieutenant fixed him with a dull look and again turned his head towards the chief of staff. "Speak," said Dobrynin. Without waiting for the doctor, the artillery captain began to bandage the wounded. And all the time he raised his head, as if he wanted to see through the logs what was happening above. At 9:00, the enemy attacked, the lieutenant said indistinctly, muffled. Tanks, convulsively, with a groan, he took a sip of the water that was brought to him, hurried, gurgled in his throat. The regimental commander asks. The regimental commander believes that the enemy intends to capture the bridge. And, as if deciding that there was no need to say anything more, he dropped his head. Pink foam came out of his mouth. It was at that moment, listening to the messenger, that Dobrynin realized with particular clarity that it was impossible to think up a position more difficult for himself. Has not yet taken over the division, and must command. Knows nothing about the enemy. I am not familiar with the regimental commanders, I have never seen the head of the political department. He only knows that the division stands on the bridgehead edge of the defense, in the rear there is an unnamed river. The main defensive line runs along the eastern bank, but the position is important because it will make it difficult for the Germans to cross the river in the event of an offensive in this area. In general, a bad position. But without special need to leave it should not be. Zerdin ordered to hold on. Retreat to the main defensive line in case of emergency. Where is this edge? The telephone operators repeated call signs in the corner. The army headquarters did not answer. It looked like the Germans were up to something serious. In any case, this is not reconnaissance in force. Again it became audible how the quick-firing cannon was catching up in a hurry. The thump seemed to suggest, warned that any delay, the slightest oversight or indecision could turn into a defeat for the division. An immediate decision had to be made. And to resist. Hold your position no matter what. Now, when the position of the division, or rather its own position, went beyond the well-known rules, it was necessary to turn off the beaten track. Colonel Dobrynin left the dugout. Right at the entrance a funnel was smoking, 2 soldiers were dragging a wounded man on a raincoat, and an elderly foreman, sitting on a charging box, was bandaging his wounded leg. Seeing the colonel, he tried to get up. Dobrynin waved his hand, sit down. Not high, so that the pilots could be seen. 9 Junkers passed. Get out, the wounded foreman shook his head. How houses fly, he spat, grimaced in pain. And, seeing that the colonel was not leaving, he complained irritably, in a month, another time here. Wow. And both times it's easy. At the forefront, it was cool tossing and turning. Nearby, in a shallow hollow, submachine gunners scurried about, running to drag boxes of ammunition into it. Someone strained, angrily shouted. And I say, the order of the Chief of Staff of the division. This voice instantly strengthened Colonel Dobrynin's decision. What he felt, understood in his gut, now became definite and clear. El Shin. He called. The orderly stood next to the overcoat on his arm. The platoon commander, to me, he took his overcoat, pointed with his head towards the hollow, quickly. The electricity was on again in the dugout. The Chief of Staff spoke on the phone, repeated every now and then, there is. He put down the phone and coughed. Zerdin. Ordered to hold positions. Reinforcements are possible only at night. The fact that the commander did not demand to find and call him, Dobrynin, also saw the correctness of the decision. Now it seemed that Lieutenant Colonel Surovtsev wanted the same. To untie your hands. Dobrynin did not sit down at the table and did not start running from afar. There was no time, and there was no need. He said harshly. In the current situation, I will only interfere with you. The lieutenant colonel tilted his head. There is. In the Chief of Staff there was, apparently, nothing superficial, nothing false. With relief, with surging joy, I thought, we'll work together. But there was no need to guess further. I'm in the regiment, said Dobrynin. They will know that the division commander is with them. Right now this is the most I can do. Lieutenant Colonel Surovtsev pulled his pointed chin out of his home scarf and raised his tired eyes to the division commander. He stood big, broad-chested, shaggy eyebrows grew together, grappled at the bridge of the nose. If Dobrynin had time, he would probably have noticed that in the eyes of the lieutenant colonel, not so much fatigue as patience and insight. He was annoyed that by his appearance the division commander delayed his orders, prevented him from doing what he, Seleznev, considers absolutely necessary and urgent. When he said that he was glad that Dobrynin had arrived, he did not in the least quarrel with his soul. Because he knew how much a commander needed a smart look at the operational picture of the future battle, which he, Seleznev, was preparing. And it is very bad when there is no one to check and correct you. In making his decision this morning, Seleznev knew that he was tactically right, that something else would be worse. But I felt uncomfortable. Because I'm used to having a commander over me. I was sincerely delighted when they called from the army and named Colonel Dobrynin. But along with joy came bitterness and annoyance. Because the division commander, by right and duty, will immediately take command and destroy everything that the chief of staff has prepared with a few words. And it will probably make it worse. And the division will lose the battle, but Dobrynin intends to join the 313th Regiment. For such a decision, one must be smart and courageous. We must courageously admit our uselessness at this hour and do the only thing that will help the division. Even a bit. Support Krutoy with 1 battalion of the 157th Regiment, ordered Dobrynin. The chief of staff straightened his narrow shoulders, stretched his arms at his sides. The 2nd Battalion of the 157th Regiment and 1 artillery battalion have been ordered to enter the defense area. The rest of the regiment. The door slammed sharply, the lieutenant grew up, the jersey was tightly belted, the helmet on one side. The boots are brand new, chrome, the tops shine like a mirror. What is this focus? The lieutenant took a step forward, threw up his arm, elbow at shoulder level, palm straight. Like in a parade. From under the helmet, blonde hair. Surprisingly familiar, desperate eyes. Somewhere and once seen, Lieutenant Furzisto straightened his shoulders with a barely perceptible jerk. Platoon Commander Lieutenant Verigin, it can't be, pushed into his head. He asked incredulously. The same one, the lieutenant's eyes flashed recklessly. That's right, Comrade Colonel. In Stalingrad, on the station square, Dobrynin turned to the chief of staff. Do you understand? The 3rd day we saw each other in Stalingrad. And now, please, he smiled, nodded to the lieutenant. It turned out, like an old friend. Platoon on cars. Together with me, in the 313th Regiment. And the door slammed again. The chief of staff stood narrow-shouldered and angry. Dobrynin held out his hand and said. I'm glad I have such a chief of staff. The lieutenant colonel coughed. Do not rush to rejoice. There has not yet been a commander who was pleased with me. It is not clear why, but it was at that moment that Dobrynin finally became convinced that they would work together with the chief of staff. And already in the truck I thought that they would have to fight together for a long time and that they would be able to do a lot. The living always think about the living, but still, few people thought about tomorrow. For 9 months of the war, soldiers lived only today. They recalled the first weeks in bewilderment, as if it were a terrible dream. There was no time to think about the day to come. What will you think about in a 3-minute smoke break between someone else's and your own death? And I didn't want to think. Everyone retreated. At a meeting this morning, General Zerdin, without hiding his annoyance and anger, said. So bad you can't imagine worse. And it will be, I expect, even worse. Zerdin looked straight ahead. The eyes were piercingly sharp, ruthless. It seemed to Dobrynin that in the first place he would not spare himself. And who should be pitted and who should not? 2 trucks with submachine gunners, bypassing fresh craters, rolled along a dirty, rutted road. A thick smoky haze came from the front line, and 2 tar pillars rose high. The Germans are on fire, said the driver. He drove the car intently, sullenly. Big black hands lay on the steering wheel habitually, reliably, and he, elderly, bulky, suddenly seemed very necessary to Colonel Dobrynin. It must have seemed that way because the older driver gave him confidence. A dried cigarette butt hung on his lip, his unshaven face was gray, and his narrowed eyes looked tired and calm, as if he was driving a car not to the front line, but from the regional center to his village. He broke down at the wheel, got tired, but soon the roofs, the old peeling bell tower and the crane will become envious. He will go into his hut, wash himself, sit down at the table. Everything around will be homely, familiar, ordinary. So familiar and ordinary that he won't notice anything. No cabbage soup that had not cooled down by his arrival, no scraped floors, no neatly dressed wife. I didn't know that the wife warmed up the pot with cabbage soup 3 times, how she was in a hurry to manage the house, she barely managed to wash herself, preen herself. Maybe she guessed, but maybe not. But calmness and confidence lived in him because it always happened in this way, and not in another way, he was sure now. And even though everything that was left there, in the distant Transvolga village, was expressed by a new measure, before the war, he hoped that everything would return. Because the Volga is flowing and will continue to flow, and the wife is waiting. And the floor will definitely be scraped, and hot cabbage soup on the table, and a glass of vodka. I remembered how I put on a tie on holidays. I didn't like it, but I put it on. Because the wife asked for it, because for some reason everyone began to wear ties. That was a long time ago. Even before the war. But I believed, everything will return. That is why he held the steering wheel so firmly, calmly looked ahead, at the flat red bumps. To Colonel Dobrynin the driver seemed almost an old man. From the reserve? He asked. The driver replied. Yes sir. 5th year of birth. Side by side, bogged down in the mud, 2 signalmen pulled the wire. From one cart to another, the orderlies carried the wounded, and the commander in a cape brandished his revolver and yelled furiously at the rider, who stood at attention in front of him. The cars stopped, a shallow but steep beam stretched across. The wounded lay and stood there. There were many. Dobrynin left. The sky hung low and overcast. Thought it was evening. But the evening was still far away, the cloudy sky was seen through the flying smoke. Next they said. Don't be shy. It will calm down, they will bring porridge. It was a short, stocky soldier who hadn't shaved for a long time. He pulled his wounded hand out from under his overcoat and held it carefully, like a swaddled baby. Another, small, skinny, wounded in the head, handed him a rolled cigarette, and said instructively. You, Shorin, always want to. Just a conversation. But let's run, it will be porridge for you. Shorin lit a cigarette, looked towards the front line. Yes, no. The regiment commander ordered that, not a step. The artillery fell silent. One could hear how the machine guns rattled non-stop, in different voices, grenades burst now thickly, now rarely and weakly. 2 more resin pillars rose into the cloudy sky, and a frame appeared above them, a spotter aircraft. They're doing badly, said Shorin. Skinny chuckled. It's bad for them, but our snot is red. He leaned heavily on the rifle, carefully touched his bandaged head with his hand and groaned softly. Shorin took a deep puff over and said quietly and compassionately. You, Anisimov, do not resist, chew a cracker. I know for myself that it will get easier. On an empty stomach, and more painful, and more terrible. The right word. Anisimov waved it off. Go to hell. A few minutes of delay seemed to Dobrynin very long. The engines of the lawns hummed, the soldiers looked at the mounds, silently smoked. They hurried all the way. We stuck into the ground under the flat fire of German machine guns. On the bare, hard stone vzlok it was chalky with lead. A telephone wire ran along the waterway. In the place where the bullets grabbed the stone chips, lay the dead signalman. Angry at who knows whom, Dobrynin thought that no one, probably, would justify that he was now under fire. However, there was no time to reconsider or rethink. Yes, and he was not going to change it. He crawled along the waterhole, through the mud, and finally reached the summit. From here, a wide depression, pitted with shells, opened up. Tanks were on fire. People are not visible. Only gray lumps are dead. A slow whistling sounded overhead, and there, behind the burning tanks, on brown humps with broken, twisted line, huge gaps grew. They rose one by one, hastily, as if running, in a hurry to finish off the mutilated earth. Surovtsev. I managed to pull it up, Colonel Dobrynin determined. But he did not feel joy. Because everything was ahead. He suddenly saw the platoon leader. He lay on his back and lit a cigarette. Then he jumped up and waved his hand wide. Someone's huge boots nearly stepped on Dobrynin. With unusual clarity, I saw other people's soles. Not feeling the ground under my feet, hearing only how it parted, my heart was pounding. I got up. I rushed to run. Just above the ear, zvik, zvik. The middle was seized with ice. Fell off the run. I looked back. I saw a helmet on one side. When did you get ahead? His people rarely ran after the lieutenant. Several people lay on the stone, as if licked level, awkwardly and motionless. As if they were trying to rest. Ahead, in the flowing smoke, a yellow fire soared crookedly and obliquely. The earth gasped with internal hysterical sighs, and for a moment it seemed that there was nothing living on it anymore. Everything was licked by an iron blizzard. Here they are. Verigin pushed the helmet back. As if trying to convince the division commander how great it was, he repeated, "Well, they give. Well done, artillerymen." It was strange to see the lieutenant's face, clean, shaven. And the impudent, narrowed eyes looked merrily, like an hour ago, like the third day in Stalingrad. After being wounded, Dobrynin drove to Stalingrad to his old people. Station Square was empty. Near the grey wall, right on the ground, the soldiers were sleeping side by side, rolls of overcoats, bowler hats, windings. On their faces, even in a dream, deadly fatigue. From afar, a taut lieutenant held a bowler hat in his hands, and a young woman in a rustic-style scarf poured milk from a quarter bottle. The lieutenant was leaning towards her face, saying something mischievous. The young woman laughed and shook her head. Seeing the colonel, the lieutenant clicked his heels, famously saluted. There is a dry fountain in the square. Stone children in pioneer ties whirled an astonished crocodile in a round dance. Dobrynin stopped and lit a cigarette. It was sea and cold, and there was dirty snow in the stone bowl of the fountain. The old Armenian opened the doors of the closet, put out a box for cleaning boots, put in 2 brushes, and yawned. The wind stirred the white, brown, black laces hung by the Armenian, narrow strips of rubber, grabbed the rubbish at the curb of the sidewalk. Resin was drawn from the Volga. And suddenly, the ship's whistle. Melodious, lingering, free, he walked over the quiet morning city with unsteady overflows and broke off. At the same moment he screamed, began to frequent shortly and authoritatively, as if demanding recognition. Volodarsky, Ivan Stepanovich was surprised. Wintered, so. There, the voice is trying. Smelled sweet and familiar. He was a native Stalingrader, he knew the Volga from Astrakhan to the mouth of the Kama, he unmistakably guessed steamships by horns. Here he was born, together with his father, lit the beacons, on the banks of the Volga, among the loaders, sailors and draft cabs, he spent his childhood. Here, at the French factory, in the 17th year, eagerly listening to the terrible speeches of metalworkers, he picked up a combat trilinear. And Vanka Dobrynin went to travel around the fronts, angry and hungry, ragged and lousy. The smoke of fires and frantic bayonet attacks, the infirmaries stinking of carbolic acid, and again, the front. Perekop, chest on the dagger fire of machine guns, viscous, merciless, give-eat. And then an unaccustomed, echoing silence. Destroyed cities, depopulated villages, rusty railroads, lifeless steam locomotives and incredible decrees. The school of average commanders, the horror of algebraic equations, the agony of the native language on paper. Belarus and the Far East, the Arctic and Turkestan. Kokengioel, the war with the White Finns. Then the Academy of the General Staff. Soldier life. Gogol Street went to the square of the fallen fighters. Once there stood a huge cathedral, now there is a grey obelisk, surrounded by a heavy chain. Old stone houses all around. Only the department store, the best building in the city, is new. It is often shown in chronicle films, a tall, rounded facade, columns at the entrance, huge windows. On the benches, under the bare acacias, are bundles, sacks, suitcases, and among them are people. These are refugees. He saw them at every station. They can be immediately guessed by their exhausted faces, wandering eyes, and inexhaustible speech. There is a crowd under the loudspeaker. From the Soviet Information Bureau. People looked into the black mouth of the loudspeaker. What will spring bring? Dobrynin got on the tram. Traktorny is 40 minutes away, the Spartak Cinema, 9th January Square, the Balkans. On the right is the Volga, the ice has darkened in patches, is about to break, on the left is Mamiv Kurgan, overgrown, ugly. The wheels beat off an iron beat, the old tram hurries, loose calls drive someone away. Here is the tractor. The area in front of the plant, a monument to Dzerzhinsky. On the brick wall of the factory administration there is a large plywood shield, a frowning worker points his finger at everyone. How did you help the front? There is also the father's house, 4 entrances, 4 floors. The same asphalt dented by tractor spurs, the same smells on the stairs. Then they stood with their father, hugging each other by the shoulders. Breathe and don't breathe. The old mother choked with a cry. Vanya, yes, you are my dear. Beloved blood. Alive. Vanyusha, Vanya. She hugged and stroked her son, shed tears on her tunic, swallowed her sobs. Lord, Lord. And next to him was Kostya. His lips were trembling. They dined hastily, as if they were afraid of being late for something, as if one of them was to blame. Stepan Mikhailovich looked at his son and asked in surprise and bewilderment. How so? Well, how is it? Ivan Stepanovich understood what he was asking. Yes, just how to answer him. Kostya said. Don't scold me. I've been here since autumn. You know how it is in Moscow. And clean ones gather at their mothers, and it's all about culture, all about culture. Even now, under fire, Dobrynin saw his apartment on the Arbat, noisy and unceremonious friends of his wife, endless disputes about art. In these disputes, someone was always scolded, and no one was ever praised. The discussions were monotonous and boring. But the artists, including his wife, lived through these disputes. They blamed someone nameless for all their failures, and, of course, none of them ever doubted their talent, their abilities. And okay. Now they understand. Lieutenant Verygin lit a second cigarette from his cigarette and handed it to Dobrynin. He took it, greedily puffed on it. After all, he didn't want to smoke, but now he suddenly realized that this was exactly what he needed. He dragged on again and again. He looked around, grinned. Please tell me, I hit the memories. From the shed to the right. Shouted Verygin. Dobrynin jumped up at the same time as the lieutenant. Now the ground was underfoot, and the stench of gunpowder. Everything around became unusually clear, a log shed destroyed by a direct hit, a smoky pile of iron, an anti-tank gun without a wheel. They shouted from the trench. Here! Here! The lieutenant, 3 machine gunners and Colonel Dobrynin fell into the trench. One side was sheathed with boards, a bowler hat hung on a carnation, and next to it was a portrait of a woman cut out of a newspaper. The bottom of the trench was littered with spent shell casings, bloody bandages and a torn tunic were lying around. The soldier with the bandaged neck stepped aside. He held a boot in one hand, extended the other, as if proving that he knew and understood the military regulations. Dobrynin paused, and the soldier squared his shoulders. Injured? The soldier tossed his head. No way, Comrade Colonel, Chiriaki. He wanted to say something else, but, looking at his bare foot, did not say another word. He only frowned and squinted to the side, as if he was afraid that someone else would see him in such a position. Dobrynin went. I heard the soldier swear. To return warm footcloths by evening. It's clear. Get yourself and wear it to your health. Dobrynin stepped over someone covered by a cape. 2 of them were squatting and drinking from a pot. Rifles and 3 German grenades with long wooden handles lay on the parapet. The soldiers glanced at Dobrynin and again to the bowler hat. One said, "No matter how I closed it, it blew up." Another responded indifferently. "Close it here," scratched the bowler hat with a spoon, chuckled, "In the medical battalion, that's where I lived for a week, as if in paradise." Shells burst infrequently, the sky peeped through the thin smoky pillowcase. The road was blocked by a captain in a long overcoat, in large tarpaulin boots. And the face, and the overcoat, and boots, everything is covered with mud. He put his hand to his low-slung ear flap, introduced himself in a hoarse voice. The regiment's communications chief, Captain Ivashchenko. He paused, coughed, ordered to accompany to the command post. "Long away?" Dobrynin asked. The captain did not answer, silently walked forward. Chapter 2. A German stearine smokehouse was burning in the dugout. It was dark and cramped. The walls are covered with strong, once painted plates, the ceiling is lined with logs. It smelled of dry wood and candles. A lieutenant colonel in a fur-quilted jacket was sitting on the ammunition box, next to the telephone, with a map in front of him. In the first minute, as soon as he looked at the lieutenant colonel, it seemed to Dobrynin that Krutoy was staring fixedly at the light. It was as if the regimental commander was blowing lightly, the little flame was agitated, it was about to go out. A machine gun and a canvas bag with spare discs hung on the wall. A large shadow from the lieutenant colonel obscured half the dugout and the telephone operator, the only signalman who was still alive. Captain Ivashchenko thumped his heels heavily and awkwardly, and silently took him under his visor. He did not report, did not say a single word. He only moved his eyes in the direction of Dobrynin. Lieutenant Colonel Krutoy got up, slowly turned to face his boss, whom he did not know at all, whom he had seen for the first time. Ivan Stepanovich represented the regiment commander as big, bulky and self-willed. The regimental commander ordered, "Lieutenant Colonel Krutoy won't give up." Over the past hour, Ivan Stepanovich heard these words several times. And imagination drew a man. Krutoy had been a regimental commander for almost as long as he could remember. He was sullen and taciturn, slow and heavy. He graduated from the Odessa Infantry School a long time ago. Surprisingly to his classmates, very soon he reached the rank of major. And he stopped. Neither back nor forward. On this occasion, Krutoy himself said, "I'm no longer standing." His favorite pastimes were chess and books. Probably because in both cases it was possible to remain silent. Even the word "Shah" was rarely and reluctantly uttered. After all, the enemy sees. But he liked people who were cheerful and noisy, even careless. As if he was trying to breathe in something that he himself did not have. And he chose a laughing, loud-voiced, cheerful wife. They were the same age, but the wife looked 10 years younger. No one gave her more than 30. Fyodor Fyodorovich was black-haired, all sort of square, both his chin, and his forehead, and his shoulders. Even his thick black eyebrows seemed square. The eyes looked at the person intently and sternly, and often the interlocutor, if it was a subordinate, fell silent in embarrassment. Then Krutoy said, "That's right. Go on." They were afraid of him. And the wife laughed, "Fyodor is the kindest person." Together they were few. Either Fyodor Fedorovich left for the camps, or for field exercises, otherwise Evdokia Pavlovna would suddenly hurry to Odessa, home. Daughter Tanya lived there with her grandparents. She studied in the 9th grade. A month or two later, Fyodor Fedorovich met his wife in a new place, in Ukraine, in Belarus, in Central Asia. In the city or the countryside. And there has not yet been a case of Duzia being dissatisfied with anything. She admired the deserted steppe, impenetrable forests, truly beautiful cities and remote villages. She liked temporary apartments, where a roof over her head was the only comfort, and even salt water, which the horses did not want to drink. They met. Duzia exploded with Odessa patter and laughter. She told. Then she asked. And she herself was responsible for her husband. Because he was silent. But she answered the way he would have answered. Fyodor Fyodorovich felt that there was no other way to answer. He looked and was silently amazed. What a smart and beautiful wife he had. Sometimes Duzia suddenly fell silent and, as if seeing for the first time, peered at her husband with melancholy eyes. Lord! Yes, Lord! She began to talk, as if to herself, quietly and unhurriedly, and it seemed that she was suddenly frightened of how they had lived before and would continue to live. God, Fedya! After all, I don't even know anything about you. Well, why are you all silent? I'm tired. You understand? I'm tired of living. Fyodor Fyodorovich looked at his wife in surprise. Duzia saw how the surprise on his face was replaced by guilt. You're right, he said quietly. I don't even know, and, apparently wanting to improve at least a little, he suggested, shall we play a game? Duzia looked at her husband silently. Then she sighed. And they sat down at chess. Major Krutoy was the best chess player in the district. The most serious rival was the wife. In conversations with loved ones, she often joked, Fyodor wants to make a grandmaster out of me. Once she said, I don't think the fighters like you. And for the first time I saw how my husband jumped up, caught fire. That is, how is it, they don't like it? Why not love me? After all, I love them. Do you understand? I love everyone. And be sure they understand it. You are always silent. They just don't know. The commander must take care of his fighters not with words, but with deeds. A commissar needs eloquence. He lit a cigarette, adding, thank God, I have a good commissar. And he shut up. Duzia looked at her husband, sighed. And, throwing aside her momentary melancholy, she laughed, burst into rapid, cheerful chirping. Fyodor Fyodorovich met the war in the Prabuzzi with the rank of lieutenant colonel. The regiment was retreating with heavy fighting, but it somehow turned out that the losses in the 313th were the smallest. Even the fighters ate better than in other regiments. Lieutenant Colonel Krutoy never complained about anything, did not have the habit of asking for more than he was supposed to, but he did not miss his own legal either. Most of all, Krutoy did not like believers. He was angry. If the commander must be trusted, he should be replaced as soon as possible. Everything in 1313 was solid and reliable. If it was trenches, then it was full profile. If it was a dugout, you could spend the winter like that. Fyodor Fyodorovich said, war is work. At short flying meetings at the headquarters of the division, Krutoy was silent. In the presence of big bosses he was silent. When they tried to reproach him for this, he shook his head. You need to talk less in war. Outwardly, he differed from an ordinary soldier, perhaps only in insignia. He did not noticeably shine among commanders. But the 313th was the most reliable. Lieutenant Colonel Krutoy taught the soldiers to personal responsibility. Everyone quickly learned, it all depends on me. Everything depended on the man with the gun. This truth, which has become known since the appearance of weapons, was elevated to a cult in the 313th Regiment. Soldiers saw Lieutenant Colonel Krutoy often, but rarely heard. Only with fresh replenishment, the regiment commander would certainly say himself, everything depends on you, guys, and poked a finger at the soldiers, from you. Be timid, chicken out, neither I will do anything, nor the division commander, nor the army commander. Nobody. All hope is on you guys. And went on. He did not utter loud phrases, he spoke very simple words. It was this simplicity that engendered confidence in the soldiers. Now the regimental commander stood in front of Dobrynin, quietly, his arms outstretched at his sides. But he did not report. Just said, please, and turned his head to the head of communications. He straightened up, butted his head against the low log ceiling. Tell the battalions, the division commander is with us. Apparently considering that the main thing is done, he sank into his place. I beg. And the regiment commander spoke and moved slowly, thoughtfully, it even seemed to Ivan Stepanovich, shyly. But the huge, ponderous Captain Ivashchenko turned around quickly. In every movement there was a readiness to obey and fulfill. Near the door stood Lieutenant Verigin. He stepped aside to let the captain pass, and when he saw that the regimental commander was looking at him, he famously saluted him. Ivan Stepanovich said. "Commander of a platoon of submachine gunners." "With me." "Full platoon." "Arrange." Lieutenant Verigin was standing in a tight-fitting sweatshirt, with a machine gun across his chest. "Boots, at least look." "When did he get it?" Lieutenant Colonel Krutoy walked up and down the lieutenant. "Well done," he said. "Don't say anything, well done." He shook his head at the door, added hastily, "Go with Captain Ivashchenko to the 1st Battalion, and, seeing that the lieutenant was standing, he threw sternly, "That's it." The lieutenant turned as if on a training ground. When the door slammed shut, Steep repeated. "Well done." The wooden walls trembled, the light in the cardboard bowl staggered and feebly, powerlessly shot up. Like he wanted to get away. There was an automatic chirp. The door swung open, automatic bursts burst in with an iron patter. An elderly soldier, the same one with boils on his neck, leaned in with Lieutenant Verigin and said loudly, "Germans." Beside, he uttered these words non-vainly and fearlessly, as if he were reporting that a believer was coming. The regimental commander did not budge. Just turned his head. "Lieutenant," he called harshly, it seemed to Dobrynin too slowly, to destroy the enemy. And, in the 1st Battalion, coughed, frowned, after the battle, senior lieutenant. So try. The division commander did not have time to be surprised, he only saw Verigin's desperate eyes, and the door slammed shut. Lieutenant Colonel Krutoy put his machine gun in front of him. The telephonist, having clicked the bolt of his rifle on the move, left the dugout. The rumble of guns began to fade, and the automatic skirmish became clearer. And after a few minutes, she moved away. Lieutenant Colonel Krutoy adjusted the wick and said in a low voice, "Well, I'll report back." There was nothing now in her voice, in her face, but weariness. But in a calm voice lived the firmness of a military leader who would not give in, who would stand. Dobrynin understood that there was nothing to report. What can be said, he, Dobrynin, either already knew or understood during the time he got to the command post, while he was here, in the dugout. I realized that there was no connection with the battalion, there was not a single person in the reserve, that the regiment was fighting to the last bullet. "There is no need to report," Dobrynin said irritably. "You see, he came to receive a division, and after half an hour he ran away here. He ran away from himself. So as not to interfere with the Chief of Staff." Lieutenant Colonel Krutoy listened. "Killed the Germans. This lieutenant of yours is well done. Senior, promised, for boots?" Dobrynin asked. And again he caught in himself annoyance and irritation. Boots are important. A nail, so to speak, in boots, raised his head, slightly noticeably sideways. He listened. What was up there? I got up and hung up the gun. And he smiled slightly, moving his square eyebrows. Dobrynin coughed dryly. I came because I couldn't do anything else. If you want, from confusion. Lieutenant Colonel Krutoy nodded in agreement. If I were you, I would probably do the same. Captain Ivashchenko returned, the hem of his overcoat was torn off, blood was smeared over his face. He leaned against the lintel, stood silently for a minute. He looked past, breathing often and heavily. 3 more tanks. Ready, and he fell silent. It's like he stopped breathing. Then he added unexpectedly clearly, there is no one else to defend. And, nothing. The stearin burned out in a cardboard bowl. The light smoked and crackled, and it stank of burnt cloth. Lieutenant Colonel Krutoy got up. Now is the time. And put on a sweatshirt. He lowered his head, as if he saw something under his feet, said thoughtfully, muffledly, as they say only to themselves, Mr. von Morgenstern is ready to triumph. There was a heavy explosion next to the dugout. Because of the log reels, the earth flowed. Captain Ivashchenko cursed in an undertone, then coughed. Colonel Dobrynin asked. Who is this, Morgenstern? Major General, commander of the 500th Infantry Division. 56 years old, a member of the Hitlerite Party, a native of Frankfurt. An adherent of the old Prussian school. Enjoys the favor of his commander. However, Lieutenant Colonel Krutoy put on his helmet and turned to Ivashchenko. "Gather everyone." The captain staggered through the door. "The wounded remain in the ranks." He said everything. The outcome of the battle was now decided by individual people who were sitting in half-filled trenches and destroyed dugouts, who had no idea what was happening on the left, right, behind. From the observation post, Colonel Dobrynin saw a wide hollow, plowed up, blown up by shells. Broken tanks smoked here and there, black smoke drifted above the ground. Funnels, corpses, debris. Only in one place did Dobrynin notice his fighters. They threw out the earth with shovels, deepened the trench. "If the German does not change tradition," Colonel Dobrynin said, "then he will strike the main blow in another sector." "He won't," Steep assured him. "What kind of German is he after that?" Major General von Morgenstern saw the course of the battle as distinctly, clearly, as if he were looking at a chessboard. The difference was that, having started the car and pressed the levers, he did nothing else, did not rearrange the pieces. Everything was going by itself now. I just watched how his plan was realized in battle, overturning and breaking the enemy's calculations. The reports were flattering to the ear and average, because everything was as he expected, as he wished. Thousands of people strictly and accurately carried out his order, carried out what was born in his head. General von Morgenstern reveled in the course of the battle, in fact, reveled in himself, looking forward to how calmly, almost indifferently, he would report to the army about the fulfillment of the order. They would understand and appreciate it. The old formula of the German military, trust in return for responsibility, responsibility in return for trust, will always be in force. He, Morgenstern, believes in the German soldier, every soldier of the division believes in him. The army command believes in him, he, in turn, without going into any reasoning, will carry out any order. This is where the army stands. It was this, multiplied by the technical equipment, that determined, in his opinion, the combat effectiveness of the army, made it invincible. It is not only necessary to replace the tried and tested German strategy with flamboyant amateurishness. Unfortunately, this is inevitable if the political leadership begins to interfere in the affairs of the military. And the political leadership increasingly intervened in resolving not only strategic issues, but even tactical ones, reducing the generals to the role of executors. Nothing good could be expected from such a situation. But the war with Poland ended victoriously in 18 days. Then Denmark and Norway. France was finished in 6 weeks. It was in France that Major General von Morgenstern, inspired by the success of the German armed forces and the strength of his own position, allowed the unforgivable. 1. Having stopped the mobile formations, the Germans lost time, the ring around the French and the British was closed too late, and this gave the enemy the opportunity to avoid encirclement and destruction. General von Morgenstern abandoned all diplomacy, expressed his dissatisfaction with reason clearly, like everything he said and did. And he was pleased with the boldness of his formulations, the certainty of his conclusions. On his side was the fact of unforgivable gibberish. He was surprised only by the fact that the participants in the meeting reacted to his démarche very reservedly, and some, contrary to obvious logic, tried to object. But he soon realized what a carelessness he had committed. Indirectly, he became aware that Hitler himself influenced the decision of the OKW. The war against France ended brilliantly. But for Morgenstern, nothing. And even worse, instead of the expected awards and promotions, he was given a division. Outwardly, everything was furnished quite decently and looked, if not an increase, then, in any case, the trust of the command. But in essence, he was lowered, moved to the backyard of the army. It remained to take into account their mistake and wait, not to miss the moment and prove. General von Morgenstern picked up the phone and heard the words of the report. His shoulders stretched upward. It can't be. However, you shouldn't be surprised. In addition to the well-known 4 arithmetic operations, the Russians owned the 5th. unknown and mysterious, which overturned the laws of war. If General von Morgenstern had been willing to understand and accept this fifth act, he would have admitted his defeat at the very beginning, long before the war took on catastrophic forms. But the fifth act, which was nothing but the spirit of the soldier, the spirit of the people, remained inaccessible to the general, accustomed to a simplified understanding of strength. Even now he only knew that a weakened division was defending in front of him, that it had no commander. According to the information that he had, there were no reserves in the entire army. Von Morgenstern believed that he would destroy the Russian division. I knew that this battle was of purely local significance in order to improve positions and create the necessary conditions for the upcoming big offensive. But the general decided to take advantage of the enemy's weakness, break through the defenses and, if possible, build on success. According to General Morgenstern, the moment turned out to be the most opportune, and in a conversation with the Chief of Staff of the army he made it clear that he was counting on success that went beyond the task assigned to him. He was understood. It seems that this is exactly what is expected of him now. But the fourth attack was repulsed, a timid chill crept into the soul. As planned, General von Morgenstern would strike the main blow in the neighboring area. Of course, this area is now bare. In a few minutes he will bring the main forces into action. Tanks and motorized infantry will resolutely enter the breakthrough, the army will have nothing left to do but support the division and develop success. However, the losses exceeded the most extreme assumptions, they are unreasonably large. But the Russians did not retreat a single step. Maybe he, General von Morgenstern, miscalculated in some way, made a mistake, mentally figured out everything, starting with intelligence and ending with a good stew. The calculations were mathematically accurate. Neither Schnaps nor the captive Russian, small, wounded, miserable, who was led through the trenches. But the Russians have their own calculations. It is impossible to deny them either flexibility of mind or courage. You can't talk about bravery at all. This is not even courage, but fanaticism. In this case, he thought, the low level of culture of the Russian soldier gives him a certain advantage. And there was something else that General von Morgenstern didn't know the name for. Logically, in the course of the battle, one could assume for sure that the 313th Russian Regiment no longer exists, nothing was left of it. No matter how stubborn the Russian commander is, he will definitely expose the neighboring area. He will understand the perniciousness of his actions and still expose. Otherwise, the defense will break through in the area of the 313th. Of course, the regiment is holding on only because everything was given to it. The Russian commander is forced to do this. He, Morgenstern, forced him. Then everything will go as it happened before. Poland, Belgium, France. Yes, even in Russia. The general's thought trailed off. Because in Russia it was not so. Not at all. He suddenly wanted to see the Russian commander, who, 20 kilometers away from him, probably in the same bunker, directs the game. The general suddenly decided, whether he sees or does not see a Russian will determine success or failure. I felt that the minute had come, the very moment that would decide the outcome of the battle. The Russian commander, if we assume that he is so smart and experienced that he has not yet gone on about, should now be mistaken. General von Morgenstern will take the last step, the Russian will be forced to open the gates. A hard, irritated voice came from the other end of the line. The membrane pushed tensely and loudly. Mr. General, I take the liberty of urgently demanding an end to the attacks. There is no doubt that the Russians are defending this area with the forces of the entire division. Morgenstern smiled. Restrained, barely noticeable. He had no doubts. But God himself protects the safe. I think that's what the Russians say. He leaned forward, leaning his elbows on the edge of the table. Attack now. Paused, coughed raspingly, half a company in 3 tanks. He hung up. He leaned back in his camping chair and chewed lazily. I see a Russian commander. A brave and talented man. But I will break it. General von Morgenstern spoke separately and clearly. And only an inexperienced person, unfamiliar with staff nuances, could think that the division commander was speaking for himself. He spoke for those who heard him. Because the success, in which General von Morgenstern now had no doubt, still needed a worthy frame. This frame, what and how to say about success, sometimes cost more than success itself. General von Morgenstern uttered big words not for the sake of history, but for the commander of the army. Tomorrow every word, every gesture will reach headquarters. And everything will be taken into account. He ordered dinner to be served and, feeling proud at the confusion of the staff officers, smiled. Restrained and arrogant. I mentally saw my native Frankfurt, the town hall in the old part of the city, St. Paul's Cathedral and the house in which Goethe was born. Kaiserstrasse and Target. Shops, hotels, cafes. In a week, Charlotte will find out about everything. And all this will happen in 20 minutes. He suddenly wanted to see the Russian commander again. But if an hour ago this desire arose because he had doubts, now he was guided only by curiosity. And perhaps even generosity. And he saw him, a worthy military commander. But confused and depressed. He sits, throwing his hands limply, a revolver on the table in front of him. Everything will be just like that. In 20 minutes. No, 15. And now, with the support of 3 tanks, half a company is attacking. General von Morgenstern habitually chewed his colorless lips, grinned, half a company. Chapter 3. Lieutenant Verigin bandaged his wounded leg and was now waiting. Let's. He's ready. He had a rifle and an anti-tank grenade. I couldn't remember where, when I dropped the gun. Because he lost a lot of blood. Consciousness worked slowly. Time stretched into a long winding dotted line, in which the dashes suddenly turned into living Germans. Lieutenant Verigin began to shoot. The black dotted line broke off, there was no one to shoot at. It was the time when he rested. He held on to the consciousness that what was happening now was exactly what he lived for, what he was preparing for. He always wanted to be in the military. Because the military was his father, whom he did not remember and whom he saw only in photographs. Their mother often cried over them. And also because in their large communal house all the adults fought in civilian life and, when they gathered on the bench in the evening, they talked only about the war. They often talked about victories. Probably because it is more pleasant to talk about victories. Ivan Zogolev talked about defeats. He had 2 orders and only 1 hand. They listened to him, asked him to retell. And he repeated. About the division chief Domenko, about Azina, about bloody saber felling. He talked about melee, after which the weaker people went crazy. In the 30s, when it was difficult to buy a shirt and trousers, many in a large communal house wore out Red Army tunics. They wore immense cavalry riding breeches. It was considered especially chic to wear a naval vest. The dream of all the guys was a military school. In the eyes of the people, the young lieutenant stood much higher than the engineer. Andrei Verigin was probably like everyone else. Mentally saw the war. But not at all like in the movies. He saw her from the terrible stories of Ivan Zogolev. When he entered the infantry school, Andrei made 8 mistakes in dictation. They told him, go home. He talked with the guys and went to the boss. It was a colonel with a disfigured face, a bullet broke his lower jaw, a year later a cadet saber cut from temple to neck. Tales were told about his severity. His favorite expression was, are you a soldier or not a soldier? After that, the cadet was put in a guardhouse. Sometimes they just guessed why. Sometimes the teacher did not appear. It was rumored in a whisper that he was sitting at home under arrest. So Andrei went to him. He stood in front of the head of the school straight and fearless. Because he couldn't be afraid. The colonel looked at him for a long time in silence. It seemed to Andrei that he was turning inside out. Then he asked. Why do you want to become a combat commander? Andrew replied. I want to become a combat commander in order to fight. Do you know what the commander should be ready for? Andrei said. To die in battle. The colonel looked him up and down, gray paper jacket, gray Koldener shirt and gray trousers. Cheaper nowhere. But the trousers are tucked into smart boots. Then it was customary to wear chrome accordion boots and loose trousers. But such guys hid a knife behind their tops, and their pomaded bangs peeked out from under the captain's naval cap. This is how Erkigans dressed in the 30s. Andrei was wearing boots, simple. These were boots of excellent chevreau, made by a good craftsman. Boots on Andrei shone. You could look into them like in a mirror. Colonel said. Your boots are luxurious. Where did you get it? I bought it at a flea market. Where does the money come from? Something, but Andrei did not expect such a conversation. And another time, in another place, I would say a word. The colonel looked stern. He's never made any cuts to anyone. Andrei's robber eyes turned dark. I saved up for these boots for 2 years. Saved money that my mother gave for breakfast. I sold the guitar. The neighbors gave it to me, but I sold it, he stammered, raised his head higher. It's not good at all. Because, a gift. And every summer I work. Already 3 years. We have 2 more boys. I work on holidays, and by the time of school we buy shoes and pants for the boys. The colonel left the table. I wanted to put my hand on this guy's shoulder. Andrei decided that now they would drive him out. Because 8 mistakes is a lot. He wasn't afraid. I just didn't know how to get home. The colonel did not put his hand on Andrei's shoulder. The colonel did not know how to be affectionate. He asked. What can you do? I can put a whole clip into a 10. I can walk 100 kilometers without rest with a full gear, and he fell silent. He stood straight, looked past. He shifted from foot to foot and explained, the guys and I put 18 kilograms into the sitters and walk without rest to the village of Sadki. The colonel returned to the table. However, he hesitated. Sat down. Silently asked. Why, to Sadkov? Andrew was silent. He didn't want to talk about it even to the colonel. Why? He asked sharply. Andrew replied softly. On January 23, 1919, in the battle near Sadki, the Whites hacked to death my father. The colonel didn't move. Only the scars on his face turned white. That day, near Sadki, he also came under a saber blow. A clip in the top 10, you're not lying. Andrei said. Can show. Only that for each shot, a new target. And they always argue. That's how it was. And it's already gone. Lieutenant Verigin pulled himself up to the very edge of the funnel, gritted his teeth. The dead lie on the pitted ground. There are 2 burned-out German tanks. These are his, Lieutenant Verigin, tanks. The third stands about 10 meters away, black and cold. The living are not visible. Maybe there's only one left. No, he was not alone. 14 men survived in the platoon. More grenades and cartridges were taken from somewhere. There was no order to retreat, everyone remained in their place. Everyone is their own leader. This went beyond the rules of arithmetic that the Germans liked. Lieutenant Verigin placed an anti-tank grenade near him so that he could get it without looking. I looked in my pocket for a spare clip. A pistol, for myself. He, Lieutenant Verigin, is ready. General von Morgenstern knew none of this. And did not even imagine. It was the same irregularity with which the Russians fought. Lieutenant Colonel Krutoy, without looking up from the stereo tube, said. Looks like it's over. Dobrynin agreed, finished. Captain Ivashchenko came up. And sat down. In a strange, exhausted voice, he said. Communication with the headquarters of the division is such a big, strong man. And such a quiet voice. No one knew how the connection was pulled, and no one will know. 3 people who went with him could tell about this. But they were left behind. Only 3 could tell how they lay on a stone level under mortar fire, how they held all-round defense and at close range shot the Germans who had infiltrated the regiment's battle formations. But none of them would have told how Ivashchenko stabbed the last German with a knife. He had no cartridges, he had a knife. None of the three could tell about it, because all three had been killed before. But in general, everything was normal, as in the war. And Captain Ivashchenko reported, as he always reported. Only the voice became someone else's. Lieutenant Colonel Krutoy handed the captain a flask. "Have a drink." He slowly, very slowly unscrewed the cork, took a sip and drank for a long time. He did not feel the taste of vodka and did not feel thirsty. He drank measuredly, in a businesslike manner, knowing that he would not become drunk, he would simply feel better. The day is not over yet, and no one knows how it will end. German shells burst here and there, sometimes a machine gun pounded for a long time. But the people who remained alive no longer heard it. They listened but did not hear. Every living person, if he was able to think, considered these explosions and machine gun bursts to be absurd, because he was the only one left alive. And this one knew, or rather, got used to the idea that there would be no tomorrow. It was ordered to stand. The division commander is here. This is not a joke, the division commander. Or maybe the regiment commander and the division commander are no longer alive. Well, but he's still alive. So thought everyone who had not yet been killed. In military language, this was called a hard defense. Sometimes it was said that soldiers stand to the death. But Lieutenant Colonel Surovtsev did not expect the main blow here. And if the enemy changes his usual tactics and the whole weight of the blow still falls on the 313th, then he, Lieutenant Colonel Surovtsev, makes a mistake. And no one will forgive him. Never. Because, following elementary logic, he should have given everything to Krutoy long ago. Surovtsev felt that the German was waiting and achieving just that. So that the Russian commander would certainly act according to this logic. If Surovtsev does just that and orders to withdraw, he will not even be reproached. But if he acts contrary to this logic and loses a division, then he will answer with his head. The latter was noticeably close. And yet he decided to act contrary. Because he felt the German who directed the battle, with the force of a blow in the wrong direction, he was trying to unbalance him, Lieutenant Colonel Surovtsev. Surovtsev must be afraid of responsibility, doubt the steadfastness of the fighters, must doubt himself and give in. Lieutenant Colonel Surovtsev was sitting at a wooden table, his chin hidden in his home scarf. It got to know him. But he hid his chin not to keep warm. He tried to mentally see his wife, often intractable, self-willed, but painfully sweet and dear. A wife and 4 children. It almost never happened that everything was decided by friendly unanimity, that everything was carried out unconditionally. Both the wife and the 5-year-old Sveta had their own opinion, and each defended his own opinion, argued. These arguments were quite weighty, each remained with his own opinion. Grigory Ilyich was always glad that no one was led by the elder, no one succumbed to the whim of the lesser. Everyone in the family wanted and knew how to think. Often there were disagreements, but behind them stood the prudence of adults and the independence of children, an atmosphere of mutual respect. The family forgave each other everything, pranks, intractability, even insolence. Only stupidity was not forgiven. The biggest charm was that the little ones did not seem to feel the adults treated the children as equals. It united. It strengthened the family. Now Grigory Ilyich hid his chin in a home scarf, because he smelled of family. Confidence came from him. There was a moment when a person, no matter how strong and self-confident, needs support. Surovtsev saw and felt the enemy general, and if he had been advised to change his mind, he would not have gone for it. Or maybe he, Surovtsev, is still mistaken. Then he is not worthy of the title and position. It was precisely for such moments that Lieutenant Colonel Surovtsev prepared himself. Right now, you can't go wrong. Because the outcome of the battle is decided. The sum of such moments will determine the outcome of the war. Somewhere out there, very far from the place of the battle, in the think tank of the country, they calculate and multiply these amounts. They compare, analyze, decide. But the war will end in victory only if he, Surovtsev, does not make a mistake. If Lieutenant Verygin stands, if the armor-piercer Likharev does not falter. Lieutenant Colonel Surovtsev just has to make the right decision. Rare cannon salvos reached the ears. A light in a bronze shell shuddered, puffed with soot, an absurd shadow staggered on the plank wall. Surovtsev understood that everything would be decided at that moment. To resist or not to resist. The phone buzzed long, insistently. And the highly experienced signalman, who during the 9 months of the war had learned not to be surprised at anything, not to be delighted and not to despair, who, it seemed, could not speak louder or quieter, but only so that his call signs could be heard, shouted furiously. "Comrade Lieutenant Colonel. The commander of the division, Colonel Dobrynin, is at the apparatus." Surovtsev coughed, "Thank God." The telephone receiver hummed and buzzed. But Dobrynin's voice was heard distinctly, clearly, as if they were talking not 10 kilometers away, but from behind the dugout door. "Grigory Ilyich, Grigory Ilyich." The voice is hard and angry. That was the voice Surovtsev wanted to hear. It means everything is okay. God bless. In his heart, Surovtsev did not like military rituals, especially in battle, at moments when everything is decided not by form, but by essence, but now he stretched out, freed, pulled his sharp chin out of his scarf. Lieutenant Colonel Surovtsev is listening. The Germans are attacking again. But this is no longer serious. So to speak, a bold point. Tell the 113th immediately that they are about to be attacked. I order. Grigory Ilyich, can you hear me? I order you to repulse the attack and counterattack. Surovtsev heard what he was looking forward to, what he wanted with all his heart, because the correctness of the decision was confirmed, the outcome of the battle was outlined. He listened and dragged on. He understood that the decision was not only his, but also that of Colonel Dobrynin. He approved this decision with his act, and who knows how he, Surovtsev, would have behaved if the division commander had not gone to the regiment. Grigory Ilyich, act decisively. There is. Surovtsev said. Broke. It was as if the communication was given only so that the division commander and the chief of staff could exchange a few phrases. But these were precisely those phrases that could influence the further course of the battle. Sometimes only one phrase is needed. Dobrynin did not have time to say that he was going to return to the division headquarters. And it's good that he didn't say that he didn't bother the chief of staff in difficult, critical hours. Not in an hour, not in a day, he would not come. War is war. Colonel Dobrynin did not know, and could not have known, that one of the 3 German tanks would go straight to the observation post of the regiment and Captain Ivashchenko, who had drunk vodka and was now smoking, would be killed in 10 minutes, and Lieutenant Verygin would have only 1 cartridge left in his pistol. He won't shoot himself just because he loses consciousness. Colonel Dobrynin didn't know anything yet. When 3 tanks appeared from behind a mound dug up by shells and smoky, Lieutenant Verygin suddenly saw that a tall, thin soldier with an uncovered head and without an overcoat was walking straight at him. The tunic and undershirt were torn, scarred, a naked body is visible. His hair was tousled and sprinkled with earth, and he was all earthy gray, his face and hands were scratched, oozing blood. The fighter walked unnaturally straight and laughed. Behind, as if in a hurry to catch up with the soldier, German tanks rumbled heavily. Rarely did the infantry run across. The artillery was silent, distinctly, slowly and loudly, as if they were feeling the void. Machine guns fired. They fell silent, as if they were listening. They wanted to understand whether there were still living soldiers in the Russian trenches or there was no one left. The tanks dispersed wider and wider, one took them far to the side, and it seemed to Lieutenant Verygin that they were in a hurry to take this soldier into the ring. So that not a single one would remain alive. I didn't consider myself. Because I didn't think about myself. The fighter came close. Lieutenant Verygin heard laughter. And a cry. Lina. The snippet of the word looked like a name. Andrei saw that one of his arms was torn off, flowing, dripping blood. He suddenly saw a fighter of everything, a narrow, sunken chest, and huge tarpaulin boots, and a chipped mouth. I saw big white eyes. From somewhere on the side came an angry shout. Where to, you bastard? Back. The fighter looked straight ahead with unseeing eyes and laughed. A rifle shot fired. Dry, lonely. And the fighter stumbled, fell. Andrei did not feel sorry for the fighter. Now he could neither regret, nor grieve, nor be afraid. I just thought, in vain, with a viscous consciousness I realized that there are living people. They will shoot. The tank was heading straight for the lieutenant. Andrei indifferently thought, good. And I thought, mine. The tank gun was silent, and the machine gun pounded every now and then. Andrei thought that the German was shooting just like that, for warning. But each bullet could kill, one tank was enough to crush. Lieutenant Verigin knew this. The thought that today is the last day did not bother me. There was nothing in my soul, in my mind, I just knew that the tank and the soldiers who were chasing after him wanted to kill him, Andrei. And so he will kill them. And also because he was ordered to stand, because he had been preparing for these moments all his life. When to win. Even over himself. When to die. The tank was heading straight for him. There were about 150 meters left. The lieutenant lay down more comfortably. He lost his helmet at the beginning of the battle, his head was uncovered, his wheaten hair became dirty from the ground. He held a pistol in his left hand and a grenade in his right. If only the tank went straight. How goes? And to have enough strength to deliver. Last grenade. And the last hope. The leg does not seem to hurt, only there is no strength. Blackness rises before my eyes, and there is no urine to tear the stone eyelids. He suddenly heard silence. Neither our own nor the enemy fired. Only the tank is buzzing, heaping, greenish-yellow, spotted, with a black cross on the frontal armor. Flashing, flashing tracks. The machine is clumsy, with a long gun. The black ghost is aimed at the very soul. Now. Just do not rush. 2 meters from 10, there are only 3 rounds in the pistol. He will shoot twice at the Germans. The tank moves slowly, either fearing or waiting for its soldiers. They walk in a rare chain with machine guns at the ready. It's not even a chain, they go so rarely. They move quickly, but calmly, without a shot. The two got together and stopped. One reached out to the other. They light up. And the tank, here it is, 40 meters to it. Just don't turn around. A rifle shot rang out from the side. And the soldier who lit a cigarette fell. The other one ran. The tanks clanged and froze. The engine roared, the car turned sharply and heavily. Lieutenant Verigin understood, he had to quit. But it was far away. For a long time, it seemed, for an incredibly long time, he rested his elbows on the ground. Got up. I did not hear either the fractional burst of German machine guns, or rare rifle shots, or my own machine gun. There was nothing. No ground, no shots. Just a spotty car. Far, close. Lieutenant Verigin swung his arm. He heard an explosion, but no longer understood, did not realize what it was. I saw the Germans and fired. Twice. In that moment, everything fell apart, disappeared. When he opened his eyes, he saw a dead man nearby. He was lying on his back, his arms outstretched, his clean chin up. The tank was on fire. Lieutenant Verigin noted, yes. And, not hearing anything, not feeling anything, I decided, now you can. The word die did not come to him. Because living or dying didn't matter to him anymore. Because I did my best. General von Morgenstern picked up the phone and ordered to attack with all his might. On the site of the 113th Regiment. He was sure that this regiment was no longer there, nothing would stand in the way of the attackers. The general was served dinner. Slowly, anticipating pleasure, he tucked a clean napkin into his collar and raised his glass of vodka. It was Russian vodka. He will drink Russian vodka for the Russian defeat. He waited. And when there was a buzzing in the side, and the earth brought an unsteady reeling to the bunker, he drank. Slowly and carefully he ate the fragrant broth, then carefully chewed the chicken leg. The general was not unimaginative. He believed that it was at that moment that the Russian commander realized his miscalculation and the hopelessness of the situation. Probably at that very moment the Russian put a pistol in front of him. Johann von Morgenstern has not experienced such confidence, peace and pride for a long time as he does today. He was in no hurry with dinner, he wanted to prolong the pleasure. In 15 minutes the defense will be breached, the Russian commander will raise his pistol. And maybe he will want to imagine in his mind the one who outplayed and defeated him. He will want to see General Morgenstern. Then he shoots him in the temple. The general chewed slowly and looked at his watch. He patiently waited for the call. 10 minutes have passed. And 10 more. There was no call. He was served a cup of coffee. He took a sip. It was excellent African coffee, but now for some reason it seemed bitter. The front hummed. But Colonel Backstein was silent. And General von Morgenstern introduced him, ironic and silent. Likes cognac and dislikes beer. There is something not from the German in it. In 1915, Backstein was in Russian captivity and knows the language a little. Maybe he knows well. General von Morgenstern realized that he had never particularly liked the colonel. He did not have that frank, bright, which inspires a feeling of absolute trust, and reluctantly entrusted him to command the shock group. The general felt uncomfortable. The phone rang for a long time. The general hesitated. He suddenly decided that the phone was ringing at the wrong time, picked up the phone. The membrane clicked and grumbled. As if tearing a living piece from himself, he said. "I'm listening." And Backstein's voice is slow, calm. Strikingly, criminally indifferent. In him, in this Backstein, there was never a real, German pain for the success of the task assigned. It's amazing how he rose to the rank of colonel. The whole article is to be a sergeant major for him. Only the first trench of the enemy was overcome. The strongest artillery and machine gun fire. What could not be denied to General Morgenstern was self-control. "Colonel Backstein, you surprise me," he said dryly. "I ordered you to command the shock group precisely because I hoped. I still hope now. I have not heard your report. I'm waiting for another report. The army is waiting for him. Keep in mind, Colonel Backstein, your reputation is at stake." General Morgenstern's reputation and career were at stake. It was he who gave the battle a wider scope than was required of him, managed to put in a full-blooded regiment, and now, beyond all expectations, the first massive attack of the shock group failed. The attack faltered. Really? The general would never have admitted even to himself that the worm of doubt and secret disbelief had gnawed at him from the first day of the war with Russia. The successes fully coincided with the bold assumptions of the political and military leaders, the occupied territory pleased and frightened with its size. But there was something wrong. This, not that, did not fit into the usual concepts. Probably because everything Soviet, starting with the state system and ending with the psychology of people, went beyond the framework of centuries-old ideas. So today, it seems that everything is verified, everything is calculated. And everything breaks. What's the matter? The coffee was left unfinished. General von Morgenstern looked at the telephone and waited. The minutes dragged on unbearably long, the faces of the staff officers were written with absolute innocence. Of course, he, the division commander, will be responsible for everything. But, gentlemen, if successful, you will also be innocent. If defeated, the enemy will inflict it. If the battle is won, it will be won by him, General von Morgenstern. Only he. Chapter 4. Lieutenant Colonel Surovtsev ordered to repulse the attack. And counterattack. The commander of the 113th Regiment thumped into the telephone receiver. There is. Surovtsev thought that now it would be better for Dobrynin to be at the command post of the division. He was surprised that he remembered the name and patronymic, Ivan Stepanovich. He considered his inability to remember names a great sin. Rescued the official relationship. But it was very bad, painful, when you had to call a person by name, but Grigory Ilyich did not remember. We stood next to Dobrynin for half an hour. We looked at the map. We didn't even talk properly. And here you go, remember. And that made him very good. If Surovtsev had time, he would have easily guessed that he felt good not at all because he remembered it. It was just that everything turned out as it should. The day was drawing to a close, and the division stood still. People, each person individually, did everything they could. And he himself did everything right, and the new division commander. Now I would shake Colonel Dobrynin's hand and say, but he couldn't shake hands. Dobrynin lay in a half-filled trench. Ailshin sat above him, looking into the pale face of his colonel. And didn't know what to do. He was wiping the blood from his face. And next to him lay the murdered Captain Ivashchenko. There was nothing to even cover it with. When did Ivashchenko take off his overcoat? Now lay in a quilted sleeveless jacket. A German machine gun pierced the captain across his chest. The face, without blood, was calm, very clean, and the eyes were open and already covered with non-cold ice. It all happened a few minutes ago. At first, the German tank was taking away steeply to the side. Ailshin thought that he would pass them. And he seemed to be annoyed even that he would leave whole and unharmed. But the tank suddenly turned around. Now Ailshin tried not to look at Captain Ivashchenko. But I still saw him crawling towards the tank. Here he rose to his full height. And then he collapsed. The grenade rolled to the side and exploded. He suddenly saw that Captain Ivashchenko was still crawling. But no, it's already different. Ailshin remembers how terrifying it became. This other was Colonel Dobrynin. But why didn't he, Alyoshin, rush to his commander? Only when it exploded nearby, unbearable heat and smoke hit his face. For some reason it turned out that he was lying next to the colonel. The German tank caught fire. Alyoshin watched as he fell behind, the dirty paint warping on the armor. He looked around, but saw nothing but the tossed earth. Cartridges began to explode in the tank, and someone shouted in my ear. Well done. Who's the good guy? Now the battle rumbled to the side. Alyoshin peered into the smoky haze to see if the Germans were coming. A young captain with snakes on his buttonholes pushed Ailshin on the shoulder. Take it. Carefully. They moved the division commander. They put it down and waited for something. It was getting dark. 3 soldiers came, tired and silent. One began to deepen the trench, said. Help, what are you waiting for? Alyoshin did not understand why it was necessary to dig. But he took a shovel and silently began to throw out dry sand. When they dug under the dead captain, the sand on the whole shovel turned out to be black and wet. 2 took the captain by the shoulders and under his knees, carefully lowered him into the pit. They said, Go to sleep. Alyoshin closed his eyes and climbed out of the trench. One soldier shook his head. Look you. Another sighed. You never get used to this. I know for myself. How much I ask to be deducted. Captain Ivashchenko dug up, stuck a plate from the charging box. The soldier licked his indelible pencil and drew something on it. Twilight thickened. They raised Colonel Dobrynin on a cape and carried him. Soldier said. Heavy. Nobody answered him. It stirred overhead. Getting closer. The shell exploded, the blinding flame shied to the sides, illuminating the crucified, crouched people, the horse carcass and the truck upside down. After a few minutes it became dark. Another shell flew in, shattered the ground, hurled painted plates and thick logs into the darkness. The reflection of the fire lazily licked the torn-off leg in a tarpaulin boot. 2 fighters who lay motionless, hugging. A bowler hat and a sapper shovel were lying around. People, all that was left of them, lay heaped up and that's why it was scary. But the fire shied away and went out. Night fell on the dead earth. And the artillery was still roaring to the side. There the Germans attacked the positions of the 113th Regiment. Grenadiers, too, went on the attack famously, ahead of them. But they rolled back 3 times. For the 4th time, they reached the first trench. And that's it, they couldn't get out of the trenches. I did not want to die, the Russians became rabid. God bless me. In 15 or 20 minutes it will be completely dark. Then everything will stop. The grenadiers will be ordered to retreat to their original positions, to their dugouts. Just 15 minutes. Tanks were burning all around. Some burned out before dark and now stood black and dead. And those that survived went back. Another 15 minutes, and the living soldiers will remain alive. General von Morgenstern lost his temper, shouted into the telephone receiver. "You idiot, Backstein. I gave such a great opportunity." He could not explain what kind of opportunity he had given Colonel Backstein. It was just that he, Morgenstern, was unbearably sorry that the magnificent opportunity that he had painted in his imagination was hopelessly a failure. The cannonade ceased. The electric light in the bunker dimmed, perhaps the battery had died. General von Morgenstern picked up the telephone receiver and in a flat, cold voice ordered to leave the Russian trenches and retreat to their original positions. In the end, nothing bad happened. The general left the bunker. He stood with his hands behind his back, looking towards the Russians. Night sticky darkness covered the earth, began to drizzle rain. There was no whitewashed house under a thatched roof, no charred willow, no bumpy road. No telegraph poles, no staff cars, no people were visible. The general felt a loneliness he had never experienced before. The thought came that it would be nice to become the owner of a grocery store, earn a modest living, spend every evening at home, in the family, and not think about anything. Who needs that his name is listed somewhere, that he has military orders, that he will be promoted in rank and position? It suddenly seemed to him disgusting, low to be a high-ranking executor of someone's political plans, to give his peace, health and life for the ephemeral, illusory position of a general. Besides, how will the war end? Such thoughts came to von Morgenstern for the first time, they made him terrified. Because in these thoughts was the truth, the only one, the real one. And it was especially frightening because he would never become the owner of the store, and consequently, he would never live in the comfort of home, he would never have peace. And all that is now, to what, why? However, nothing can be done. Because he is not free over himself. Even those whom all of Germany considers omnipotent are not free. Because there are incomprehensible, terrible Russians. Start to chill. He shrugged his shoulders to shake off the momentary stupor. And he returned to the bunker. 10 minutes is enough to fill himself with oxygen. Now you can work until midnight. 10 minutes is enough. And a cup of coffee with cognac. With cognac? Oh sure. Colonel Backstein has nothing to do with it. Only Russians. Walked up to the desk just as the phone rang. The general did not immediately extend his hand, there should not be a call. Finally he picked up the phone and heard what he subconsciously expected, what he was afraid of. And yet, Backstein's broken voice seemed unexpected. Russians in our trenches. They cut with knives. You hear? They cut with knives. War is war. But that hasn't happened yet. If the general had now the time and desire to take a closer look at his military career, he would remember that everything went surprisingly easily for him. The most difficult was the War of the 14th year, but Morgenstern captured it only by the edge, and even, thanks to the Almighty, on the Western Front. However, even now he remembered the Russian attack. In the morning it became known that the Zouaves, 3, was replaced by Russians from the Expeditionary Corps. And these Russians rose with hostility. Even now Morgenstern remembered the huge mustaches, grey overcoats, long bayonet stings. But that was a short episode. Like a bad dream. Which though it is remembered, but does not touch any more. Actions in Spain and this European war before Russia. Everything is surprisingly easy, almost bloodless. Military expeditions were like shooting at live targets. And now it's difficult. Even very difficult. Today is not the worst. Backstein has just reported that the Russian attack has stalled. Not a bad day at all. Of course, the goal was not achieved. But the Russians suffered great damage. They won't go at night. The soldiers in the trenches were also happy, thank God, they survived. They deserve rest and coffee. Pea soup with canned meat is poured into each pot, a portion of butter and jam are put in the lid. And coffee. How coffee smells today. In the dugout of non-commissioned officer Heinz Muller, they drank vodka, from there came the hoarse sounds of a harmonica, a familiar sentimental tune. The dreamy voice now rose, then fell and disappeared, longing for the distant, irrevocable. Like Lued, Lily Marlienne. Like ice, Lily Marlene. In the darkness, in a narrow trench passage, two soldiers are smoking, the lights of cigarettes are flashing. One said. Heinrich was stabbed with a bayonet. Their bayonets are thin and long. I saw the point come out of Heinrich's back. Another sighed. This is terrible. From the dugout came the dreary. Like ice, Lily Marlene. I wish I could hold that lily. Another soldier trampled on his cigarette butt and replied dreamily. I have a wide, wide bed at home. Oak, durable. More from my grandfather. And the wife. Do you know what kind of wife I have? You can lay across it. Comrade sighed. Across? Why? They fell silent. Above the parapet in the blackness of the night, the cold March wind rustled with last year's weeds, nearby someone cursed and sobbed in an undertone, mentioned shit and the devil, and in the dugout of non-commissioned officer Muller loudly and drunkenly demanded to the harmonica. Maria, give me your smile. I have bad dreams, Comrade assured. It's all over this summer. You know my wife. Not. I have bad dreams every night. Far away, a rocket took off, a machine gun roared briefly. And again everything was quiet. Ivan is tired too. The other did not answer. Because it became very quiet all around, no shot, no speaking, no songs. It was as if everyone had been overcome by a sudden sound sleep. All hid, listened. In France, we drank real Burgundy. It's better not to remember. It whipped on the ears, struck. Slip, and, as if caught in the throat. From above, from the darkness, earth fell, a living avalanche fell into the trenches. The tightness, someone else's, strong breathing, dull blows, a scream filled with horror. And a sharp command. Bay, rare clicks of pistol shots, hoarse wheezing and swearing. Death screams and groans. Night darkness and death over every head. Soldaten. And loud, cool. Forward Ried. As if awake, a harmonica squealed, and at the same moment a grenade exploded. Yellow fire darted askance, snatching unshaven faces and grey overcoats out of the darkness. Soldaten. The sky has collapsed. The earth has settled to the very underworld. Heavy shells covered, turned the second trench. General von Morgenstern himself turned the handle of the field telephone, angrily and persistently repeated call signs. Colonel Backstein did not answer. He lit a cigarette and ordered to be connected to the army headquarters. God, how he did not want to. But there was no other way out. And when I heard the voice of the commander, I thought that now it would fail. But he reported in detail. Gathered willpower to speak calmly. He had the courage to report everything as it is. And even thicken. Because the size of the failure will become visible only in the morning. Thought it was better. And there, come what may, General von Morgenstern was afraid, could not pronounce the word rout, but reported frankly gloomy. He said that Colonel Backstein, unfortunately, did not justify his hopes, but he, Morgenstern, blames only himself. He spoke emphatically strictly, making it clear that he did not expect indulgence and was ready to answer. He sat straight at the telephone, mournfully formed wrinkles on his thin face, and his eyes were inaccessible, and the staff, of course, believed that such a person could not be blamed. He did everything he could. The commander did not see his face, and he did not give a damn about emotions. He realized that the 500th Division, as such, no longer exists, that Morgenstern lost mediocrely. But the Russians will not develop a small success, most likely, they will gain a foothold in their positions. Maybe they will retreat to the main line. Defensive battles are ahead of them. General Zerdin will not spend his forces on private operations. The general was sitting at his desk, thin, stern, looking more like a scientist than a military man. He understood that this day was just a minor episode. The main thing would begin in a month. A week ago, at the celebration of the Day of Memory of Heroes, Hitler promised to destroy the Russian army this summer. Now the plan for the summer campaign was looming in detail. The main goal, the capture of the rich agricultural regions of eastern Ukraine and the Caucasian oil, can, however, become decisive only if the Soviet command uses a large number of troops for a stubborn defense in the south and loses them in the process. If the Russians keep the army, the seizure of territory could be disastrous. How will the summer campaign turn out? Of course, the Russians cannot fail to notice the German preparations. Wouldn't they want to forestall it? Even in winter, they sought to capture Kharkov with sweeping blows, in the north through Belgorod, in the south through Izium. South of Kharkov, the Russians broke through at the Seversky Donets on both sides of the Izium and advanced detachments almost reached Dnipropetrovsk. The crisis has been eliminated. However, in the section Slavyansk, Borvankovo, Lozovaya, Balaklia, west of the Seversky Donets, a very unpleasant ledge remained. From this ledge the Russians threaten the right flank of the army. How will the enemy behave? The Russians tend to stubbornly adhere to the once set goal. And this time? Will they go to Kharkov again? Will they meet the German offensive in a tough defense, or will they try to preempt the blow? And the 500th Division is just an episode. The main thing will begin only in a month. However, no one knew exactly what and how would happen next, neither Lieutenant Colonel Surovtsev, nor Army Commander Zerdin, nor others. Everyone was just guessing. More or less likely. Ultimately, everything depended on people who, on the night of March 30th, lay and sat in the mud in hastily dug trenches and cells, who walked sullenly and heavily, dragged themselves in the rain. And they wanted nothing but a dry place, a piece of bread and a hot pot cabbage soup. The 78th Infantry Division retreated to prepared positions. The Chief of Staff of the division, Lieutenant Colonel Surovtsev, strode laboriously, with the last of his strength, holding on to the britska with his hand and thinking that if he lost Dobrynin, he would not forgive himself until his death. And what could not let him in, give advice? In the britska lay a wounded lieutenant, the commander of a platoon of submachine gunners, who left with Dobrynin, and a shell-shocked regiment commander. Soldiers from the search group brought in Krutoy and reported that the regimental headquarters had been smashed by a direct hit. Nearby they found the murdered Private Alyoshin, the orderly of the division commander, and even who they are, you don't recognize. By the boot, by the trouser leg, you see, privates. Colonel Dobrynin was not found. Maybe it swept away. Because both the headquarters and the observation post were covered with shells. Everything can be. Surovtsev sent a second group. It's been 3 hours since I sent it, and no one has returned. Has it been killed? It was past midnight, it was dark, quiet, from above, from the blackness, tedious, cold rain oozed. Mud squelched and squelched under the feet of soldiers and horses. And the rider's voice, quiet, sleepy, indifferent. But oh. It looked like the fighter was urging the horses on so as not to fall asleep. He had been soaked for a long time and sat without moving, why should he cool off in vain? I knew that there were 2 commanders in the britska. I knew that the division was ordered to withdraw. He wiggled the reins, perplexed. Why is it, to leave? In vain. Not otherwise, the commanders were mistaken. Wow, what a day it was. 113th Regiment, they say, went ahead. The Germans, they say, piled on. And after that, to retreat? We should get up and stand, burrow into the ground and stand. And a day to stand, and a month, and more. Only here the riders are somehow ashamed. He is not sick and knows how to shoot, wow. Only it is necessary that the authorities order you to stand and not leave. As near Moscow last year, they became, rested and, the Sabbath. And then what is it, the 113th Regiment went, and the whole division, back. They would have warmed up for this on the collective farm. But oh. The horses snorted wearily, the britska crept quietly, softly, on every wheel of mud, it turns over with difficulty. On potholes, the britska collapsed, the ungreased wheels squealed dryly, something struck in the front end, rattling laxly. At this time, the rider heard a faint groan behind him. He pulled on the reins. And the horses went on just as smoothly, neither faster nor quieter. There were two in the britska, but only one was moaning. Maybe someone else is dead. Or take a look. What's the point? Look. The rider does not even distinguish his own knees. Only when he puffs on a cigarette does he see his twisted fingers and calloused palms. The horses are pulling the britska with all their last strength, shaking themselves every now and then. Ahead, from the sides, behind are the soldiers. It's hard, dejectedly. They pull their wet feet out of the mud, carry them, rearrange the pooed boots. Only when the foot goes down, gently sinks in the mud, it seems to be easier. For one moment. And again you have to pull. More and more. And the legs are poured with lead, the back flogs, and the wet overcoat stands in a box, heavy, iron. Both the tunic and the undershirt got wet and stuck. The belly is empty. They brought hot food 2 days ago, and what was in the duffel bags was eaten yesterday. Under a canopy now, on a dry straw. Yes, a pot of cabbage soup. Too ardently, but all around was only rain, a rifle and a bag on his shoulders. No canopy, no dry straw. In the whole wide world, a cold sticky night. A heavy mess underfoot and dull, unrelenting fatigue. Soldiers are coming. Whether they can, they can't. Because a combat order has been received. And so, slowly and stubbornly, they will go until the morning, or maybe they will go in the day. At a short halt, if they do not find a dry place, they will fall right into the mud. Behind them, the guns swelled again, dull and muffled. Like a wooden hammer into a wooden wall. And a long, narrow glow was seen to the side. Yes, a horizontal line. This strip reminded me that there is earth and sky. From time to time the strip swells, probably it burns there. But it is far, 20 kilometers. It churned up, and the glow brightened, rose higher. It calmed down a little. Then again the cannon rumble abruptly turned the night horizon, reared up, broke the heavy damp night. Vaughn. You won't kill, they'll kill you. I feel, the German is bypassing, said one. Look what's in there. Nearby they puffed on a cigarette. No, go yourself. Don't be angry. Don't think that I'm shy. Come around, we'll get through. The big stout fighter coughed with a cold. He won't climb on a night like this. Because he likes to fight carefully. That means the weather was clear and the road was good. So that there is coffee in the morning. And so that we fight carefully, loves. How not in their own way, so they start shaking their brains. Did you read it in a book? The soldier coughed again, was reading. Near Ternopil in the 14th year. From the side of the road came an angry command. 3rd Company, pull up. The one who fought near Ternopil grunted. Pull up, fucking louse. Someone sighed. Nowhere to go. The glow above the horizon either widened and rose, then disappeared. Now it arose and grew, then the distant gun roar settled down and died out. Maybe they really get around. The rider sat hunched over on the limber, urged the horses on with a cold voice, and indifferently thought that a lot of people were walking in the darkness, and no one knew where they were going. Nobody knows him, Mishka Grekhov from near Sevsk. Timofey Klykov was killed today. And Sanka Kamnev was killed. He, Grekhov Mishka, has a mother and sister Lyubka. They think about him and wait for letters. The bear knows, they think, they wait. But hundreds of people who need the dirt with boots and boots do not know him and do not think about him. And he doesn't think about them. But they also have a home and a family, and there, at home, they think about everyone with impatience and fear. It is hoped that they will return from the war alive. And they think about those who are now buried. Or they just left them. And those who are walking now in the rain, in the dark, tomorrow, maybe they will fall and never get up again. At home they will receive a terrible leaf, they will cry and kill themselves, and for some more time, not believing anyone or anything, they will talk about him as if they were alive, they will wait and warm themselves with the hope that everything is not true. Misha will return, speak, laugh and sit down at the table. But he will not return, he will not come. They will remember him for a long time, and they will talk about him less and less. Then they will name him only on occasion, by the way. They will say, ours was killed in March 42. Where? Somewhere under Izium. There is a village. Such a wonderful name, you can't pronounce it right away. I remembered everything, but now, avenged. And then they will talk about business, about a rich wedding on a neighboring collective farm, that Maria had 3 children at once and, thank God, they are all alive and well. And Godfather Mitrofan bought a thoroughbred heifer, and they will talk about him less and less. Then they will name him only on occasion, by the way. They will say, ours was killed in March 42. Where? Somewhere under Izium. There is a village. Such a wonderful name, you can't pronounce it right away. I remembered everything, but now, avenged. And then they will talk about business, about a rich wedding on a neighboring collective farm, that Maria had 3 children at once and, thank God, they are all alive and well. And Godfather Mitrofan bought a thoroughbred heifer, and they will talk about him less and less. Then they will name him only on occasion, by the way. They will say, ours was killed in March 42. Where? Somewhere under Izium. There is a village. Such a wonderful name, you can't pronounce it right away. I remembered everything, but now, avenged. And then they will talk about business, about a rich wedding on a neighboring collective farm, that Maria had 3 children at once and, thank God, they are all alive and well. And Godfather Mitrofan bought a thoroughbred heifer. Bought or not bought? Mishka shrugged his shoulders. Foo you, the devil. Maria in their village really gave birth to triplets the year before last, and Mitrofan bought a Kolmogori heifer. Wow, it creeps into my head. From the darkness shouted. Sins. Rider of sins. The bear heard, but did not respond. You go under such a mother. You can't put a third one anyway. He urged the horses, cursed, someone is sitting at home now. On holidays they will make loud speeches and brag about achievements, and in the end they will remember those who are not there, they will say good words about them. They fought heroically and died heroically. But they will say not at all and not at all. Because none of those who will speak, did not fight in this battle, did not then go through the night knee-deep in mud, in the rain, no one knows where. Mishka suddenly realized that he thought of himself as dead. Without shudder and fear. Just thinking. Because shrinking into a ball, not letting out heat and thinking about something is better than staring into the rain darkness. Maybe they won't get killed. Mishka will return home with orders, with triangles on his buttonholes. The buttonholes will be black, and they will have gold tanks on them. Thoughts did not reach Lieutenant Mishkina, but the foreman, why not? And why not be a tanker? He graduated from 7 classes and learned to be a diesel tractor driver. They took him to the tankers. But there were no cars, and Mishka became a driver. Maybe they will remember him and take him away. Show, can. And then hold on. Then he will return home with orders, they will look at him and envy him. Only, what to envy? After all, people will not know either this terrible day or this night. People who have not seen the war will envy and admire the feats, and they will say something completely different about it. Of course not. Mishka's heart is empty. It's not scary to die, to live to the foreman, to the orders, unrealizable far, they will kill 100 times. Once again. But it's better to think. At least about something. There was a dull and intermittent roar of the aircraft. He was tall and not afraid of anyone. Yes, hardly any one of those who with great difficulty walked along the washed out, sloppy road could be frightened of something. Mishka suddenly saw horse groats and soldiers who looked like mortally tired pilgrims. The same stooped figures, the same knapsacks over the shoulders. Hats are pulled over the very ears. Only the bats stick up. The wrecked truck on the side of the road, the horses, the soldiers, everything emerged from the darkness, took shape. Two men led the wounded by the arms, his neck and head were bandaged. Mishka even saw a rain muslin, the German hung up a lantern. Everyone understood that the German did it in vain, he only spent money because he would not see anything. The sky is low, swollen, and there is a cloudy spot on it, as if the full moon was breaking through. Nearby someone said without malice, "That's a dog," and laughed. The flare hung for 1 minute. And went out. It became dark again. Only the sap of horses, the dull clatter of wheels, and the squelching of many feet. They shouted ahead. Lieutenant Colonel Surovtsev. After a few minutes they stopped. Behind him, a truck wheezed and honked. In the distance, in the pitch darkness, tank engines hummed, rain rustled near his ear, and guns burped to the right and left, very far away. One ran past the column, bogged down in the mud, followed by another. This other, swallowing his own breath in haste, shouted in a strained and vicious voice. "Understand. Figure it out." But no one moved. Because no one knew how to understand and why to understand. On the road, on the side of the road stood soldiers, carts, cars. Behind, from the sides, cannons fired lazily, instant fog lightnings beat off the edge of the earth, and from above, from the top of the night, it sowed, poured. Understand. And again, not a single person moved, did not stir. Because everyone was up to themselves. Thoughts and desires did not go beyond their own fatigue and pain, beyond aching hunger. It looked like there was nothing alive in any of the people. For some reason they just stand, they don't fall. And the horses were exhausted, and the iron engines stalled powerlessly. There was a noise far ahead. And they quieted down. Then someone's broken voice. "Forward. Forward. At least stand still, take a breath. Go ahead." Someone cursed, powerlessly, sadly. Mud squelched, we set off. The back that was in front was gone. Behind piled up, pushed. "Troga I. What are you standing for? Drive." The mouse moved the reins. "But, go." Two people approached Mishka. One said, "Stop." Trr. Mishka guessed his foreman. "I was delighted, I thought they killed me this day. Though a bastard foreman, it's good that he's alive." With him is another stranger, in a helmet. In the darkness, Mishka saw a hand in bandages. "Three are not allowed," said Mishka. "They don't take horses." The foreman asked. "Sins, do you know the machine gun?" "And what? I'm asking you, do you know or don't you know?" "I had to. Go to Ovcharenko. Second number." Bear of Tears turned to a short man in a helmet. "Have you seen horses?" He didn't answer. He walked around the cart, put his hand under the clamps. The bear decided, he understands. The undersized soldier struck matches for a long time. When the light lit up, Mishka saw an overgrown thin face under the helmet. I heard an unexpectedly thick bass. "Where would you like to take it?" "In the sandbat." "Go further and ask. They will indicate there. There is. Maybe you'll see Malakanov there, the mortar man." "Volodya Malakanov. You do not know. So if you see it, say hi." They say, "So and so, we are fighting little by little." The foreman paused, thought, then hurried. "He was wounded yesterday. Hard. If it is not alive, then it means that nothing is needed." The rider chuckled. But he answered in a statutory way. "There is." Only now Mishka finally realized that he was no longer a driver. Not happy and not upset. Asked. "Where is he, Ovcharenko?" The foreman wrapped up a long swear word. Mishka straightened his rifle, stuffed the corners of his overcoat into his pockets. And he went along with everyone. He suddenly noticed that the night had thinned. And although it was still drizzling, the guns were thumping and it was impossible to see a neighbor, my soul became lighter. Behind someone said. It drizzles and drizzles. That's an infection. The bear touched the tall soldier with his shoulder and asked. Do you know where the machine gunner Ovcharenko is? The soldier didn't answer. Behind said. It drizzles and drizzles. The bear saw the beam. And a bare bush. I saw that the soldier who was walking in front did not have a strap and the floor of his overcoat was torn off. I saw rare bayonets. Dawn broke. Mishka again asked about the machine gunner Ovcharenko. And suddenly he saw that the big, tall soldier had sunken cheeks that had not been shaved for a long time, and his eyes had sunken in, as if there were no eyes. Do you have any bread? The soldier asked. The bear was suddenly frightened of something, hastily took off his duffel bag, took out a piece of bread. Fumbled some more. But I didn't find anything else. The bread was wet, the crust was slick. Bear broke in half. Eat. He quickly ate his piece, said quietly. Thanks. Mishka wanted to ask the tall soldier about something. It must be because he was sociable by nature, but you can't talk in the Britska, and during the night he didn't exchange a single word with anyone. But for some reason he was shy. The tall one rummaged through his pockets, he must have been looking for rubble. But I didn't find it. He threw the rifle over his other shoulder, said. Anguish. And he sighed, shortly, softly. It seemed to Mishka, carefully. It was as if a soldier was afraid to miss a cannon shot, or how it rustles, the March rain is sown. Bear moved his shoulders to drive away the dampness. But he didn't drive away. Calming either himself or his neighbor, he said. Nothing, we'll be there soon. He did not know where they were going or when they would arrive. But he repeated. Let's come. There was a tankette on the side of the road. Probably headquarters. People crowded around her. And they examined something, shown with a pocket torch. Must be a map. Commanders, that is. Why, a map? Look, don't look. The chief of staff of the division, Lieutenant Colonel Seleznev, stood at attention in front of the commander. But no matter how straight he stood stooped, reporting dully, almost without a voice. The 313th Regiment was reduced to a battalion. In the 113th, the losses are insignificant, he covers the retreat. The division completed the task. Zerdin shook his head. So. He stood tall, lean, his eyes looked cold and hard. Yes, Zerdin repeated. He paused, then added softly, as if reminding himself, they didn't find Dobrynin, then. Surovtsev hid his chin in his home scarf. Not found, comrade commander. Dropped his shoulders. He became shorter, very small and frail. He spoke hoarsely without raising his head. I have been in the army for 30 years. All these years I dreamed of such a commander. And Zerdin, as if imbued with the severe sadness of the little lieutenant colonel and at the same time filled with vexation, said. You don't know him. The lieutenant colonel tossed his head in dismay. The eyes were determined, unyielding. I think, comrade commander, to know a person, it is not necessary to eat salt. Zerdin agreed. Not necessary. Only, if he had survived, he would have removed the sleeper from him. Surovtsev staggered forward. We know how to take off sleepers, he said stifledly. Then we hastened to make a general out of a lieutenant. We have rich experience. Zerdin looked surprised. That's what you are. And it was impossible to understand whether he approved or condemned. For a minute they stood opposite each other, listening to the steady rumble of artillery. Surovtsev said. I will write to Dobrynin's wife. Zerdin shook his head. I myself. He lowered his eyes and added softly, he's my friend, after all. Chapter 5. Dobrynin felt the wind pull over his face. And the earth trembles and moves. Where is he? There was nothing in memory. Everything is gone and forgotten. Yeah, there's a buzzing, heaping a tank. A long gun is looking straight at him. I remembered. Just when was it? A big, strong man with a grenade in his hand rose to meet the tank. And then he fell down. But where was it, when? Smoke billowed from the broken tank. This smoke covered everything again. At the end of the night, Dobrynin woke up again. Slowly and timidly, not trusting himself, he began to remember. A lieutenant colonel with a scarf around his neck, a lieutenant with desperate eyes. Then a half-filled trench. And the tank. Tracks flashed, ran back, all the way back. And the gun aimed at the eyes. But to remember what happened next, the steel roar prevented. He drowned out the sounds, drove away the thoughts. He came to his senses, it seems, because it became cold and damp. Above it was black, and next to it, from the sides, it was even blacker. Cold water oozed from above, a soft rustle was heard. I realized that it was raining. Suddenly he remembered absolutely everything, Lieutenant Colonel Surovtsev, and even the polished boots of Lieutenant Verigin. I remembered how Captain Ivashchenko fell, the weight of an anti-tank grenade in his hand. Now, rainy black night and distant, as if on the edge of the earth, cannonade. Now one. For a long time he lay without moving, thinking what had become of the division. It was clear that the 313th Regiment was no longer on the defensive. And if all that he remembers was the last resistance and the division could not resist or was ordered to withdraw, he, Colonel Dobrynin, remained in the German rear. But how long has it been? If the night is running out, 10 hours have passed. What to do? At some point, Colonel Dobrynin heard voices. But everything is gone. What is it? Imagined. He was never particularly afraid of death. Perhaps because he had long ago become accustomed to the idea that he would end his life on the battlefield. Never thought to fall into the hands of the enemy. It always seemed to get or not, depends only on him. And here he lies, helpless, motionless. Footsteps sounded nearby. Getting closer. I wanted to turn around more comfortably, but my arms and legs were alien, they didn't move. Maybe the Germans. Steps very close, something heavily plopped down, fell. And with joy, which he had never experienced in his life, he heard an evil, soft voice. Your mother and Pertak. There. Dobrynin wanted to shout. But it didn't work, he just groaned muffled and powerless. A little further away, another voice. Kubrikov, what is there? Next they said. We are looking, and we will find, living Germans. There. After all, theirs. Stretched forward. Tempered arrows painfully pierced to the very middle. The fiery lightning flashed and went out. It became black and muffled, no gun rumble, no rain, no voices. When I regained consciousness again, it was still night and the rain was still losing. He lay on his back, probably the rain and brought him back to consciousness. My head hurt unbearably, wounded or shell-shocked. Touched his head, the other hand moved too. No, not injured. Fearing that his hands would be removed, he stretched them forward. He turned on his side, bending his knees with great effort. Fearing to lose consciousness, he got up on all fours. The body was weak, trembling, the head was splitting. Sticking his hands and knees in the mud, he got out of the funnel. In the direction where the cannons were firing, I saw a long yellow glow. And it was quiet and black all around, just the faint sound of rain. Where? And how? For a long time he gathered his strength, could not catch his breath, alone. The Germans will find him. He touched his belt, the gun was in place. Yeah. My heart felt lighter. He got back on all fours and crawled again. I stumbled upon a man. A helmet and a wet overcoat. Comrade, comrade, the soldier slowed down with weak hands. Comrade. He crawled around the dead man. Where, which way? The cannon rumble became clearer, a bluish moon peeped through. I saw a funnel right in front of me. And next to her killed. They lay densely, heaped up, as if they deliberately tried to fall under a shell. Overcoming weakness and apathy, crawled on. He bumped into something, fell into pits, then crawled out. He dropped his head to the ground and rested. When he heard the roar of an automobile engine, for some reason he regretted that he did not have a rifle. But the rifle soon caught him, and he, leaning on it, got up. Stepped over with wadded feet. In the pitch darkness, he could not see anything. He hoped that he was going east. The trenches served as a guide. From time to time he sank to the ground, into the mud. Before my eyes, like an obsession, stood a wizened lieutenant colonel with gray hair, in a homemade scarf. The lieutenant colonel held the telephone receiver, spoke indistinct words in an angry voice. He found calmness, and he, surrendering to the desire to rest, fell into oblivion. He lay in the rain, saw the Arbat in Manasnaya Square, walked along Vorovsky Street. Then he turned into a quiet lane. It was really quiet and very peaceful, this lane. Even the children lived there quiet, wonderfully well-mannered. The exception was Kostya. He was intractable, noisy, everything worked out for him not like other children, everything was the other way around. He was an indispensable participant, and more often, the ringleader of school stories, which ended with a call to the parents and a home conversation in earnest. Kostya studied unevenly, it happened that he brought bad grades. He showed the diary, explained indifferently, the lesson was uninteresting. Mother was worried, Kostya twitched his shoulder, tomorrow I will bring an excellent mark. Please. Ivan Stepanovich was worried about something else, his son, it seems, had no friends. Either he considered himself superior to his peers, or he simply did not find anything in common with them. He was truly friends with the artist Klebnikov. Mikhail Nikolaevich lived on the floor above, lonely and withdrawn, in a small neglected apartment. Artists often gathered at the Dobrynin's, there were artists. Sometimes Michael was invited. Nikolaevich. Or rather, invited Kostya. He recalled his mother and asked, "Will I call?" The mother knew what he was asking for. She recollected herself, nodded, her face became guilty, of course, of course. I just wanted to ask you. Kostya ran up to Mikhail Nikolaevich and invited him, pulled him to him. He came, shy and inconspicuous, with the same album in his hands. He painted at home, on the street, in the train. At the Dobrynin's, he also painted. He came, quietly greeted, sat down on the sidelines and opened the album. They got used to it. How they get used to the chest, which, although not needed, but without which it will be somehow wrong. Klebnikov was remarkably average, from his shoes to his voice. Only the eyes, if you look closely, always rejoiced at something. Moreover, the lips are small, sharply defined. The lips looked like a woman's, did not go to his face. Klebnikov was of average height and broad in the shoulders. A short haircut, shoulders and a simple, muzhik face made him look like a boxer or a loader. Once one of the actors, admittedly an observant, intelligent person, said, not knowing that the artist would put his head on the chopping block, that you are an ex-boxing champion. And, pleased with himself, he laughed out loud. Others laughed too. Mikhail Nikolaevich looked up from the album and thought for a long time. It looked like he was about to say defiantly and loudly. Everyone fell silent. And Mikhail Nikolaevich smiled shyly. Becoming an ex is not so bad. Worse, when there was nothing and nothing will be. He paused, apparently deciding that he had answered clearly enough. But the actor did not understand, he laughed, as if on stage. You have the rarest self-criticism, dear Mikhail Nikolaevich. Oh God! He looked around, calling for fun. But everyone was just embarrassed. Klebnikov closed the album and smiled condescendingly. It is better to make a conclusion about a person after his death. Because every person can do a lot. And no one knows when and what he will do, he thought, adding quietly, the exception is fools. The usual course of the evening was disrupted. Only Ivan Stepanovich was satisfied. He said to his wife, "What a delight this Klebnikov is." Maria did not answer, she did not know whether Klebnikov was a good man or a bad one. They studied together at the academy. Mikhail was considered a talented graphic artist. Student years passed, Klebnikov remained a talented student, something prevented him from rising. He married unsuccessfully, but for several years he lived alone and closed. On the eve of the war, he was honored with a solo exhibition. But the exhibition passed unnoticed. Several faceless information was printed in the newspapers. In a 5-minute radio broadcast they hurriedly told how much the pencil of Mikhail Klebnikov had grown stronger, how subtly the artist feels, how boldly and deeply penetrates. In conclusion, they assured that Klebnikov still had everything ahead. The last words sounded doubtful. And Mikhail Nikolaevich was delighted. "You don't know who this Shmakov is?" He said everything very correctly. I draw. Do you understand? Everything is not right. And, not so. I don't draw mine. They were sitting in a semi-dark, untidy apartment together. Arbat twilight shone blue outside the window, heated asphalt and maple trees wafted through the open window. Ivan Stepanovich thought, it's hard to be alone. Thought, mentally said goodbye. It was the third day of the war. Dobrynin filed a report with a request to be sent to the army. I came home, went up to Mikhail Nikolaevich. I don't draw my own, Klebnikov repeated. A person must search, Dobrynin said then. But you can't search all your life. Yes, Klebnikov got up briskly from his chair, exactly. You can't search all your life. He walked around the room, stopped next to him. And all around lay drawings, paper, books. In the corner stood an easel with an unfinished canvas. He threw up his hand and said in a solemnly joyful voice, but an artist has been looking all his life. Do you understand? All life. Stop talking. And the hands remained thrown up, as if calling inaccessibility itself as witnesses. Then he spoke quietly, cautiously, as if he was afraid that some villain would hear and destroy everything. I think I found it. Do you understand? Found. Mikhail Nikolaevich grabbed a large album and flipped the switch. At that very moment, a loud cry came from the street. Hey, on the 3rd floor. Turn off the light. Then came the 3rd day of the war. And now Dobrynin lay shell-shocked, broken, exhausted. There were bushes, and behind them, a forest. Ivan Stepanovich was wet, he was shaking cold, but the pain was less, his head became clearer, brighter, as if rainwater had washed him through and through. Colonel Dobrynin looked around again. A rifle was lying next to it, there was not a single cartridge in it. He relied on this very rifle. When he walked, he determined that he was moving correctly, to the east. The most important thing now is to get to the bushes, to the forest. He felt hungry, remembered that he had eaten a long time ago, at General Zerdin's. The most important thing was to get to the forest and eat. Then everything will be better. He just had to walk. He suddenly decided, it would become both warm and clear in the forest. Again he got up and walked, leaning on his rifle. At the nearest bush I rested. I watched the raindrops run down the red leaves. The wet forest was seen as heavy, tired, no shooting, no people. Only dawn all around, quiet rain and the calm smell of a thawed forest. There seems to be no war. As if the buoys are lit with the father, tomorrow they promised the first steamer. Navigation start. They lit it, went out to the steeply furious coast, looked at the severe Volga, sandbanks, bright fast lanes, poplar forest. Native, own. Take it all away and you won't be able to live. And now they're taking it away. The smell of the forest reminded me of relatives, of my own. I felt the firmament in my legs, rearranged the rifle, stepped towards another bush. Verist yes. Banged on the head, the Germans. He fell, pressed himself to the ground, pawed at the gun. And above the damp, fragrant earth, only the rain's sticky whisper. Maybe it seemed like a dream. Where did the voice come from? There are bushes ahead, a forest behind them. He glanced to the side, a clean place, no one was visible. So ahead. Nothing, he will have time, the pistol is full of clips. A gun in his hand, in front of his eyes. Maybe it's still messed up. Ivan Stepanovich no longer felt damp, cold, or pain. He only listened. And waited. Thought, damn. Raised his head. Who is this? Well, yes. I felt the iron roughness of a pistol in my hand. An absurd thought slipped through, pistols are given to commanders so that they don't give up. Raised on elbow. I am Colonel Dobrynin. What kind of bastard are you? Waited, now whip. But then I realized that they would try to take him alive. Lying, waiting. The hand with the gun was trembling. Or maybe you should not wait. Why waste your chance? The bush ahead staggered. Comrade Colonel. Comrade Colonel. A short little man jumped out into the open, an overcoat to the knees, windings, a cap on the very ears. Ivan Stepanovich raised his pistol. Comrade Colonel. The fighter ran straight ahead, holding the rifle awkwardly, at the very bayonet. He was not going to shoot. Mine. I believed and did not believe. The fighter ran up, his face was sharp, unshaven. He ran and got down on his knees. For some reason, he pulled his cap off his head, and Dobrynin saw frightened eyes. Both the overcoat and the rifle did not go to him, they did not cling to him. It is not clear why he pulled the cap off his head. Probably out of kindness. He would like a wide-brimmed straw hat and a shepherd's whip. Comrade Colonel, the fighter repeated in fright and hesitantly held out his hands. A second man appeared from behind the bushes, wearing a helmet and raincoat, wearing glasses, and carrying a German machine gun. The face is clean, all neat. The little soldier looked back at him in fright, grabbed Dobrynin by the arm. Comrade Colonel, a cold awl poked under the spoon, no one will know, neither Zertin, nor Surovtsev. The son will not know. Colonel Dobrynin raised his pistol. But no. He just wanted to pick it up. The little soldier grabbed his hand. Much of what happened next fell out of his memory, as if blown away by a black wind, washed away by cold rain. Separate moments, episodes stood in front of him incredibly brightly. A tank with a black cross on its frontal armor was buzzing, a cannon was turning. Damp dawn and an evil shout, Verist yes. And people in Russian raincoats, in Russian helmets and windings. Someone shouted. Comrade Colonel. Comrade Colonel. I wanted to and could not gather my thoughts in any way, everything was floating, spreading, and there was no strength to tie together words, sensations, sounds. It came dreary, sober, here it is, shell shock. The rain had ceased, the surroundings became clearer, brighter, not a single shot was heard, as if everything was damp and softened, exhausted, leaning against the exhausted earth. Dobrynin still did not believe. They said angrily. Comrade Colonel, we are from the 78th, from your division. After these words, cold oblivion again covered. But all the same, he heard voices, his own, Russians, I guessed one, the angry one, that he said about the 78th. I remembered, Semyon Koblov. Chauffeur. Sitting next to each other in the cockpit. From this it became completely calm, as if he was sure that the bad would not return. He finally came to his senses by the fire. It was still raining. The fighters were sitting around and dejectedly silent. The three covered themselves with a spotted cape. She vividly reminded Ivan Stepanovich of a tank that was heading straight for him. And the fighters had German machine guns. One said. No, hot is bad. 2 days. Another spat. It's good to force you. Go to the Germans, they say, I want hot. And again they sat in silence. Everyone was sitting, and Dobrynin was lying. A fighter approached, tall, broad in the shoulders, in large boots. On each boot, a pood of dirt. He awkwardly bent down, dumped an armful of small dead wood near the fire, said. The truck got stuck on the package. If they don't pull it out before dark, we'll get drunk. It was Semyon Koblov, as calm and confident as then, in the cab of his lawn, and the fighter, who wanted hot, straightened the fire with a burnt stick, complained to the fire. Germans, what? I'm not afraid of the Germans, I'm afraid of my own. He threw his wand into the fire and raised his head. Dobrynin saw a bony, unshaven face, narrow, angry eyes. It's a shame, you know. He voluntarily left for the war, left his wife, children, mother ill. Well, he left. From Przemysl himself, consider, I stomp. A week ago, I don't know what happened. Well, tanks. So much has happened. And then, Srabble. I don't remember anything. Completely bounced off. I came to my senses near the headquarters of the regiment. I flogged 3 versts, which means out of fear. By God, I'm not lying. The soldier looked to the right, to the left, apparently expecting laughter. But no one laughed. All were quiet, silent. That means. There were 7 of us like that. In a hurry, the tribunal. However, nothing. Taking into account the old merits, Koblov saw that the colonel had come to his senses, stepped towards him, knelt down. Dobrynin asked. Where are we? We're going to our own, behind the front. And the soldier who had been under the tribunal sighed. Let's go, but where will we go? We've been going for the 2nd day, Koblov explained. Where does it hurt? And, without waiting for an answer, he hurried, we, comrade colonel, are saving a bottle of cognac for you. The guys over there said, French, looked around, angrily threw over his shoulder, Ignatiev, come on, what do you have? Ignatiev held out a duffel bag, said to the side. There were 7, only 1 left. You and me, said Koblov. Yes, here's another. How so, 1? No, Ignatiev drooped, you are another matter. Dobrynin felt cold. Said. Throw wood. Koblov shook his head. It is forbidden. The Germans are half a mile away. Only now did Ivan Stepanovich see that they were in a shallow gully. One side is gently sloping, overgrown with weeds, covered with bare bushes, the other, steeply furious, covered in landslides of wet clay. A cloudy sky is overhead. Low, cold, fell right on the face. You, Koblov, are another article, Ignatiev sighed. Well, let's go out to our people. Immediately, who are they, where were they, went? What about you all? And I'm a coward, someone angrily said. Stop it, I'll kick your ass. And hit it. The fighter was stooped, bow-legged, with long sinewy arms. The jersey was worn out in the mud, the sleeves seemed to be cut off, the tassels stuck out so far, wide, reddened from the cold. From under the cape they said. We won't die before death. And in vain you are all they will figure it out. Ignatiev waved his hand. Wait, they will figure it out. If we take out the division commander and intercede. Semyon Koblov, either agreeing or reassuring, assured. We'll take it out. On a dark windy night, they left the parking lot. A German truck was burning behind. The stretcher swayed evenly, monotonously. Ivan Stepanovich either saw the silhouettes of soldiers, barely distinguishable clouds in the moonlight, then again everything disappeared, no steps, no soldiers, no damp sky. Either he dozed off, or lost consciousness again. Then they hung over his head. The sun was dim, and shots rang out all around. Someone shook his shoulder, hurried, wheezed right in the face. They want to be alive. Take a gun. There were 5 left. They lay in a large funnel. At the bottom, the water seized with morning ice. Ivan Stepanovich reached up, to the very edge, and was surprised, the Germans were walking so close and so densely. From all sides. Badges could be discerned. The Germans fired their machine guns, nearby someone growled hoarsely. Our guys S. And yet, calmly, soberly. Don't touch the last grenade, Ignatiev said. I'll blow it up. A shell burst among the attackers. Scattered, smashed. Another gap and another. The Germans lay down. But then they rose, together, eerily close. One without a helmet, with blonde wheat hair, as in the picture, grew up at the edge of the funnel. Dobrynin fired his pistol, coolly, almost indifferently. And Semyon Koblov rose, big, powerful. He swung and hacked. Ivan Stepanovich raised his pistol again, then someone shouted loudly and incomprehensibly into my ear. Semyon Koblov has blood on his face, his jersey is torn. And the hands, big, strong hands, are also covered in blood. He squeezes a soldier's shovel, looks ahead of him with glassy eyes. Koblov's lips move. But nothing can be heard. Maybe because shells are exploding all around. A short cutting whistle and, ah-h. The clods of earth fall into the funnel, flopping. The dead lie nearby. Germans. One slipped into a funnel, head on the ice. Faced with the killed foreman. Head to head. Rested. As if the dead are trying to overcome each other. And around the funnel, the Germans. Why, look what the artillery is doing. Understood, our artillery. But there was no joy. He could no longer be either happy or frightened. Semyon Koblov sat, did not move, and Ignatiev quickly stuffed the magazine of the German machine gun with cartridges. The gaps began to thin, move away, then it became quiet. Ignatiev knelt down, looked around, said in a dull, mortally tired voice. And we piled them, nothing. They piled up in order. He laughed and coughed through his dry throat. He suddenly stretched higher, even higher. He shook his head in a dazed way and jumped up, waved his arms, yelled, hoarsely. Guys S. Guys I. Dobrynin could not believe it, he could not, was unable to believe that they had reached, remained alive, that the people who were running to them were their own guys. Shouted Ignatiev. Yes, Lord. Two soldiers ran up, to Dobrynin they seemed clean and well-groomed. One asked. Did you scratch it? And the other looked around. Wow. Semyon Koblov looked at his bloodied hands. Ignatiev, as if remembering his recent fears, hurried. Here, commander of the 78th Division. Colonel. We carry on ourselves. The soldier was surprised again, only quite quietly, timidly. Yeah. Both began to fumble in their pockets. Then two more came. And they were surprised too. And Ignatiev was silent. At first he kept talking, in a hurry to tell, and then fell silent, sat down next to Koblov, obediently buried his head in his shoulders. It seems that Semyon only now realized that he was surrounded by his own people, that the front line was left behind. However, he was not surprised. Asked. Do you have any bread? An artillery captain came, angry, with a bandaged hand. Who are they? He asked. The soldier, hurriedly looking from the captain to Dobrynin and back, hurried uncertainly. Yes, they say. Colonel. Like a division commander. He paused, shrugged his shoulders. There, who knows them? The captain narrowed his eyes. Semyon Koblov ate bread greedily, and Ignatiev stood silent, as if waiting for a blow. All three to the intelligence department, the captain ordered. And when one of the soldiers said, yes, he added, look. Ignatiev stooped, became like an old man. Then he bent down and said muffledly, as if saying goodbye. Comrade Colonel. Then again I vaguely remembered, porridge from the camp kitchen, strong, only from repair, soldiers' boots. And an impatient commanding voice behind the door. What kind of colonel is this? Unbearably, to blackness in the eyes, a headache. In a soldier's, in a clean one, he lay in a warm hut, on a trestle bed, the bayonet of a sentry staggered outside the window. What is this, an arrest? The next day a young lieutenant colonel came, examined the documents for a long time, and asked. What's your last name? The heat came up to the very throat. Inform Commander Zerdin. About what? The lieutenant colonel asked quietly. Dobrynin felt himself filled with rage. I will not tolerate rudeness. The door opened and three people entered. General Zerdin seemed even taller, his face fixed and angry. Ivan Stepanovich did not know others. Zerdin stopped by the table, as if a blind man had stumbled upon a wall. Ivan, as if still not believing, he took a step back. Then he lifted him by the shoulders, shook him, laughed softly, joyfully, somehow at home. Ivan. A few minutes later they were driving closely in a passenger car, then Ivan Stepanovich descended into the headquarters dugout, and sentries famously held rifles, on guard. An electric light burned dimly, the telephone operator repeated call signs, and Lieutenant Colonel Surovtsev stood at attention. Around the neck is a scarf. As then, a short man with a bandaged head stepped forward. Piercing blue shy eyes looked at Dobrynin. Regimental Commissar Zabelin. The colonel held out his hand, and Dobrynin could not tear himself away from his blue eyes. A childish innocence and purity lived in them, only the commissar's hair was grey. I noticed a slight stutter, bearing, sleepers, on the buttonholes, I saw a minute later. Thought, my right hand. German artillery fired in the same way, earth fell from the ceiling. Everything is like that day. Well, then, we will fight. General Paulus leafed through, fluently read intelligence reports, not the slightest movement was reflected on his face. Without looking up from his papers, without raising his head, he asked. Lieutenant General Zerdin of Russian origin. The adjutant, Colonel Adam, bowed politely. Yes, Sir General. Russian, and smiled almost imperceptibly, pure blood. So, Paulus lifted his head and looked at Colonel Adam intently. Well, the first adjutant of the army can afford a jocular tone. Can you tell me what is going on in the 78th Russian Division? Surovtsev replaced Colonel Dobrynin, and a few days later Dobrynin turned out to be the division commander again. What does this mean? But only Dobrynin himself could tell about this. Of course, General Paulus did not ask out of idle curiosity, he wanted to know the enemy better. Before him lay the directive he had just received. The Führer and Supreme Commander. April 5, 42. Owls. Secret. The general idea. Operations. Aviation. Navy. General Paulus read the directive several times. He almost studied her. And yet he was drawn again and again to bold typographical lines. The purpose is to finally destroy the powers still at the Soviets' possibility and to deprive them, to the extent possibility, of the most important military and economic centers. To make a breakthrough to the Caucasus on the south flank of the front. In any case it is necessary to attempt to reach Stalingrad or at least expose it to our heavy weapons so it lose its significance as a center of military industry and a communication hub. It cannot be said that this directive was news to the commander of the German Sixth Army. Even before that, he knew the intentions and goals of the High Command. Now it's official. Paulus ran his eyes over the lines of the directive again and again. He read, saw and heard Hitler. I appreciated and appreciate Field Marshal von Reichenau. But he had serious shortcomings. I hope that in the upcoming summer campaign you will not make the same miscalculations that the late Field Marshal made. I hope we will understand each other. The conversation took place 2 weeks ago. Hitler demanded unconditional obedience. In this case, I could not demand, because it was the principle of Paulus himself. Without this, he could not imagine an army, war, and, ultimately, victory. That's just not imagined Hitler in the role of commander-in-chief. Although he understood that after the failure near Moscow, this was the only measure that could raise faith and spirit at the front and in the rear. It was the right move. But only political. She's not enough. Successful warfare requires not only political authority, but also military talent. Field Marshal von Brauchitsch is undoubtedly talented. Hitler removed him, took over the main role. And what will happen next? Lieutenant General Paulus was an opponent of political and military adventures, but the events of recent years broke his usual ideas, made him doubt himself. Maybe adventure in the usual sense has ceased to be adventure now. And Hitler also said, we will end the war with Russia with a summer campaign. I have a grand plan. The Russians will be powerless. The loss of Iranian oil will bring the British to their knees. America will cease to play the role of a great power. We just have to lend a hand. At war with the whole world. To a silent question, Hitler replied, "Yes, my dear Paulus. The only way. One goal and one exit. For Germany, there is no middle ground in this war." Paulus felt that disbelief touched Hitler too. So why put everything on the line? Hitler held out his hand. Suddenly. Like so much of what he did. Wide-open eyes looked and seemed to see nothing. They shone dimly inanimate chill. Paulus suddenly wished Hitler would say no more. It would be nice to forget this conversation, as if it never happened. The head of state could not say like this. The human mind will not allow to pronounce these words. As if sensing the general's dismay, Hitler added, "We have only one way out, take it. Otherwise, we will lose everything." He was not ashamed of his words, he was not afraid of revelation, because he spoke to a person who was an accomplice in his deeds. It was their common cause, starting with the idea. Hitler's eyes flashed, brightened. He smiled and shook hands. The palm is soft and sweaty. Paulus looked at Hitler and realized that he was tired. There were dewdrops of sweat on his forehead, his nose turned white, dark semicircles became more clearly visible under his eyes. It became uncomfortable and scary. Trying to object to himself, to calm down, General Paulus grabbed the idea that maybe Germany needed just such a. For the umpteenth time, Paulus overcame himself. But in the soul remained, lurked dreary bewilderment. It was scary to look ahead. Even if there is luck, access to the Volga will not determine the end of the war. Where is the end? I didn't want to think any further. Because what happened next was terrible. The war went beyond military thinking. India, Iran. There was no end. And this meant that defeat, a catastrophe, could be closer than any assumptions. I thought with horror that the victories of the Germans were nothing but steps towards destruction. The closest and easiest way out was not to think. Just believe. All Germany believes. Because it's easier that way. Is it that the whole of Germany rests on a great lie? The general propped his head on his fists and said in a barely audible voice. "Oh my God." Colonel Adam stepped towards the table. "Mr. General, are you ill?" Paulus raised his head, shook it, and threw away the heavy thoughts. He turned to the adjutant. "I would like to know how the Russians will behave." Chapter 6. Dobrynin was sitting in a spacious, clean room, waiting for the regimental commanders to spin. The April sun looked out the window, the owner was talking to himself in the hallway. Recently, the old man buried his old woman in the backyard. He planed with his own hands, knocked together a cross and began to talk to himself. "The hut is not a staff hut, I just didn't want to hold a meeting in a dugout. I knew, everyone missed the warmth and the sun, everyone wants home comfort. At least for an hour. I decided to please my commanders. It was quiet on the front line, the artillery was silent, the upper room was filled with dazzling light, and the samovar rustled in the hallway. And today my head almost didn't hurt, and I received a letter from my son. Kostya wrote that his mother works as a machine tool. It has been working since autumn. She dug trenches near Moscow, built street barricades. At the meeting, he did not say, but now he wrote. And he also wrote how scared they were in November, when they received a notice that they were missing. No matter how hard Dobrynin tried, he could not imagine his wife as a machine tool. Maria understood everything, it turned out that she can do anything. But he can't imagine it in any way. So, he didn't understand her. So, guilty. Himself to blame. In recent days, I have been thinking more and more about my wife, about how awkward life was. And the more I thought, the better I saw her. Withdrawn, quarrels and scandals almost forgotten, her devotion to art remained in memory. He saw the thoughtful, sad eyes of his wife, heard a quiet voice. Maria looked at the world through the eyes of an artist. Now it's clear and understandable. The main thing is that everyone is doing the same thing. That's just certain puzzled. This morning, poorly concealing his displeasure, the commander said that an offensive was possible. The army relied on a tough defense in the hope of maintaining its strength, and suddenly, an offensive. Like snow on the head. Zerdin spoke sparingly and evilly. He did not say a word about his attitude to the offensive, but it was not difficult to understand. Everyone was accustomed to the idea that the summer campaign of the second year of the war would be defensive. Offensive operations could be very limited in order to improve positions. The army fought just such battles. And suddenly, here you go. It seems that Zerdin himself did not know about the true dimensions of a possible offensive, but, whatever it may be, a radical change in the situation cannot be achieved. Because there were not sufficient prerequisites. Dobrynin also understood this. On the scale of a war and even one summer campaign, the offensive will remain just an episode. What is the point of achieving private success at the cost of losses, the magnitude of which is not yet foreseeable, and the Germans are suspiciously quiet? They attack in some areas. But the desire to develop success is not felt. So, they're groping. Getting ready. Maybe this is where they will strike their main blow. Dobrynin looked at the tattered map. He frowned. In January they tried to take Kharkov. At the Seversky Donets, south of Kharkov, advanced detachments broke through, almost reaching the Dnieper in the Dnipropetrovsk region. But the breakthrough was intercepted and localized. There was a ledge 100 kilometers deep. And now? A new attempt to take Kharkov? Colonel Dobrynin looked at the map. Here they are, the remnants of the January success, a ledge to the west, at the very base of Izium and Balaklia, in the center of the ledge, Lozovaya and Barvankovo. Directly in front of the ledge, the 17th German Army, to the north, to Belgorod, is the 6th. The front in front of the 6th Army is straight, as if on a ruler. The new commander, Lieutenant General Friedrich Paulus, is smart and accurate. However, he had never commanded anyone before. He held high positions, but did not command. How to evaluate his appointment? Colonel Dobrynin knew nothing more about Paulus, just as Zerdin did not know either. It was not difficult to understand, however, that the command of the best, most equipped and combat-ready army in the German ground forces was handed over to a worthy man. The involuntary thought came that the army was assigned a big role. Yes, and the configuration of the front. If the Germans set out to attack this sector with the forces of the same 6th Army, they will first cut off this front umbilical cord. And if our offensive is supposed to be in this sector and ends in failure, there were too many ifs in Colonel Dobrynin's quick and confused thoughts. It is only clear that the Germans are either ready to meet the Russian offensive in this sector, or they themselves intend to attack. At the last meeting at the headquarters of the front, Zerdin said, "I'm against the attack. There is no complete data on the enemy, the goals of the German command for the summer remain unclear. It makes no sense to spend forces and resources on private offensive operations. There are still many wars, forces must be preserved. Of course, I will follow orders. However, I remain unconvinced and, if the opportunity presents itself, I will express my opinion in Moscow." Colonel Dobrynin did not know about this conversation. Of course, everyone is tired of defending and retreating. But throwing armies on the offensive now, that's when you need to measure 7 times. They drowned on the porch. And they coughed. Dobrynin glanced at his watch, 10 more minutes. So we stopped smoking. Now they will exchange guesses, assumptions in an undertone. They hope that Dobrynin will explain everything. And he, the division commander, doesn't really know himself. Krutoy, Rudakov, and Major Urashadze entered one after another, bending slightly at the door. We stopped, it turned out, in one row. In the middle was Lieutenant Colonel Krutoy, in a brand new sweatshirt and new Yuft boots, cleaned with shoe polish on the occasion of a call to the division commander. He seemed shorter, broader in the shoulders, stood firmly on short strong legs, as if knee-deep in the ground. He was the same as Dobrynin saw him on the 29th of March, calm, heavy, confident. And Lieutenant Colonel Rudakov, in a long commander's overcoat, intercepted by a brand new belt, clean-shaven, in shiny boots. The most surprising thing was that he was almost the same in battle, at the most critical moments. Dobrynin liked such commanders, from the parade, into battle. The commander of the 157th Regiment, Major Urashads, was also in a long-brimmed overcoat, despite the warmth, still in his hat, his face was bronzed, wary, the thin strip of the mustache trembles, the lip rises, revealing even white teeth. They said he likes to go to the company, to the trenches of the front line, and shoot from a rifle. He simply could not see the Nazi and not shoot, therefore no prisoners were ever brought before him. So Urashads himself ordered. He was a regular commander, he fought from the first day, he was nominated for orders 3 times, but somehow it happened that Grigol Urashads did not receive these orders. The comrades were angry, Grigol shrugged his shoulders. What is it, why swear? Awards. Ha! And he threw his hand back, as if throwing something over his shoulder. I do not need the word of honor of a Soviet officer. At that time, the word officer was not accepted, but in Major Urashad's pronunciation it sounded quite normal. It must have been because it suited him the best. It's good, Colonel Dobrynin thought now, looking at Urashads, you can't say anything. He managed to recognize his commanders, they won't get cold feet and won't back down. And if you have to die, die. But the upcoming offensive led to doubts. We were preparing for defense, they weighed, tried on, calculated. Rebuilt, dug into the ground. Yesterday Kuhl said. Let's play the Fritz, like in chess. Dobrynin also believed that they would play. And here's to you. The regimental commanders stood at attention. Dobrynin got up, big, frowning, heavy. Looked straight and hard. Without saying a word, he demanded and ordered. But today he will order against his will. Hello. Sat down. The door slammed, and the Chief of Staff of the division, Lieutenant Colonel Surovtsev, entered. He waved his hand angrily as if to warn them not to get up. As if annoyed that they came. Surovtsev was, as always, in his home scarf. Today I especially tried to see the family mentally, to hear the encouraging words of my wife. Because he did not understand, because he needed advice. Lieutenant Colonel Surovtsev was neither proud nor conceited, successes went to the soldiers, failures were most often taken on by himself. But at the same time he always tried to understand, to clarify the degree of his shortcomings. A strategist by mentality, a soldier by nature, Surovtsev was the kind of officer who truly felt good only when the formation for which he had planned, offered a battle drawn on paper, piece by piece, led this battle. I felt especially good if I understood the general plan of my command, I felt the enemy. And now he was preoccupied and annoyed, no matter how much he thought, nothing worked out in his head, everything crawled apart. In September last year, the division stood to the death, defending Kiev to the last, melted, bled, but Lieutenant Colonel Surovtsev would have considered a fool anyone who offered to move away. Because every day of the defense of Kiev tore and broke the entire strategic concept of the enemy. Winter gave exactly what it could give, no more, no less. The defeat of the Germans near Moscow was of great military strategic and moral political significance, the mirage of German fascist invincibility faded. But the main thing was ahead. Following the spring thaw, a heavy and decisive one was approaching. We had to prevent mistakes, predict and survive. The task came down to this. At night, Surovtsev and Dobrynin conjured for a long time over the map, studied the front, compared, thought. Sometimes they argued. But they agreed on the main thing, in the summer it is necessary to defend. And although the summer promised to be difficult and bloody, Surovtsev was calm. Because he understood. And when the commander understands, the soldier will also understand. Everything turned upside down. Turning to no one, as if afraid to tear himself away from his own thoughts, Lieutenant Colonel Surovtsev said. The commander just called. In half an hour it will be with us, he paused, adding, the captured major will be brought in right now. I ordered. Dobrynin asked. Commissar, what's up? Quietly, without creaking, without slamming the door, Zabalin entered. He pulled his hand under the visor. He looked around at everyone, said hastily. "I beg your pardon." Surovtsev grimaced. He did not like in the commissar, as he considered, excessive intelligence. Zabalin carefully took off his hat, looked around with his eyes for where to put it. "The bandages on his head are fresh, blood has come out, they must have done a bandage." Yesterday Dobrynin complained that Zabalin was too often in the trenches of the front line. He was embarrassed, but answered clearly. "I consider it my main duty, to be among the fighters. And also, do not interfere with the sea commander." Now, without any connection, Dobrynin thought, God forbid. April peered out the window, the samovar roared in the hallway, and the elderly soldier, who habitually fussed near him, already looked expectantly at the division commander 3 times, to serve or not to serve. But Colonel Dobrynin seemed to have forgotten about the tea. Glancing questioningly at the commissar, he ordered to report the situation. The enemy behaved calmly, opened mortar fire at the same hours and minutes, snipers fired, scouts crawled at night in no man's land. The search parties bumped into each other, gunfire broke out. Then everything calmed down again, the eyes and ears of the observers felt the wary darkness of the night. The Germans were preparing for something. The command of the southwestern direction decided to advance. It believed that an offensive from the Izium salient to the north, from the Volchansk region to the west, and from Belgorod to the southwest along the converging to Kharkov would bring success. What if the attack fails? Then it will play into the hands of the Germans. The risk is not justified. Zerdin said so. But the commander of the southwestern direction also said, only the Supreme could prevent the offensive. Zerdin came in, lanky, thin, frowning. Everyone got up and froze. He looked angrily, tugged at the visor of his cap. "Do you have a meeting of the village cell?" "A hut, a samovar," the owner in the hallway. Colonel Dobrynin did not have time to answer, the door swung open, stepped through the threshold, Senior Lieutenant Berezhin stretched out. By order of the Chief of Staff of the division, Lieutenant Colonel Surovtsev, he arrived. Even someone who knew Berezhin closely would not immediately have guessed in this man a dapper company commander, he was so dirty. An automatic rifle hung across, behind a wide belt, behind, a Finnish knife was plugged. They saw a knife when he turned around and called someone. There was no helmet on his head, his hair was tousled, as if he was dragged by whirlwinds, and only his eyes, desperate, courageous, remained Verejinski, always. And even when he hit his heels, well, yes, Berezhin. Andrei threw at the open door. Live. Hastily, as if about to fall, they hit him with a butt from behind. A stout German, also dirty, tumbled into the hut, his trouser leg was torn, and became, attentively, he realized that he had big bosses in front of him, what exactly depended on them, whether he, Streckholz, should live or not live. Kurt Streckholz was not afraid. He was angry. He began to get angry a month ago when it became known that the division would be sent to the east. In France, in the department of Savoy, he had a little Madeleine, beautiful, capricious and ardent. She taught Kurt French love, he gave her champagne and sweets to drink. He lived freely, sometimes he forgot that there was a war going on. And suddenly everything went to hell, the order was like thunder from a clear sky. For a week I listened to the speed of the wheels, drank French cognac and memorized in Russian, "I love you. Come sleep with me. I'll pay well." Annoyance and irritation were replaced by curiosity. After all, Russians also have beautiful women. They also sleep in bed. Do Russian women shoot? Haha. French women also shoot, they say. But Kurt Streckholz did not see such. And why shoot him? He saw Russian huts, endless fields. Russia seemed exotic. And not terrible at all. Compared to France, Russia looked poor. Such a country cannot resist. However, France fell in 6 weeks, and Russia is at war. It's been almost a year now. Of course, Asian oddities. Kurt Streckholz was naturally good-natured and curious, he asked to be shown to the front. But he saw nothing but pitted earth. And I wanted to see a living Russian soldier. Not a prisoner, but a real one, with a gun in his hands. He was told that he could see from the outpost. Everything went smoothly. For some reason, the Russians ended up in the trenches of the military outposts only. And this blonde. Donnerwetter. Damn it. It was he who stabbed 2 escorts with a knife. And twisted his hands. Kurt Streckholz tried to cajole the Russian with his knowledge of the language. He uttered a memorized phrase. The Russian did not like it, he poked him in the teeth with his fist. Neither then, nor now, Kurt was not particularly scared, then everything happened too unexpectedly and quickly, but now he hoped. If only there were no commissar among these chiefs. God save. A thin Russian in a fur sleeveless jacket, probably an interpreter, ordered. State your last name. The voice is harsh, powerful. Translators don't say that. Chills ran through my arms and legs. I'm ready to say absolutely everything I know, the officer began hastily and smiled broadly, charmingly, as if convincing him what a kind, decent German he was and that he must be treated correctly. Of course, I'll only say that because I don't know much. This Russian should appreciate his solid humor. Jordan said. Save your eloquence for our intelligence department. The solid wooden floor slowly floated away from under my feet. Only now Kurt Streckholz understood, this is not Savoy. I've been in Russia for 3 days, I don't know anything. I arrived from France. As part of a motorized division. All I know is that a few more divisions have arrived, Kurt trailed off. Like biting off his tongue. I looked around. And again, to Zerdan, I don't know anything else, Mr. General. I am a business executive. All I know is that all connections are complete. I was introduced to the front line on the site of the security division standing next to us. And I don't know anything else. The German was taken away. Colonel Dobrynen's orderly went out with the old man, Zerdan businesslike, as if something important depended on it, drank a cup of tea, slowly, stopping at each one, looked around the commanders. They sat alert, as if waiting for thunder. The general sighed loudly. Our offensive is expected, as if justifying himself to someone, he tapped with his knuckles, soon. Perhaps your division will have to advance in front to the northwest. This time we have to force the Seversky Donets. There will be no payroll. In the coming nights, sort out all the empty houses in the division zone. Changing his rule of silence, Lieutenant Colonel Krutoy said gloomily. It's a pity. What? Zerdan threw himself sternly. Kuhl didn't blink. It's a pity, comrade commander, to leave positions. For the first time since the beginning of the war, we entrenched ourselves in order to meet the enemy in the right way. After all, the Germans are preparing to attack. Zerdan covered his eyes with heavy eyelids, sat straight and motionless. Colonel Dobrynin saw the hurried bastard twitching at his temple. Precisely forestalling further objections, Zerdan tapped his knuckles again. Surovtsev looked inquiringly. Dobrynin bowed his head in agreement. I saw how the lieutenant colonel crept up, pulled his pointed chin out of his home scarf. The eyes looked evil and resolute. Comrade Commander, we believe the Germans will advance. The current prisoner is a confirmation that the enemy is preparing thoroughly. In the aide memoir of March 3, we expressed our opinion firmly. We also know that you agreed with our opinion, so we have a common view. Military operations this summer must be planned based on real possibilities. I know, Zerdan interrupted him. There is your opinion and mine. However, there is the opinion of the front. The division chief of staff shook his head. There is the headquarters and the supreme commander. Zerdan was silent for a minute. He said softly. Yes, there is. He moved his eyebrows in displeasure, looked at Zablin. What will the division commissar say? Zablin got up, guilt shaking in his eyes. His lips twitched into a barely perceptible smile, but immediately his face became calm, even stern, as if angry with Zerdan. I prefer not to interfere in operational matters, Comrade Sea Commander. If the division advances or defends, the fighters will not spare themselves, he paused, then added, that I promise T firmly. Zerdin slowly, tightly turned his head. Consider yourself lucky, Dobrynin, and nodded to Surovtsev, headquarters and the Supreme Commander. Yes, there is. Will Zerdin take such courage or not? Military service, war require not only courage. Both soldiers and generals are bound by discipline. Will Zerdin be able to step over the Holy of Holies? But everything went on as usual, whether Zerdin wanted it or didn't want it. Exactly at 15 o'clock Moscow called him on the HF. He went straight to the apparatus. He decided that he would express it directly. However, after a minute everything was forgotten. Stalin's reception room was talking. Good afternoon, Comrade Zerdin. Could you fly to Moscow tomorrow? The voice was quiet. And there was no question. And the answer on the other end of the wire did not wait. A distant voice evenly announced that tomorrow, at 23 o'clock, Lieutenant General Zerdin should be in the Kremlin. Suddenly angry with no one knows whom and for what, most likely with himself for his momentary confusion, General Zerdin asked. What question am I being called for? Should I grab documents? And again, exactly. Save someone for yourself and try to come by 23. That's all I have to convey to you. Zerdin called the front commander. He coughed, sniffed angrily into the telephone receiver. You wanted to. Rebelled. Now, here you are. It was clear, the Supreme was calling. But why? Does he really want to hear his opinion? Moscow was grey and frowning. A piercing wind was blowing, documents were checked every now and then on the street. On Manasnaya Square I heard the voice of Levitan. I thought how tense, anxious it was here in November, in December. The German is 30 kilometers away, the government has left. And oh, he stayed. Only now I realized that I was thinking about Stalin all the time. I saw him once, shortly before the war, and even talked to him. Since that memorable day, a feeling of the incomprehensible has lived in the soul. And bewilderment. The meeting and a short conversation did not confirm the idea that has developed, settled down over many years. But the imagination was firmer, more stable than what he saw and heard. And soon the vivid impression faded, receded. Meeting Stalin a second time was harder. But that's just how it seemed. Because the first has already passed. And on the plane, and on the streets of Moscow, even on the landing, at the door of his apartment in Mariina Roshcha, General Zerdin seemed to be thinking about something else. In fact, his thoughts were tied to an even voice in the telephone receiver, to a name on which all. General Zerdin tried not to think about how the conversation would turn out and in general what would happen at 2300. But he couldn't think of anything else either. He was not afraid, and yet he hid in him that restlessness that goes along with fear. This did not happen either in bayonet attacks many years ago, or under bombardment, or in a small, almost unarmed PO-2, when it fell and fell on it, it kept hitting and hitting from a Messerschmitt machine gun. Now it was worse. The operational department of the General Staff was not surprised by the call. Only the deputy head of the department, an old academic comrade, asked again. 23 exactly. Seems like he wanted to doubt it. But he did not dare. And for the first time Zerdin thought how difficult it must be to serve alongside Stalin. He did not particularly envy his comrade when he felt the strong hand of the general from Stalin's personal guard. He said, "Service. You understand." But there was no hint of apology in his voice. I must have said these words often, they lost all connotation, they did not express anything. And Poskrebyshev got up from the table and smiled. The hand is small and soft. The grip is weak. As a hint. Probably no other was required. Zerdin wanted to find out what this man was like at home, how he talked with his wife, with his children. He wanted to imagine at least for a moment. And I couldn't. Just as I did not know and could not imagine others. You didn't take anything with you? Poskrebyshev asked. What is this about? He answered clearly, separately, it seems, louder than it was accepted here. I did not take the documents, because it was not ordered. The duty general was interested in the rest. I immediately thought that neither Poskrebyshev nor the general was to blame for anything. Comrade Stalin is waiting for you. Pass. Who said it, Poskrebyshev? The door seems to have opened on its own. Because Zerdin didn't make any effort. 3 people got up to meet him. The thought flashed, why is this? But 3 did not rise to him. A small man entered through the other door. Zerdin saw a mustache, a stiff hairline. I saw Stalin. Cold splashed into the general's timid chest. What will be the first word? The generals stood at attention. Stalin nodded. Gently walked into the far corner of the huge office. Only now did Zerdin notice the tall, bog oak panel, the gloomy uneasiness. Stalin stood with his back, hunched his shoulders. He slightly bent his head, doing something with his hands. Zerdin understood, he was filling his pipe. The windows were heavily curtained, and the electricity burned brightly. There was silence. I guess that's the kind of silence they call dead. Today, one comrade sympathized with how hard it is for me. Zerdin did not expect this phrase. The voice is muffled, hasty. The word pronounces in a lumpy voice, quickly, precisely throws it away in order to grab a new one. What an accent. Stalin stood with his back. Stooped, lit a cigarette. And again, rare, hasty words. Justice lies in the fact that I am responsible for everything. He turned abruptly, straightened up, but the measure of my responsibility depends on you. And he poked and pointed with his pipe in front of him. Stalin said exactly what Zerdin thought apprehensively. And not only him. However, neither Zerdin nor the others admitted that Stalin would recognize this. The Supreme spoke without looking at anyone. And General Zerdin, surprised, as if convicted by the fact that Stalin did not try to hide his humanity, thought how complicated this person was. He understands everything. He must be hurt by the sharp, dazzling light, he is unpleasant condensed shadows. Like everyone else. But he endures. And even supportive. Because he doesn't need it all. It is necessary in the interests of a cause that is difficult to grasp with the mind. General Zerdin thought for the first time that good and bad deeds stand on the same floorboard. Both can be equally beneficial or harmful. Therefore, it is difficult to determine where evil ends and good begins. The very definition is lost. Now, at this moment, Zerdin understood, a person who does not think about himself, does not do it for himself, can only condemn or truly appreciate time. Stalin wanted to be understood to the end. Because the outcome of the war depended on it, the fate of those who understand or do not understand, he was still looking past. Serious and thoughtful. One hand was overboard the tunic, and in the other he held the receiver. His thumb habitually crushed the ashes. Without any transition, as if annoyed that a few minutes were wasted, he said. Let's start, walked around the green table, stopped near the general staff. General Zerdin saw rare pockmarks on a gray, unhealthy face, a grayish mustache and heavy tension in his eyes. Stalin turned sharply. He took a step. Zerdin felt his shoulders rise. It has arrived. Hello, Comrade Zerdin. And Stalin gave his hand. This handshake, unexpectedly strong, hard, remained with Zerdin 2 hours later, and in all the days and months, when the army was advancing on Kharkov, it retreated to the southeast, to Stalingrad, and later, on the way back, to Rostov and Zaporozhye. General Zerdin felt this handshake even at the last, mortal minute, when, wounded in the chest, he was dying in the arms of a regimental doctor. Stalin looked straight into the soul. It seemed that he saw how Zerdin loves his wife and sons, he saw doubts, directness and inflexibility of character. Zerdin devoted his entire life to the army. His path was straight, like a line on a ruler. Because the time has come. That was Zerdin, and Stalin knew all this. In any case, Zerdin was sure that Stalin saw and knew everything. The main thing was not what this person was, but what he was considered. A cold spark darted in Stalin's dark eyes. I remember your predictions about a possible war. You seem like a brave person to me. And with the end of the mouthpiece, Stalin touched his mustache, he held back a smile. Zerdin said. I'm a soldier. And he never tried to please the jet of someone else's opinion. Stalin looked authoritatively. Zerdin thought that there was no need to talk anymore. I invited to get your opinion. Regarding the upcoming summer campaign, Zerdin suddenly heard his own breathing. I saw the faces of the generals. He answered quietly, distinctly, as if he was just waiting for this offer. I think the Germans will try to seize the initiative again. Stalin came close. The eyes flashed and went out. Zerdin wanted to see the pupils. But instead of pupils, there were unseeing dark gaps. And there were also mustaches, painfully familiar to the point of unconsciousness, thickly grayed. You intend to intimidate? Stalin asked. He asked quietly. But hastily. And from this haste, perhaps from anger, he uttered the words especially indistinctly. Turned and walked away. And although the movements were calm, confident, they felt annoyed and annoyed. Or maybe there was nothing of this in Stalin's movements. It just seemed to Zerdin. He stopped, was silent for a minute. He said softly, as if to himself. Let's start. He raised his heavy head, nodded. Please sit down. The young handsome general began to report. He named the numbers of German and Soviet formations, the directions of possible enemy strikes. He spoke in an even, clear voice about the formations and units that were on the way to the front. He named stations and stages where military echelons were especially delayed. And numbers. Clearly and confidently. Every now and then he raised the pointer, with a slight, graceful turn of his head, invited him to look at the map with the operational situation. The Supreme walked leisurely and did not seem to be listening. Suddenly stopped. You said that the 17th and 6th Field Armies were reinforced with fresh divisions. Name what? A guilty smile crossed the general's face. He straightened his already straight shoulders. 144th Division of the Alpine Riflemen, 305th Constance, 77th Light Infantry. Besides, 305th Constance, where? Asked the Supreme. And he raised his weary eyes. Please be more precise. In this spacious and gloomy office, a loud, catchy phrase was not recognized. Only facts were valued here, a strict, almost mathematical, calculation was in effect. Many in the world would like to look into this room. It is overgrown with legends and tales. Tales were told about Stalin, beautiful, loudly, terrible, in a whisper. The unexpected often happened in Stalin's office. There were mistakes. But in the end, it's all about the people. Lieutenant General Zerdin grasped the idea, people do everything. Great multitude of people. Whose names no one knows. They can uplift or destroy. And no one will judge them. Because there is no one to blame. And most importantly, because people are always right. Although no one is free, and Stalin? Also not free. The thought burned, darted and disappeared. Stalin said softly. All hope is in the people. Therefore, people must be protected. He paused, as if he was letting them comprehend, understand his words, added with unexpected haste, for unjustified losses, I will remove from command positions, walked from corner to corner, stopped near Zerdin, I called you to share your views on the summer. The front commander is dissatisfied with you. He is angry with you. The general staff looked expectantly, it seemed to Zerdin, alarmed. The chief of the general staff smiled barely perceptibly. Like he was encouraging. When he spoke, the voice itself seemed too loud, too stern. But he no longer cared about that. I am glad, Comrade Stalin, that I have had the opportunity to express my views on the upcoming summer campaign. I must, however, make a reservation. The relatively narrow scope of the duties of the commander of the army greatly limits my view. Nevertheless, some conclusions seem to me indisputable. The supreme commander silently bowed his head. The January offensive near Kharkov, as you know, ended in failure. In recent weeks, the army has been fighting locally, we are striving to improve our position, prepare for defense. Stalin stopped walking. Why, to the defense? He asked. They looked at Zerdin silently. The chief of the general staff smiled again, this time hesitantly and sadly. The electric light burned brightly, and the office grew gloomier. Not a single rustle was heard. It seemed that not only in this room, but even behind the walls, everything was hidden. We know that the winter campaign did not change the scale of the war. Taking into account the calculation of the Germans for lightning speed, we have achieved significant success. I will allow myself to consider a moral property, one of the general staff said. Boldly. Probably, Zerdin's words refuted someone's view. Zerdin raised his head higher. The German army remains strong. We, I think, do not yet have enough funds to launch a major offensive. Consequently, heavy defensive battles are coming. I dare to assume that the Germans will refuse to advance along the entire front. They will try to create an overwhelming advantage in one of the areas. Experience will make them do just that. If we agree with this assumption, I am inclined to think that the blow will be delivered south of Moscow. The chief of the general staff sighed in pain. Dear Mikhail Grigorievich, fatherly reproach sounded in his voice, as if Zerdin was a schoolboy and made an unforgivable mistake at a responsible exam. Zerdin chopped off, discarded the words, as if he was trying so that no one could put them together. The conversation about the summer campaign has dragged on too long. It's time to make a firm decision. In war, being late is just as fatal as being in a hurry. We have rich experience in this respect. Before the general staff, before each of us, the question arises, Moscow or the southwestern direction? Zerdin stopped short, as if suddenly frightened. But he finished firmly, almost with a challenge, I assume the latter. Why? Stalin asked sharply. General Zerdin felt how hard it was for him to stand tiredness and weakness in the legs, in the lower back. Arms became unbearable. This has never happened. He spoke softly. The German generals are smart enough, their strategy is flexible enough to climb on Moscow a second time. They will not put their pride above common sense and strategic calculation. Stalin walked over to a large map that hung on the wall and puffed on his pipe. I'm listening. He wants to hear frankly. As I think, like a fresh breeze, I think that such a decision of the German High Command is most likely, also because it will fully meet Hitler's political and economic goals. The purely military concept turned out to be a bat. The generals, I think, found another solution. A successful offensive south of Moscow promises them the capture of a huge territory, the richest regions. Access to the Volga will deprive us of bread and oil. We will find ourselves in a difficult situation. On the stage, according to Hitler's calculations, Turkey and Japan will come forward. The chief of the general staff took off his pince-nez and blinked myopically. He rubbed the glass with a snow-white handkerchief, twisted his loose lips in a smile. The general staff will evaluate your proposals and agree. We will strengthen the southwestern direction at the expense of the western. And the Germans, contrary to your and their own logic, will strike Moscow again. Zerdin bowed his head obediently. I would like to hope that the general staff will make the right decision. Half an hour later in the car, and then on the plane, General Zerdin still saw the condescendingly ironic face of the chief of the general staff, the anxious, wary attentive eyes of the chief of operations, who seemed to be already estimating, weighing, trying to clothe the idea in real, material forms. Only the Supreme remained imperturbably calm. He never interrupted when Zerdin briefly and tenaciously grappled with the general staff. And he kept walking and walking. Only sometimes he stopped, looked heavily, authoritatively. Zerdin felt, for him there are no ranks, no authorities, no rules adopted by someone. There is only a goal. Huge, immensity. He strives for it, sparing neither himself nor others. Stalin said. Perhaps you are right, Comrade Zerdin. He stepped up close, looked eye to eye, but we'll try. We'll risk it. Rushed, burned frightened thoughts. Zerdin closed his eyes and stepped over himself. You can't take that risk. But no, General Zerdin did not step over. Just thought. And I could not object. And no one responded. Chapter 7. Artillery struck, buzzed at dawn. The sky flared up and rose, staggered over the black earth, sank, faded, but immediately jumped up, shied away in horror from the unbearable fire and roar. General Zerdin and Colonel Dobrynin stood at the command post of the division, watching how the shells were tearing the German front line. Batteries hummed behind him, flying smoke became visible in the brightening sky, and where the earth ended, a rusty stripe of dawn was indicated. But neither the army commander, nor Colonel Dobrynin, nor the soldiers saw the beginning of the day. Not high, so that one could see the crosses, 9 Junkers passed. Then another. Another one was added to the cannon rumble, harder, steeper. The bomb roar drowned out, pushed back the dawn, crushed the black earth under it. The smoky wind, as if preempting, stopping General Zerdin, tore at the skirts of his overcoat, and the commander, thrusting his chin forward, kept looking at where the shells were falling. I knew that nothing could be cancelled or postponed. Nothing could be changed. Exactly 5 minutes later, the soldiers will rise to the attack. Stupidly and painfully, it hit my head, we'll try. We'll take a chance. With great effort he turned his head. Dobrynin, are you ready? He might not have asked. Because he knew. Colonel Dobrynin understood, Zerdin was worried. The moment has come in the trenches when people hear nothing and no one. They look and see neither a barrage of fire 200 meters away, nor a smoky sky. They do not hear the whistle of fragments. They listen and do not hear, everything flew away. There are no relatives, no oneself. Only a rifle in his hands. Deafened ears catch a single word. And if at this moment there is an order to die, Senior Lieutenant Verigin will rise and die. And Mishka Sins will die. And Golda Ivan. And others. Just to hear. No one thinks about life, about death, because everything that a person usually lives with has departed, flown away, gone. And of course, no one will come up with the idea, right or wrong. Senior Lieutenant Verigin, with a cap under his belt, with a pistol in his hand, pulls himself up to the very crest of the trench, scratches, crumbles the ground with his boots, tries to put his foot so that it is more convenient to get up, push off. He must go up first. Now it was all about getting up first. So that a company, 200 people, see him. Go ahead. No one knew that Lieutenant General Zerdin had issued this command exactly a minute ago. He said the word in a low voice, as if commanding himself. And no one knew who picked it up first. Go ahead. Verigin jumped up, threw out his hand with a pistol. There was a cold lightness in his whole body, a piercing ringing in his ears, and something rushed from his chest, from the very middle, and 200 people saw him, a senior lieutenant, a desperate guy, his on the board. Andrei's head is loud and clear, there is a cold emptiness in his legs and chest, and his hands and fists are filled with iron weight and strength, there is so much of this force that it breaks out. For me Andrei Verigin sees how the fiery flurry retreated. Feels, now will be the most important thing. If the artillery failed to suppress. He knows what happens in such cases. A month and a half in the war, on the front lines, is so much that it will last a lifetime. A slanting fire shot up nearby, hit, burned. Stinky smoke intercepted his throat. Run, get to the German trenches. For me And again, like a minute before the attack, my memory and hearing were knocked out. I didn't hear my own voice, I didn't see my soldiers. I didn't see anything, it seems. Even a month later, I could not remember anything properly until about these minutes, about these days, about this terrible May week. Fiery sails, crooked, slanting, took off and scattered people, the soldiers crawled, groped for holes, stuck, froze, and crawled again. Forward. They jumped, they fell. Many didn't get up. Didn't move. From the command post of the division, everyone saw how the tanks burned, how the infantry walked and fell. She fell and walked. The headquarters of the 6th German Army in Poltava shook as if in an earthquake. The duty officer of the operational department received a radiogram. The commander of the 454th Security Division reported in plain text that the Russians had begun the strongest artillery preparation. The duty officer lit a cigarette and reread the radiogram. It cannot be, the Russians are intensively preparing for defense. But a few minutes later, the 8th Army Corps called and said that after intensive artillery preparation, the Russians had gone on the offensive. Particularly strong pressure is exerted by tanks and motorized infantry on the Hungarian Security Brigade of Major General ABT. Exactly 20 minutes later, all the employees of the Army headquarters were in their places. The commander came last, direct and laconic. It seemed that the most difficult thing for him was to say the words. He came 10 minutes later than the Chief of Staff, but during this time the operations department summed up the first result. Paulus went into his workroom, hastily read the radio and telephone messages, looked at the map with the operational situation for a minute. He had previously assumed the possibility of a Russian offensive in the zone of the 6th Army. The Izium salient and the proximity of Kharkov were too tempting to give up the attempt to advance. However, he did not expect that events would develop so favorably. The 6th Army was replenished, provided with everything necessary, stood on its positions confidently and firmly, ready to step in. And, of course, to defend. General Paulus cracked his fingers brittlely, leaned back in his chair. Good. The Chief of Staff, Major General Schmidt, stood nearby, in that condescendingly respectful pose that is characteristic of powerful and ambitious people, who for the time being must remain on the sidelines. Now he was reporting. A commoner by birth, the son of a merchant from Hamburg, he, like a frog, keeping his nose to the wind, chose a military career. Impressing colleagues with clarity and punctuality, possessing by nature an extraordinary mind, hiding a cruel nature, he successfully graduated from the Academy of the General Staff, replaced Major General Geim as Chief of Staff of the 6th Army. He was a talented staff operator. With his firm, ruthless hands, Paulus could do everything. If Arthur Schmidt were not frankly arrogant, he could be called the ideal Chief of Staff. Through the dark curtains, the May dawn made its way into the room. It would be more like a day. Paulus suddenly realized that all his life he had not had enough daylight. He always wanted it, but was also afraid of it. He felt more familiar, calmer behind the iron door, in the flickering light of electricity. Because they didn't like the things that they were doing in recent years, they couldn't stand daylight. The soul of General Paulus became cloudy and restless. I surprised myself. Why? The actions of the Russians could be regarded as God's grace. The enemy's intention is clear from the very beginning. Therefore, everything is going well. Paulus can, if he wants to now, go out and breathe the spring air of Poltava. But why so restless at heart? He listened to the Chief of Staff, followed his pencil on the map with the operational situation, while he himself searched and did not find an answer. Why? I think the Russians are going to go far, Schmidt said. They must be stopped. Paulus found, the Russians will not stop. Not this time, next time. Foreboding something was wrong seized Paulus in Berlin. It intensified when I looked at Russia with my own eyes. Mathematically accurate calculations in the General Staff did not correspond to what was happening on the battlefields. But it was too late to give up the war. General Paulus did not understand yet. He only felt something was wrong. It's good that this feeling did not come every day. Defeated, crucified Europe aroused great pride and confidence. But doubts came and went. Today they touched because a grandiose campaign had begun. General Paulus returned to the reports. The 454th Security Division could not resist and was retreating. The Hungarian Security Brigade is also retreating. The Russians broke through north and south of Kharkov. As in January, we intend to take the city with two-way coverage. The command is distinguished by amazing stubbornness. Undoubtedly, the Russians intend to develop success. Do they have that much power? Paulus put his hands on the sheets of reports. 8th Corps, in order to avoid encirclement, withdraw. Strike a counterattack against the 3rd and 23rd Panzer Corps. Put all army reserves on alert. The Chief of Staff smiled faintly. Yes, Sir General. Mishka Sins moved Ovcharenko away from the machine gun, then dragged him into a funnel and, not knowing whether he was alive or not, began to climb up. Over the funnel, over the whole earth, it was chalked with red-hot iron. The bear did not think that he would rise and immediately fall. And he will never get up again. That they will kill him. I was afraid to be late. I was afraid that Senior Lieutenant Verigin would come close. A friendly guy, but he would not regret it. The worst thing is the company commander. He clutched at the handles of the machine gun, remembered, to bandage. But the thought was gone. A man fell next to him, poked his head right in the face of Mishka. Sins. 100 meters. Forward and right. From there. Broken tank. From there, a German machine gun, a mother-to-be Permat. See? Doesn't give a go. Take it to the right, Senior Lieutenant Verigin shouted, rolled his eyes, I order. The bear crawled, pulled the machine gun behind him. He was not surprised that another was crawling next to him, dragging iron boxes. Mishka realized that now he is the first number, and this one is the second. And I also realized, I need to crawl. Now I saw everything and understood everything. The artillery was not finished, the surviving Germans crawled out of their shelters. If tanks. But where are they, tanks? Mishka did not see his tanks, he saw only tar fumes and strong, fat fire. But not everyone is on fire. The bear was crawling, and an iron whistle was pulling over him, torn in front, behind, from the sides. He traced the ground with the edge of his helmet, and suddenly something hit it, now lonely and hard, now loose and light, as if a handful of pebbles had been thrown. He froze, shrunk into a ball, so that they would not hear him, did not know, just not now. He opened his eyes and saw earth and crumbs, he opened his mouth, gasped for air, and with it the crunchy earth. And again he crawled forward, skinning his knees and face in blood. And the mines fell thickly, doused with heat, covered with escaping smoke. Mishka stumbled upon the dead, and then he tore his face off the ground, swallowed the air freely, once, twice. He crawled down the dead, hissed in a parched throat. Forward. Either he ordered himself, or the second number. He did not see his partner, but he knew, felt, he was close, nearby. The explosions thinned out, the roar of the engine subsided. Mishka distinguished the smell of iron burning, the sweetness of last year's weeds, and suddenly realized how reluctant he was to die. Climb into a hole, dig into the ground. So that no one gets it. Not to hear explosions, not to see death. To connect, to merge with the earth, as if you don't exist. But there are Germans. They won't allow it. And there is a company commander, Senior Lieutenant Verigin. He won't allow it either. And the regimental commander, and more. Is it only he who wants to live, Mishka sins? Others also want, but they crawl. And Senior Lieutenant Verigin has nothing to do with it. He doesn't want to die either. The chest is tight. Big and hard, pounding in the chest. There is so much of this hard that air gets stuck in a dry throat. Before the eyes, black. He raised his head, a broken tank, here it is, next to it. At the same moment I saw bursts of blue fire. Machine gun. Yeah, the soldiers are waiting for him, Mishka. Well, yes. And the company commander. Everyone is waiting for Mishka to do his job. The German machine gun covered the infantry with dense flat fire. The tanks broke through, went ahead in a narrow corridor. And the infantry remained lying. Senior Lieutenant Verigin cursed. He scolded not Grekhoff Mishka, who was supposed to get up now and did not get up, not Fritz, who pressed the company to the ground. He cursed from impotence. Now he could only do one thing, get up and show the living how to die. But did those who lie motionless die worse? Didn't they show? It is necessary that sins reach. The bear did not hear the whistle of bullets. Didn't hear anything. He jumped up and fell down. Distrustfully moved his hand, foot. Alive. Without raising his head, he called. Hey, where are you? On the right, on the left, even at the top it thundered and torn. The earth crept to the side, down, then straightened up and fell again. The bears suddenly saw a blue sky. And 3 dead tankers, in overalls, in ribbed black helmets. The partner, the second number, was lying face down. There is a dark spot on the back. Right through. Ovcharenko remained somewhere behind. And there is no other. And these tankers. There was a buzzing all around, the earth reared up, but the fire was now seen as pale, not hot, the morning sky extinguished it, cooled it. The bear saw how the blue machine gun fire was trembling, tearing. And everything went away, disappeared, nothing remained. Only fire. Habitually, hastily put the tape on, caught someone else's, quivering flame with the barrel of a machine gun, suddenly felt his hands, his strong, knocked-down body, felt how he was beating, pounding in his chest. But now it was not pounding like a minute ago. Now there was only anger. Mishka cursed. The fire of his machine gun burned his eyes. And a minute later, when I saw the senior lieutenant in full growth, when I saw boots, rifles, helmets, I was surprised. Is it over? So soon. But nothing is over yet. Everything was just beginning. And the worst thing will happen not on this day and not on the next night, when they start crossing the Seversky Donets, when they fall dead on the banks and drown in cold black water, and not even in 5 days, when German tanks will crush the dead and the living. Then they will go, run and go again, no one knows where and why. Mishka Sins will lose his company and platoon commander, and out of desperation, out of malice, he will recruit retreating soldiers under his command. They will obey him, they will obey him. Because the worst thing in a war is not to see your commanders. Then he will shoot his soldier. And will kill him. And the soldier was neither a traitor, nor even a coward. They will keep all-round defense and break through. With grenades and bottles will be against the tanks. And a month later. But all this will come later. And it began near Kharkov on the 12th of May. Neither Private Grekov, nor Senior Lieutenant Verigin, nor the others knew, and could not know, how wrong all this is, how bad. In the reports and plans of the command of the southwestern direction, everything looked convincing, but there was no firm opinion at the top. The desire to act more actively was so great that they decided not to fetter the initiative. Maybe everything was a little different. The fact remains that on May 12, 1942, the Russian armies launched a decisive offensive in 2 converging directions. The target of the offensive at the first stage was Kharkov. On the same day, by nightfall, the advanced detachments of the 78th Division reached the Seversky Donets. In the German dugout, with wallpaper, with Christmas cards, with portraits of a half-naked dancer and Hitler, a carbide lamp burned, it was crowded and stuffy. The dead German major had just been dragged out of the dugout. Before they had time to grind the blood, Colonel Dobrynin appeared with the headquarters, and then, as if he was just waiting for them to find a reliable shelter, Zerdin entered, gloves in his hand, a pistol on his side. Why did they stop, got stuck in the mud? I'm asking. The chin moved heavily, irreversibly, as if unbearable pain knitted him. And the eyes are not visible, they hid under the visor of the cap. Lieutenant Colonel Surovtsev, as if not hearing the commander's angry voice, brushed other people's leftovers off the board table and unhurriedly spread out the map. Colonel Dobrynin stood at attention. A company of the 313th Regiment is on the other side. The whole regiment, to the right bank. To 1200. Until the morning to expand the bridgehead to enable the tanks. Upstairs, behind the thick ceiling, there was a hoot. The dugout now shook finely, and something rattled in it, like window glass, then it got up in fright, and then, every time in one place, something dryly cracked and cracked. Tanks will go to the site of your division. So that before dawn. Do you hear, Colonel Dobrynin? Nearby, behind the wall, the earth cracked deafeningly. The dugout lifted and sank crookedly, the dazzling fire of a carbide lamp sank into the dust, a log crawled out of the ceiling. Zerdin took out a handkerchief and wiped his face. How far to the coast? Colonel Dobrynin suddenly thought that there had already been such moments, a dugout, artillery shelling, a direct hit, dust, you won't breathe, and fire. The voice of the commander, Surovtsev over the map. The idea that everything is repeated in the smallest detail came from the fact that death always remains the same. Both then and now there were several steps to death. Before certain death remained 2 kilometers. There, on the banks of the Seversky Donets, lay the dead and the living. There were more dead. Lieutenant Colonel Surovtsev pointed his finger at the Seversky Donets, looked at Zerdin directly and sharply, as if trying to guess what the commander was thinking and hoping for. I can't judge the scale of the operation, analyze it strategically. I don't know all the possibilities. Much, however, seems doubtful to me. Zerdin stepped towards the table. From under the visor of his cap, black, icy, unblinking eyes peered out. He put all 5 fingers on the tattered map. And reached out to Surovtsev. Or maybe the chief of staff only thought. But no. Zerdin, straight, tall, with a stone-faced face, leaned across the table. Tomorrow evening the division should be at this line. And moved his chin down. Do not delay the headquarters on the left bank. Rear services. Before the mind's eye rose what he feared. Understood, the chief of staff of the division is also afraid. And Dobrynin. That is why he fell silent, and did not finish about the rear services. There is a doubt. But there is an order. And discipline. And most importantly, there are people on whom Zerdin hoped. On the front from Izium to Belgorod, something was happening that General Zerdin was trying to prevent. But, now doing what he considered detrimental to the army, he still did not lose hope. He saw other people's eyes, heard a slow, thoughtful voice, saw a blue pencil. Zerdin did not lose hope. I just wanted everyone to believe, to hope. So that they also see the blue pencil. Lieutenant Colonel Surovtsev looked at the commander with tired but firm eyes. A pointed chin protruded defiantly from his home scarf, as if reminding him that his main advantage was not his physical abilities. And in general, the physical is not the main thing. And Lieutenant Colonel Surovtsev thinks as clearly as General Zerdin. Dobrynin said dully. 78th will follow orders. General Zerdin touched his cap by the visor. The army headquarters will cross the Seversky Donets with you. And everything fell into place. But how will it end? Chapter 8. Over the front lines, over the deafened, exhausted and no longer afraid of people, over the dead, who did not have to hide, over the wounded, who suffered from thirst, moaning, calling someone, over the pitted earth, over everything that was called the front, took off and hundreds of rockets fell. Above the river, narrow, as if seized by fire, it thundered, and trails of fiery fireflies spread over the water, now dazzlingly bright, then oil-black, grave-deep. Tracer bullets disappeared in the water, dug into the black shore. The Seversky Donets was lit up, seized by wild fire, and swelled with water columns. He tossed, sank, fell and boiled up again in tight gouges, blocking the way for crazy people. The soldiers rolled down to the water, many fell and never got up again, others ran back, then returned, crawled, as if the water boiling from the shells was pulling towards itself with a terrible love spell. Flashes of ragged fire instantly licked off the cold river blackness, and then one could see boards, logs, rafts. And a lot of people who from the shore seemed motionless, helpless, doomed. The 313th Regiment crossed the Seversky Donets by swimming. Who is on what? Who knew how? The soldiers tied straw into raincoats, floated, as if on bubbles. Colonel Dobrynin saw that the river was boiling. Another minute, and it will splash out of the banks. And the boards, rafts, soldiers will remain in place. And Lieutenant Colonel Krutoy saw everything in exactly the same way. People who were sailing, paddling towards the shore on solid logs, on empty canisters and corked barrels, also seemed to be standing still. And they will stand. Until they get killed. Look what's going on. There's probably no bridgehead on the other side, no company. They said that there was a company and Senior Lieutenant Verigin on the bridgehead. About Verigin, for sure, they heard before. There is such a senior lieutenant. Maybe they crossed, caught on the shore, but no one was left. And there is no longer any bridgehead. The Germans are hitting for sure, aiming, and they won't let anyone in. But there was a bridgehead, and a company, no matter how much was left of it, was. She held a piece of land 300 meters along the coast and the same in depth. But neither Senior Lieutenant Verigin nor Private Mishka Sins knew exactly how much they were occupying, how many were left alive. The company crossed on the move, along with the retreating Germans. In the blue smoky twilight, Senior Lieutenant Verigin stood waist-deep in water, shouting in a broken voice. Forward! Forward! And very close! Soldaten! Then he swam, snorted water and soberly, angrily thought that now there would be hand-to-hand combat. Nearby someone is floundering, drowning. Hold on! Verigin screams. Hold on! Helmets on the right, helmets on the left, in front. Nicht schießen, nicht schießen. The German is nearby, 2 or 3 strokes before him. Andrei snorted the water once, twice. But the German was gone. Someone breathlessly, swears heavily, throws wide seedlings and, moving under them, turns his head. And there are 2, as if blinded. They are swimming, dragging something. Must be a machine gun frame. And he guessed the machine gunner. But everything that was on the right, on the left, suddenly flew off. All that was left was what was ahead. Friends and foes, armed and unarmed, rose out of the water, ran to the shore, huddled together, but immediately shied away from each other, fell, remained on the water, as if they suddenly decided that it was better in this place. Then dry. Pistol shots clicked towards him, in a hurry, a machine gun poured in a sparkling blizzard. Verigin ran and fired. And he screamed. But he did not hear his own voice, nor shots, nor grenade explosions. He did not hear anything in isolation, because the screams of people, swearing, dull bruising, everything was mixed up, it knitted into a tight ball, then it fell apart, nearby it calmed down, in order to explode at the same moment, to boil with renewed vigor. Andrew fired point blank. And they shot at him. But for some reason he remained alive, he commanded someone, ordered. He stumbled, fell and heard right above him. Bay! Guys ah! The soldiers fell into the German trenches, and in a steep, hazy mess, in wheezing and screams, Andrei Verigin decided that there was no need to go further, there would be no one to hold on to. Either Verigin ordered, or everyone understood, guessed that they would hold the reclaimed piece of land on this line, or maybe there were no human forces left to crawl out of the trenches and again run towards the machine guns, but no one moved further, and it seemed to calm down. But Verigin knew, now the Germans would go. Multicolored rockets took off into the sky, then another, and over the river, over the left bank, lanterns hung, and it became bright and eerie. It is clear that the enemy does not allow the main forces to approach the river. There were 2 people nearby. They cursed in an undertone, set up a machine gun. Sins, you. The bear immediately responded. Done, comrade senior lieutenant. Above the river it was as bright as day, this night they reached here, to the bridgehead. Now they will go. It burst, the mine blinded with fire. Another one. And everything around him rose, fell apart in 2, divided into black and fiery. From somewhere far away came a tight, indifferent thought, the respite is over. But there was no respite. Just 10 minutes the Germans did not shoot. Exactly as long as it took to figure out. Senior Lieutenant Verigin walked along the trenches, croaking in a broken voice. Stay where you are. I order you to stand still, and an evil voice, in the very ear. Where to retreat? Andrew returned. For some reason, he decided that his place was right here, near the broken log. Near Grekhoff. Mishka was sitting at the bottom of the trench with his head buried in his knees. Sins! Andrei called. What are you, Grekhoff? And shook Mishka by the shoulder. He jumped up, his eyes seemed insane at the close flash. What are you, Grekhoff? Nothing, Mishka replied in surprise. The machine gun is ready for battle. It's scary, isn't it? Andrei shouted. He suddenly caught in himself a desire to be closely, at least with someone. So that's someone else's voice, nearby. Mishka said. A well-known case is scary. The words seemed unusually loud, the shelling suddenly stopped. Two fighters dragged the wounded through, someone writhed and groaned, clumsily, embitteredly wept. Someone was shouting, yelling. On command! Fire on command! Andrei saw the Germans. He's already used to seeing them. But every time I saw it in a new way. The sameness lay in the fact that no matter how the battle turned out, the Germans went to kill him, Andrei. Probably, therefore, every time something shrank and stiffened in him, equally brightened in his head, piercingly rang in his ears. For a second they grabbed in single combat fear and duty, but Andrei would never even admit to himself that there is fear in him, and, probably, he would doubt that courage guides him in battle. He did not keep loud slogans in his head, but his native sunrises and sunsets, the Russian balalaika and old songs, the cavalryman Ivan Zogolev and the school teacher Makarov always lived in him. He did not recognize the flag, except for the red one, did not know a man more brilliant than Lenin. He remembered that he himself is a commander of the Red Army and a communist. I had to die but survive. Large and complex concepts, philosophical generalizations in war fit on an aiming frame. He saw how the Germans were running, approaching. They broke out of the darkness, from where they flashed, the fiery flashes of German batteries did not have time to settle. Andrei Verigin waited. Then he raised his hand. Fire! The Germans fled. But there were fewer of them, there were very few of them. Then they disappeared. A minute later, new ones rolled up, and again they danced, a cold fire hurried nearby. Mishka Sins was shouting something, but Andrei Verigin did not hear. I saw a slanted face and black holes instead of eyes. Mishka pointed forward with his hand, tanks were coming straight at them. It became brighter, and Andrei saw these tanks well, and everything became especially clear. But why is it so light? He looked in front of him and did not see how the Seversky Donets boiled up, hooted heavily and tossed about, how logs, boards, boats floated across. He did not see and did not know that the entire regiment was on the water. And the commander of the regiment, he saw only tanks, lie down for a machine gun. And Mishka Sins rolled over the parapet and crawled. For some seconds Andrei saw him, but then he lost them among the motionless heaps, among the potholes and debris. Killed. And when fire rushed out of the tank, when it exploded dully, I realized, Mishka is alive. I saw how one tank climbed over the trenches, stopped, as if resting on something with a long cannon, then started off again. Andrei looked back at him once, twice, and suddenly saw the Donets covered with fire, slanting pillars of explosions and small black people. Guessed, understood, the whole regiment. Maybe a division. The tank approached the water and then rose, puffed out a sharp fire, black smoke blocked both the river and the sailing soldiers, and everything that no one would tell about in the morning, some would no longer exist, others would have no time to remember or tell. Not in a month, not even in 6 months. The living will remember everything later. Then they will look at themselves as if from the outside, surprised and a little disbelieving, but in the spring, near Kharkov, in the summer on the Don and in the autumn on the Volga, when half the world loses faith, they believed in themselves. Andrei Verigin drove a tight burst of machine gun fire and, apart from the fact that he had to remain in place and shoot, he did not remember or know anything. Then it became quiet. Past, from somewhere behind, all the soldiers ran and ran. One tank rumbled, clanged, a second, a third. And more tanks. And the soldiers all ran. Andrei saw that the sky brightened, turned blue. People are walking along the trench, stepping over the dead. Andrei could not see the faces, he guessed that this was the division commander. Feeling no effort, feeling nothing, he got up to meet him. He stood, his hands at his sides, with his head uncovered, in a tattered tunic. And, like a shot. Well done, Verigin. Next to Colonel Dobrynin stood another, also tall. And unusually direct. It was as if he had been pulled into a corset. This one said. Write down your last name. The division commander saluted. The sky was brightening, the guns thumped less frequently, as if completely exhausted. A heavy gun was dragged past Andrei in their arms, a truck got stuck on the muddy shore, they fussed around it, strained, and in the back of the foreman with black buttonholes waved his hand, called. Order of the regimental commander. Everyone take one. And he rolled over the side, helped to take boxes with shells on his shoulder. Verigin thought, yesterday you. I thought wearily and indifferently. Perhaps, even joy hatched in my soul that less fell to the lot of these. He marched into the cannon shots exhaustedly, rolled, wanted to remember something and could not, as if on the last day, on this very night, everything had been taken from him. Only deadly fatigue remained. And what, will they give orders? Who is it? Andrei raised and turned his head, Mishka Sins was walking beside him. He dragged the frame of the machine gun on his shoulders, confidently and firmly rearranged his strong legs. Walked, elbows forward, lowered his head low, shook it heavily in time with his steps. Verigin was surprised, why is this an order? Mishka's head is below his elbows, as if a guy is looking for something on the ground, and Andrei sympathized with how hard it was for him. And for those who carry shells. For the first time I thought that the worst thing in war is to experience these inhuman hardships every day. The bear spoke again. Verigin suddenly saw Mishka's face, sweaty, red, smeared with mud. He noted with amazement, there is no fatigue in him, only tension. Senior Lieutenant Verigin felt the ground under his feet, saw green grass, potholes and craters, a broken britska, a short-tailed horse upside down and a dead German in a tattered uniform. And next to him, his own. And one more. With extraordinary clarity, he recalled the attack, the dagger fire of machine guns, the icy water, and the voice, Nick Skies. Then the German trenches. The bear turned his head again. I saw the general for the first time. By God! It became completely light, the sky was clear and sinless blue, and Andrei thought that nothing could be worse than last night. And that thought made it seem easier. And Mishka wanted to talk. Maybe because the worst was over, he remained alive, and the company commander Verigin, in general, is simple, his boyfriend. Here he is, walking beside him, and you can talk to him. Why not, if you talk to the general? What general are you talking about? Andrei asked. The bear looked surprised. How do I know? You reported to him, and, as if realizing at last that the senior lieutenant does not remember this, he was delighted, hurried, such a tall general. Together with the division commander were. They told me to introduce the whole company. He turned his head to the right, to the left, as if he was frightened of something, finished hastily, everyone who remained alive. Andrei also turned his head, looked around, turned back. The soldiers were following him in single file. These were his soldiers. There were so few of them left that at first I didn't believe, it can't be. He slowed down, passed by, counted. Then I looked with my eyes. But I didn't find it anymore. 20 people. I remembered Mishka and myself, 22. Stopped, paused, didn't know it wasn't the worst. In fire, in smoke, in the writhing of the wounded and the groans of the dying, the 5th day of the offensive began. Andrei Verigin ordered someone and raised someone from the ground. Insensitively, stupidly got up. Towards death. For some reason, he remained alive. And Mishka Sins was still alive. In moments of respite, he bared his teeth. Fine. He held out his big black hand. He asked the company commander for cigarette butts. He was assigned a platoon commander, and Mishka, no one knows where, managed to get triangles, brand new, enameled, attached to the collar of a tattered tunic. Yesterday he was awarded the Order of the Red Star. Mishka, as expected, replied that he was serving the Soviet Union. Then he wrapped the order in a cloth, looked around and put it in his pocket. Verigin asked. What is this for? Is that what they were awarded for? With visible regret, Mishka attached the order to his tunic and said. Reluctance, Pokolopatsia to the house. For the first time in 3 days, hot food was delivered. The soldiers slurped cabbage soup along the craters and dugouts, held warm bread in their hands, looked up, at least they gave them something to eat. The bear puffed out his chest and asked. Well, how? Verigin wrote a report to the battalion commander. He raised his head and said. Nothing, it's fine, and for the first time in 3 days he smiled. Now he's an order bearer. He sat, leaning against the earthen scree, putting his helmet on his knee. On a piece of paper from a notebook, he wrote, on the 17th of May, the company lost. Rarely did German mines fall, and a wounded man groaned nearby in the trench. Brothers, brothers, and someone's voice lazily reasoned. Don't whine, Maximov, you're tired. All the wounds, ugh. And the Germans hear the groans. Have a conscience. It was at this moment that Verigin thought that something was wrong. Mishka Sins asked. Where are we going? To Kharkov, Verigin coughed angrily. Bear Grekov drank from the bowler hat, got up, looked in the German direction. Stoi, we are like a nail in a knot. The guns fired infrequently, wearily, as if the gunners were considering whether or not to fire. And the mines weren't bursting thickly. Verigin suddenly thought that the most correct thing was to retreat to their original positions. Lieutenant Colonel Surovtsev measured the headquarters dugout with nervous steps, stopped in front of the division commander. The worst thing is not to understand. I do not understand anything. Colonel Dobrynin did not understand either. For the third time in the last 40 minutes, I tried to talk on the phone with Zerdin, but they answered that he was not there, that he would be soon. General Zerdin flew to the front headquarters. He stood straight in front of the commander like a soldier, pressed with an unyielding, hard look. The army is suffering heavy losses. The offensive is fading. In some areas we are moving on to the defense. What does it mean to be on the defensive? The front commander slouched at the table, looked at Zerdin wearily and patiently, involuntarily admired his bearing, facial expression, intonation. Smart, talented, academic education. The supreme commander calls for advice. Yes, just what of that? Zerdin leaned forward. The offensive can be continued only with support, with the commissioning of mobile formations. And only today. I affirm, tomorrow will be too late. The front commander bowed his head in agreement. But he didn't answer. By the end of the 5th day, the offensive should have been abandoned. But it is easy to talk about this now, many years later, when the smallest details of the war became known. At that time, they could not abandon the offensive, because they did not use all the possibilities. Because they have not yet rejected the assumptions, the enemy will again go to Moscow. The attack on Kharkov was pursued not only by long-range strategic goals, but, and this was above all, they hoped to divert enemy forces from the western direction. Now everyone knows that the attack on Kharkov was a mistake. Comparing the military strategic, political and economic situation of the parties, we came to the conclusion that it would be no less a mistake for the Soviet troops to attack on the southern flank of the southwestern front in order to defeat the opposing enemy groupings and reach the Gomo-Kiev-Cherkasy-Pervomaisk-Nikolaev line. The most correct was the proposal of General Zerdin, to meet the summer campaign in a tough defense. However, the offensive can be justified. Major defeats, the loss of large cities and vast territories fell on every soldier, on every person in the rear, with the heaviest oppression. It needed a win. The army must be led forward in order to maintain faith and hope among the people. All night the tanks were buzzing, getting into their original positions. Long waited. In the morning, without artillery preparation, the tanks went forward, and the entire 313th Regiment rose up behind them. They moved quickly, without lying down, overjoyed, confident that now it would be easier. But now it was all over, and those that survived by the evening were sitting in the trenches, stunned and depressed. The morning, when the tanks rumbled at full speed, and then exploded, burned, moved so far away that even Senior Lieutenant Verigin no longer believed in it. He did not know how many fighters were left in the company, whether there were cartridges and grenades, what would happen and how, if the Germans now rose again. He sat in a half-filled trench, weakly throwing his hands up. I saw a bare knee, a torn bootleg. What is this, the end? Right in front of my eyes, on the parapet, someone's hand, twisted fingers. Helmet, silver epaulette. Another lay right next to his feet. The last attack was beaten off in trenches, they did not have time to throw out the dead Germans. Rarely, here and there, mines plopped, puffed with grey haze. With a dull look, Verigin stumbled upon his soldier and asked. "Well, how?" He grinned, large white teeth seemed dazzling to Andrei. The soldier's chest was powerful, and the pearl from under the tunic. Andrei saw the Order of the Red Star and guessed that it was Mishka. "Well, how are you, Grekhoff?" He took a flask from Mishka's hands and took a sip. "Rum," said Mishka. Koblov, from the Autorot, found a whole canister somewhere. Verigin stirred. "How many of us?" Drank, did not feel the taste. He returned the flask, suddenly felt his legs, arms. As if only now blood had flowed through his veins, as if he had thrown off a stone stupor. "I saw blood on the log parapet, tattered bandages and an overcoat thrown by someone, beaten with fragments. Someone was lying at the bottom of the trench, covered with matting taken from no one knows where. The legs were visible. They were so long and thin that it seemed that the windings were wound around the bones. Shoes are broken, bent." Verigin saw half-filled trenches, dead and alive soldiers, a scattering of spent shells, fragments of machine gun belts. Smoke was drawn over the trenches, bullets chirped, thinly filtered, clattered, dug into logs, into an earthen wall, and then crumbled, clay lumps rolled, flowed, ran away sand. The soldiers were squatting, dozing, some reluctantly chewing. Verigin saw that it was getting dark, a bright cold star lit up in the sky, and, as if trying to reach it, 2 rockets soared one after another. They had not yet gone out when, from the German side, in unison, overtaking each other, they struck, machine guns started working, mines fell thickly, and from the Russian side, from afar, a heavy gun thumped, the shell flew by, grunted in the dark heights, exploded, drowned in the shrill mortar bark. And everything calmed down, unexpectedly, suddenly, only because of the turn, where the course of the message was covered in smoke, came the pain-soaked, "Oh." Ltd. A fighter grew up nearby, and Verigin seemed unnatural to a straight, broad-shouldered figure, a machine gun across his chest and a hand at the very helmet. His voice was tight, as if frozen. "Comrade Senior Lieutenant. In the first platoon there are 12 fighters and 2 anti-tank rifles. The battery is broken, lightly wounded in the ranks. Heavy." The platoon commander broke off, exhaustedly threw his hand down. "Out of 12 people, how many are wounded?" 10, Comrade Senior Lieutenant. Verigin struggled and could not remember the name of the commander of the first platoon. "Ensign. 2 weeks from school. You can't see the face, only a bandage under the visor of the helmet and a dark spot, like oil, on the cheek." He asked. "How will we?" The platoon commander answered reluctantly and listlessly, as if he were sitting on a mound. "I do not know." He paused, then added more firmly, "As ordered, so be it." Verigin realized how difficult it was for a platoon leader to stand, how difficult it was to speak. This 19-year-old boy, like him, Andrei Verigin, most of all wants to fall right there, where he stands, next to the dead, and fall asleep. "You have a drink," Verigin suggested. "It will get easier." "Well no, it will get easier," Andrei repeated. "Where are you from?" "I'm Agarkov, Mikhail Agarkov," and, realizing exactly that they were not asking about this, he hurried, "From Stalingrad." "You know. STZ, Upper Village, House 541, I decided that the details were not needed, fell silent. But he really wanted to tell how good it is in their village, that this is the best place in the country, and Mikhail spoke again, hurried, "You know, we don't have streets. Actually there is, but no names. Simply, the number of the house and apartment," confidentially touched the company commander on the shoulder, looked into his eyes. "In all districts, the streets have names, but not in Traktorozavodsky." He laughed, as if he had made a great discovery for himself and for others. "No, that's all." "You know," Verigin said, unconsciously wanting to cheer up the guy, "the division commander is also a Stalingrader." "Truth?" Agarkov was surprised. "That's great. Tell me." If you happen to see it, I'll ask myself. Don't believe. Honestly, I'll ask, Verigin said. That I know for sure. They went along the trenches, shoulder to shoulder, stumbling, stepping over people. Either they were dead, or alive. They walked in silence. They didn't know what to talk about. And they didn't want to. A firefly of a cigarette flashed nearby, and a quiet voice with a sigh. You chew a cracker. And another spark. Earth fell from above, a soldier fell into the trench. There was a loud, breathy whisper. Comrade platoon commander. Verigin felt with his shoulder how Mikhail Agarkov staggered. Is that you, Ganyushkin? So the Frits are having dinner, comrade platoon commander. Dishes rattle, laugh. It doesn't look like they climbed into the night looking. Here, report to the company commander. And the soldier, apparently of the same age as his commander, repeated everything word for word. He paused, hesitated. Then he coughed, cautiously and hesitantly. Behind their trenches, far away, the engines are humming. Must be tanks. Maybe tanks too, the platoon leader said indifferently. We'll see you in the morning. Verigin mentally agreed, tanks. Only there is no one and nothing to meet them. If only they replenished by morning. When they returned, Mishka Sins was sleeping. Verigin rummaged around beside him, found a flask, unscrewed it, handed it to the junior lieutenant. Have a drink. He again declined. And, apparently embarrassed, he confessed. I only drank once. The day before yesterday. They gave it to everyone, and I drank. No, it's still at graduation. The guys at the school drank, but I didn't. You know, she doesn't suit me. He uttered the last words seriously, even angrily, but it turned out funny. Another time Andrei Verigin would have laughed. But in another time, in a different environment, such a conversation would probably not have developed. Still, Michael took the flask. I lived near the circus. In winter, every day they went to watch the French wrestling. Yana the gypsy, Cyclops. Our neighbor worked as an usher, she let us in without a ticket. I didn't go to other performances, but I definitely went to wrestling. The circus we have on Traktorny is wonderful, the dome, in. Agarkov raised his hands, showed what a huge circus in Stalingrad. A boy, Verigin thought with tenderness. Just a boy. I wanted to do something to please him. Said. I was in Stalingrad, I saw it. Yeah. Agarkov was amazed. In my opinion, there is no such circus in the entire Union. Maybe not, Verigin agreed and asked, easier, have you drunk something? True, it's easier, said Agarkov, and laughed softly. You lie down, sleep, and I will go through the location. Then I'll wake up. All right, agreed the junior lieutenant. Maybe I'll fall asleep. Verigin dug into his pockets and lit a cigarette. He swallowed shag smoke, looked up at the rare blue rockets. Somewhere not far away, maize buzzed intermittently, then died down, and immediately explosions of grenades were heard, heaped and weak. Verigin again caught the rumble of the aircraft. At the same moment, anti-aircraft guns hurried from the German side. But we don't have anything anti-aircraft, Andrei thought wistfully. Threw a cigarette butt, trampled. He bent down and called. Agarkov. He didn't answer. Verigin knelt down and lit a match. The junior lieutenant was asleep, leaning his head against Mishka Grekhov. The face is quite childish, stained with blood. And his shoulders are broad and strong, and his boots are huge. If they don't kill him, he'll be a hero, Andrei thought. And he firmly decided, they won't kill him. He got up and smoked again. I heard the scratching of a spoon on a bowler hat and a voice from before. Take a cracker. Just blow it. From the German side came the hum of tank engines. It will calm down, then again, quite clearly. They are taking them to the starting point, Andrei thought. Well, let's meet. And how and with what, now I did not think. What of it, will Senior Lieutenant Verigin think or not think? The company commander, he is in order to be the first to rise towards death. And in order not to leave the trench, if ordered to stand. Only and everything. Around the table, over the map, stood Zerdin, Dobrynin, Surovtsev, and the chief of artillery, a small, spherical lance regiment with an unshaven, frowning face. He said. Shells, 1 ammunition load, comrade commander. Surovtsev threw a red pencil on the map. I do not see the point. He untied his scarf, freed his sinewy neck, glanced briefly at Dobrynin, as if asking for permission, and, directly, point blank, at General Zerdin, where did the mobile units go? Today has shown that we missed the moment. There can be no talk of an offensive. The enemy is delivering a tank strike from the Slavyansk-Kramatorsk region along the Seversky Donets to the northwest. He took a pencil and looked on the map. In the north, from the Volchansk region, the enemy also launched an offensive. A giant bag is outlined. The war is just beginning. The main thing that we must is to save our strength. My opinion is to start an immediate withdrawal. He took a step back and leaned into the shadows. The chief of artillery took off his cap, cautiously put his hand to his shaved head. What are you talking about? Kharkov is 20 kilometers away. One more effort. On the main line, I will assemble all the artillery overnight. The Red Army will do the impossible. Dobrynin turned to him resolutely. They have already done it. And we? He swallowed the suffocating lump and added hastily. General Zerdin moved his heavy chin. I forbid talking about leaving. If the front does not create the prerequisites for the continuation of the offensive, then I will take full responsibility. But for now, I hope. He looked around and said quietly, I don't see the division commissar. Dobrynin answered without raising his head. Since the evening, in the 313th Regiment. Is he in protest? The 313th Regiment is in a tank dangerous direction, comrade commander. Upstairs, behind 3 rolls, it was quiet. The light in the shell casing crackled and smoked. The commanders around the table were silent. Lieutenant Colonel Surovtsev could be heard breathing rapidly. Before midnight, check the rear services, and Zerdin put on his cap. Everyone who can hold a rifle, to the front line. Cars securely cover, refuel with gasoline. Don't touch the drivers. They left the dugout in silence. Nodding, hastily throwing a hand under the visor. They looked sternly. There was no disagreement in the eyes, there was only readiness, but it was this readiness that emphasized the inner protest. They were ready to die, but with their readiness they seemed to call on the commander for decisiveness and rationality. Well, yes, it is. Under the very spoon they poked sharp and cold. The pain hit his head. General Zerdin wanted to unbutton the top button. The army headquarters was located next to the headquarters of the 78th Division. Colonel Dobrynin had nowhere to go. He looked at the commander directly and boldly. But General Zerdin was silent. I knew that Dobrynin would speak now. And he spoke. We are responsible not only to the command, but also to the soldiers. Before my own conscience. Lieutenant Colonel Surovtsev waved his scarf behind his back and coughed muffledly. In my opinion, this is already an extra conversation. In the voice, in the words, there was disagreement with the commander, and condemnation, and a willingness to obey. Zerdin understood that. Ivan, he said. If we survive. If the army survives, I will take Grigory Ilyich as chief of staff to me. By this, he expressed both an understanding of the situation and a readiness to share the fate of his soldiers. He highly appreciated his subordinates, ordered to adequately meet tomorrow's battle and everything that will inevitably happen after this. The commander did not exclude either someone else's or his own death. If only this death does not become meaningless, be it only your death or the whole army will die. General Zerdin uttered only a few words. But he said everything. The division commander and chief of staff silently saluted. In places am. Senior Lieutenant Verigin blindly ran along the trench with a pistol in his hand. He stumbled upon something, he was shaken from wall to wall, he fell, jumped up and ran again. In places, German planes had just been bombed, there was a TNT stench in the trenches, the logs of the broken dugout were crackling, engaged in fire, someone was swearing loudly, repeating the same curse. In places am. Verigin called hoarsely. And I didn't hear my own voice. Others didn't hear either. But everyone who remained alive knew that now the Germans would go. The soldiers got out, climbed out from under the rubble, habitually twitched the bolts of their rifles, the gunners grabbed boxes of shells. Above the dead earth, in the ruts and cracks of which living people crawled, swarming, a blue dawn spread. However, no one, not a single person in the 313th Regiment saw this. Not a single person in the division. Smoke drifted low and low. The roar of engines was heard. Closer, closer. By enemy tanks. Armor-piercing. Senior Lieutenant Verigin suddenly saw the sky. And a star. Yesterday's star, now she is pale, almost invisible. A little will pass, and it will not be at all. Just when he, Andrei Verigin, will also be gone. Neither Mishka Grekhov will be gone, nor Junior Lieutenant Agarkov. Maybe there will be no one, neither Lieutenant Colonel Krutoy, nor the division commander. Vaughn, they're coming. 1. German. The tanks advanced on a broad front, rolled over on potholes, disappeared and reappeared. Closer, closer. One was heading for him, Senior Lieutenant Verigin. Mishka Sins was lying behind the machine gun, legs spread wide, moving his lips, and it seemed to Andrei that he was either counting or saying goodbye. And then, distinctly, clearly, he heard the usual swearing. Now she did not express anything, neither in her soul nor in Mishka's thoughts were there words, except for a short combat order. This order was tantamount to the word die, but neither Senior Lieutenant Verigin, nor Mishka Grekhov, nor Agarkov, nor even the one who gave this order and was now standing at the stereo tube, Lieutenant General Zerdin, were not afraid of death. Because all war is death. It is not known only whom she will take and whom she will spare. In war, the main thing is to overcome death. Even at the cost of life. Today they will do it. They walked along the grey ground, grey tanks hummed. Rarely flew away from them, the haze of cannon shots instantly melted, machine gun bursts splashed in different ways. The roar of the motors piled up, grew, and it was already audible how the tracks were choking with the iron voice. Chapter 9. The earth and sky turned black. Time stopped. Interspersed with the dead, the soldiers sat in the half-filled trenches, deafened, wounded. In none of them was it possible to guess who had gone on the offensive a week and a half ago. Mishka Sins shot and shot. He had long ceased to feel the iron tremor of a machine gun. It was not even a machine gun, but his hands. He didn't know, didn't feel where the hands were and where the machine gun was. When the Germans disappeared, he crawled to the bottom of the trench and either immediately fell asleep, or simply lost the rest of his strength. He didn't know how much time passed time, but he was pushed, shaken. Mishka saw other people's terrible eyes and a wide mouth. Mishka did not hear the voice, but he understood that it was the company commander, Senior Lieutenant Verigin. So you have to shoot. He had no fear, no anger, nothing. There remained the consciousness that they hoped for him, that it depended on him how the war would turn out, whether Lyubka's mother and sister would be alive. Senior Lieutenant Verigin was no longer in command of anyone in the last hours. For minutes it seemed that only he, and Mishka Sins with a machine gun, and an anti-tank gun remained in the whole company. It should have been crushed a long time ago, because 3 times German tanks passed right through it. She fell silent, but suddenly began to shoot again, and Senior Lieutenant Verigin, who was no longer able to worry, grieve, or rejoice, noted, alive. Then I saw 2 people near the cannon, Junior Lieutenant Agarkov and driver Koblov. Agarkov was sitting in a ditch for shells and bandaging his knee, while Koblov got up and approached. He put his feet wide in big boots, his hand under the visor. Began to report. Verigin did not understand the words well, but he realized that there were no more shells, there was nothing to shoot with. German mines fell rarely, bursting, smoke spread over the trenches, over the craters, it became almost completely dark. However, it was not smoke that made it dark. The day ended, night covered. The German tanks, followed by the infantry, went far ahead. They were not in the mood to kill unkilled Russians. Senior Lieutenant Verigin knew this. I realized that there was nothing good to look forward to. I suddenly remembered that there is a battalion commander and a regiment commander, there is a division commander. Or maybe they don't exist anymore. And something needs to be done. Senior Lieutenant Verigin knew only what he saw. But on this day, in these hours, even the commander of the army, Lieutenant General Zerdin, knew no more. However, he had an immeasurably greater responsibility. Of the 8 divisions that were part of the army, communication was only with the 78th, because its headquarters was 200 meters from the army command post. Zerdin did not know the position of the other divisions, but he understood that the battle was lost. The main thing now was to use the last chance. He stood, almost touching the log rolling with his head, looking at Colonel Dobrynin point blank. I order. Colonel Dobrynin, who insisted on withdrawing only a day ago, now hesitated. Mikhail Grigorievich. We have radio communications. The situation is known at the headquarters of the front. Maybe we'll try, we'll achieve it. Zerdin's eyebrows went up. We waited. I hoped. But now there is no time. I'm not going to wait until the front headquarters chew and shudder at last. Zerdin took off his cap, threw it on the table. I take responsibility. Break through to Svetovo. I'll lead the head column myself. In recent days, Zerdin has stooped, lost even more weight, his boots are stained with mud. But the gloves are in the left hand, as always. And a heavy, uncompromising chin, forward, as always. Surovtsev bent over the map, in one hand he held the stub of a candle, in the other a sharpened pencil. A thin sting slowly crawled across the map, searched and did not find. He understood the complexity of the situation and believed that the commander was right. It was necessary to break out of the battle, from the encirclement, to focus on a new frontier. He would like to know what the front command is doing, what view the headquarters is taking. But General Zerdin, and Colonel Dobrynin, and Senior Lieutenant Verigin, and others would like to know all this. Nothing was known about these others, and Zerdin sent more and more liaison officers with orders to break through. It cannot be said that he decided not to wait for the order from the front without internal hesitation. He understood the responsibility he was taking on. But he was determined to do anything to save the army. Until 23 hours in the band of the 78th Division, along the front of the entire army, on cars, motorcycles, messengers and messengers scurried about on foot with orders and instructions. Most often, messengers did not get where they were sent, they did not find those they were looking for. But all the same, they transmitted the order of the commander, indicated a new line of defense, and, although many would not reach this line and would not leave the encirclement, a new goal, a task, poured faith and strength into the commanders and soldiers. There is an army. The commander ordered. The rest depended on each person individually. At 23:00, Colonel Dobrynin reported that the 78th Division had reached the starting point for a breakthrough. The night was smoky and quiet. The artillery was silent, the planes flew high, and the rockets flew around, very close, and it was impossible to understand, their own rockets or someone else's. In alert incomprehensibility, in pitch darkness, the torn, bloodless parts were drawn to the place of the breakthrough. Each person knew, his fate was being decided, to live or not to live, and everyone was ready for anything. Maybe that's why by 23 the atmosphere took on its shape and even the semblance of harmony. It became known the number of serviceable tanks, guns and shells for them, how many active bayonets, wounded and sick, and everything seemed to be done by itself. But of course nothing is done. The decision, the order of the commander, was passed on to the divisions, to the regiments. The order reached Senior Lieutenant Verigin and Mishka Grekhov, Junior Lieutenant Agarkov and Semyon Koblov. And he reached others. The wounded were bandaged, the soldiers changed their shoes, rewound the windings. For a breakthrough, Senior Lieutenant Verigin ordered. Sins, a pot of water. There was no water, Verigin became furious. Go to the Germans, and get water. And Mishka found a pot of water and was amazed that the company commander needed water to wash himself. And he brought water, and indeed a bit not from the Germans. He heard the conversation. But he was even more amazed, even frightened, when he said, "Wash your face, the commander himself will lead to a breakthrough." Mishka gasped. Yeah. In the trenches and dugouts, the soldiers finished their work. They were in a hurry. Because before the breakthrough, before death, there was exactly an hour left. Clocks were checked in the dugout of the army commander. "What is the date today?" Zerdin asked. The voice was unnaturally, unnecessarily loud, as if the commander was emphasizing the tragedy of the moment. By nature, he was a straightforward person, and now, when the army was cut off and every hour the encirclement was becoming denser, he did not want to hide anything. The candle burned out, the wick floated in a puddle of liquid stearin, a bluish light was barely visible from the tin can, and almost did not shine. "I hope we'll stand firm on Oskol," said Zerdin. "I would never have revealed to anyone now what I resolutely and firmly stated recently at headquarters. Now I just wanted to be believed." "So, 2 red rockets," said Zerdin, cutting him off and looking at his watch. "In places. 2 red rockets shot up at once." A great many human eyes shot up, living fireflies seemed to bleed. The signal ordered, but promised nothing. The soldiers who were waiting for these missiles, fearful and hopeful, silently climbed out of the trenches. Tanks, motor vehicles, tractors, everything that could move rushed forward into the black night. General Zerdin looked out of the tower hatch, still trying to clarify something, but nothing could be corrected or changed. And nothing depended on anyone, everything was decided by circumstances, what is called military happiness. He believed that the soldiers would do the impossible, but he also knew that neither skill, nor heroism, nor self-sacrifice can sometimes fix anything. Colonel Dobrynin, who led the Consolidated Rifle Regiment, thought almost the same way. Commissar Zabalin only wanted the soldiers to see him, it's time to teach him how to die. Lieutenant Colonel Surovtsev always saw the battle, primarily on the headquarters map. "I was waiting for the first shots, the first shells, but I thought about how difficult it would be to recover from the Kharkov defeat." Lieutenant Colonel Krutoy led the assault battalion. He did not doubt. "I believed they would break through. Only on Oskol there will be nothing to hold on to. And to the east, Don. This is really bad, Don." Senior Lieutenant Verigin and Mishka Sins went into the night, for a breakthrough, as for their usual work. Semyon Koblov, from the hour when it became known about the breakthrough, he thought about his wife and kids. The last letter received a month ago, but never answered. And at home every day they are waiting for the postman, waiting for news from him and hoping. But he did not write and does not know when he will write. Maybe he won't write at all. But the Volga will become, break, wax and wane, a year will pass, and another year, and many more years. Educated people will write books about the war, but these books will not say anything about him, Semyon Koblov, about Stalingrad or Agarkov, with whom they shot down 5 German tanks today. Others will not be written about either. Because you can't write about everyone, and it is not necessary. He, Semyon Koblov, abandoned his family, voluntarily went to fight not for that. It screeched ahead. The night rushed, shied away to the sides, up. Semyon Koblov squeezed the speed to the limit. For a breakthrough. Flashes of fire snatched out, illuminated the running people. The soldiers fell, jumped up and again ran after the tanks, behind the cars, on the loose fireflies of tracer bullets, to where the viscous death was coming from. The tanks fired on the move, but the shots of the tank guns could not be heard over the roar of the German batteries. The infantry went forward without seeing or hearing their commanders. Breakthrough. Mishka Sins did not think of anything, was not afraid, he only wanted to run, to reach the German trenches. Together they dragged a machine gun, running and crawling, stopping and turning around. The second number shouted something to Mishka, but he did not hear anything. A shell exploded close by. There was no longer a machine gun, no second number. The soldiers ran, fell. The bear also fell, wrapped his arms around someone. A hot flash darted across the ground, instantly illuminated many people, threw them away, as if licked them with a fiery tongue. Burning cars, tanks, people. The fires were engaged, flaring up more and more thickly, angrier, the steppe rose and fell. Everything burned, everything broke. And people, blinded by fire and rage, all ran and ran. Go ahead. With a new outbreak, Sin's guessed Colonel Dobrynin. He ran with a rifle at the ready, and Mishka decided that the main thing was to keep up. He was unarmed, but did not know it, fell, got up and ran again. Just don't fall behind. Then Colonel Dobrynin was overshadowed by other people, either they huddled together in a huge crowd, or an unknown force carried them apart, and again, obeying someone's will, the soldiers rushed into the fiery blizzard, into the dazzling tracks of German machine guns, into the crazy flashes of batteries. Mishka Sins ran as if in agony. There were shouting and shooting around him. He also shouted, grabbed someone's rifle and also began to shoot. Then they poured down somewhere, it became crowded there. Mishka saw other people's helmets, other people's machine guns. People huddled together. The bear heard cries, groans, and furious, hating. Asitrushi. With a flash of fire, Mishka again saw Colonel Dobrynin, without a helmet, now with a pistol in his hand. He saw the terrible eyes of the divisional commander, choked with rage. Hey! And then everything was left behind. Like nonsense, like a bad dream. There, behind, it was still bubbling, but here, nearby, no one was shooting, it was black and empty. Someone was walking, leaning on a rifle, moaning, someone was being led by the arms. The mouse was asked. What regiment? He didn't answer. Walked and did not know where. Just blind. And I didn't think about anything. He couldn't think anymore. If he had been told that now they would shoot at him and kill him, he would not have quickened his pace. Because there was no strength. Because it doesn't matter. It was an hour, and two. Then he sank to the ground, his head in a horse's mane. He stopped because he stumbled upon a dead horse. And he could neither get around nor step over. When I woke up, it was light. Near the overturned britska, 2 dead lay in an embrace. Mishka stood over them, then pulled them apart, separated them, took out the documents. Some were wrapped in newspaper, others tied with shoelaces. Mishka put the documents in his pocket, picked up the machine gun, wiped the barrel with his sleeve. The disc was empty. Mishka filled it with cartridges from someone else's pouch, searched, rummaged around, but did not find anything to eat. The sun appeared from behind the mound. All around it was even and green, and in the hollow, where the grass grew especially densely, a burned-out German tank gleamed. Sideways, off-road, a lorry rumbled. Mishka began to wave his hand, but the car did not stop, and he went, hoping to run into his own. Artel will be more fun. Behind them, the guns began to fire again. Mikhail heard the roar of the planes, looked back and saw how they were lining up in battle formation for the bombing. The first, and after him the second fell on the wing. Bombs blew, black smoke rose, and Mishka was surprised that the Germans were still bombing someone. Suddenly he felt lightness and joy that he was alive, walking. He felt good now even because he was unbearably hungry. 3 of our fighters flew over to where they were bombing, and Mishka laughed loudly, jubilantly, as if these 3 planes could take out all his anger and pain. He stopped and looked at them. I saw how the fighters soared higher, grappled with the Messers, spun. At the same moment one smoked, flew down. Mishka closed his eyes. He spat and swore at length. He did not know if the German had fallen, if he was his own. During these days he had experienced so many terrible things, had seen so many deaths, that he was sure, they shot down ours. He pulled his helmet over his very eyes, dejectedly went on. Where, he didn't know. Behind was still buzzing. This rumble went sideways, lengthened, and it began to seem to Mishka that the Germans were again bypassing him, now alone. Planes flew by, German and our own, did not bomb, did not shoot, as if in a hurry somewhere on a big important matter. The bear stopped looking up. He suddenly became afraid. Behind the battle and to the side of the battle, his comrades were standing, and he was walking, not wounded, not sick. There he was killed and there he was killed. They laid down their heads, and he, Mishka Sins, was alive. Hurry further from the front. He saw the pitted earth, burned out cars, broken cannons, but did not see a single living person. Barely penetrated, has stopped. Then he resolutely turned back. At this time, a motorcycle flew out of the hollow, driven by a fighter with a bandaged head. Behind, judging by the boots and breeches, sat the commander. In the carriage, more. This one's head hung lifelessly, his hand dangled near the wheel. The commander turned to Mishka. Where? Back. Where is the back and where is the front? The motorcycle was thrown up, shook from side to side, and a minute later it was gone. Understanding nothing, stumbling, Mishka went east. I remembered, they talked about Svetovo. But where it is Svetovo, I did not know. And he didn't know what would happen there. Soon I saw 5 fighters, 3 were lying, and 2 were kneeling and cutting, sharing a loaf of black bread. Mishka hopefully thought that maybe they would give him. He came closer and called out. Hey! 3 jumped up. The 2 who were cutting bread also stood up. Slowly dismantled rifles. The bear thought, they won't give it. And I also thought, but now I'm not alone. And because he was delighted, he approached quickly, it turned out, as if he was in a hurry to expose, to catch red-handed. I did not immediately understand why the soldiers lined up. And the one who was on the edge took a step forward, his hand under the visor, big, frowning, with a black stone face. Allow me to report. Privates of the 78th Division. We got out of the environment. Let's connect with our unit. Commander Private Koblov. Only now Mishka realized that they were reporting to him. Because he has triangles on his buttonholes. Will there be orders, comrade of the platoon commander? Here's a time for you. Mishka remembered a soldier. He fired from a cannon at tanks. Who is the division commander? Mishka asked sternly, surprised at his own voice. The commander of the 78th Rifle Division, Colonel Dobrinin, and asked again, will there be orders, comrade of the platoon commander? Let's go to Svetovo. Mishka said commandingly. They moved in single file. Koblov caught up with Mishka, quietly asked. Are you from Senior Lieutenant Berejin's company? And, without waiting for an answer, he said, to reach the Seversky Donets by night. Mishka said. Let's come. Koblov coughed. Tired of, a mile forward, 100 miles, back. The bear calmed down again. Nothing. We're on our way, agreed Koblov. And here's what was left in the environment. There was a rumble behind us, neither closer nor farther, as if the Germans were frightening, urging them on, and in the distance, very far away, an incomprehensible noise arose and grew. German bombers flew there in 9s. When they stopped to rest, one of the soldiers, looking after the Junkers, said. Looks like it's coming in from the flanks. The parasite got into the habit of to grab. Well, another snorted angrily, he fights with calculation. And we know Prem on the bull, they don't hit the forehead on the forehead. Before sunset we connected with a group of 30 people. Soldiers carried a wounded artillery captain in their arms. He did not open his eyes, did not speak, at times he groaned lightly. 2 shaggy horses dragged an anti-tank gun, shells were carried on a cart. The wounded walked along the sides, holding on to a wooden box. We walked without any order, not knowing where. In the morning some major told them to go to Lower Divanka. And where this Divanka, no one knew. Mishka looked for someone to report to. Behind the Britska was a foreman wounded in the head. He waved his hand. You'll have to lead. You see, I am none. Mishka replied. There is. He stopped people, built them, divided them into 2 groups, appointed commanders. The fighters saw how clumsily he was doing all this, but they obeyed unconditionally. We understood that someone had to be in charge, turned around, went out onto the highway. Mishka reasoned that there would be no German planes at night, they would fly quickly. When it got dark, the highway began to chatter, came to life, crowded, as if people, and cars, and carts, everything that could move, rushed forward with the onset of darkness, and, just as a river in flood absorbs small, sometimes invisible streams, so does a large the highway swelled up, roared with human voices, rattled wheels. Tanks, tractors, guns walked along the road and along the side of the road. The rapid flow of cars and people sometimes stopped, resounded in breadth, there was no further movement. Horses neighed, beat in their shafts, someone in a hoarse, rabid voice threatened to shoot the villain, someone was running along the crowded road, calling for Major Villeneuve. Major Villeneuve. Where is Major Villeneuve? And ahead they set off, the wheels rattled again, and Major Villeneuve became unnecessary. Mishka Sins was glad that now he was not alone, now he was with everyone. But annoyance took over, so many troops, such a force retreats. The German is not iron, falls to the ground like a pretty one. Puff up a little more. Mishka was annoyed, mentally began to look for someone to blame, that they were retreating, that everything was turning out awkwardly. He was annoyed, angry that some German was chasing, everything was chasing him, Mishka Grekov. Did he not pile on these krauts enough? Oh, how much? Yes, and every fighter. And the commanders. What, bad commanders? Yes, Hitler does not have a single one like Senior Lieutenant Verigin. And Colonel Dobrynin. The commander of the army, the general, in the trenches, on the bridgehead. However, the culprit, in his opinion, was how the war was met in tattered pants, now patch up on the run. The bear walked in a tight, broken formation and, angrily justifying someone, thought, it's okay, we'll patch it up. We walked all night, without stopping. Twice the Germans hung up lanterns, but did not shoot or bomb. Must be intelligence. When it began to get light, Mishka noticed that the road had become more spacious. I saw that cars and infantry columns were turning into country roads. The bear decided to go straight ahead. At sunrise we entered the village. Only 3 huts and a silo tower survived in it. The chimneys protruded dead, and there was a smell of smoke, ash, burnt bricks. The dog howled sadly and long. A woman was crying, she was crying. A gray-haired, skinny old man in tattered trousers was standing at the well, scooping and scooping water, pouring it into a wooden block. Drink, lads, drink, he repeated in a whisper, and gazed before him with faded eyes. The soldiers drank, sat down right there. Many fell asleep. The artillery captain died without regaining consciousness. Semyon Koblov, and 2 more with him, began to dig the grave. The old man said, "Look at the school, look at the school." There was no school anymore, and the old man kept repeating. Outside the school, and the soldiers, who were firmer, went. On the ground, on the grass powdered with ashes, lay the dead. There were many of them, village women, old and very young, children and old people. And only one, not old, a man in a white bloody shirt, in canvas low shoes. The dead lay in a close row, as if pressed against each other, as if even after death they wanted to remain fellow villagers, good neighbors. There was a girl with blue rags and pigtails, the baby, whose face was broken, clutched at the mother's neck. And the mother's hair was stuck together, dried from blood, her eyes were not visible. Heaps of coals smoked, a dog howled, and the soldiers walked through the ashes, past the dead, exhausted and dejected. Many turned their heads back, then adjusted their rifles on their shoulders and walked on. Maybe their families lie like this. The soldiers walked and walked. Mishka Sins walked along with Semyon Koblov. And Senior Lieutenant Verigin, and Junior Lieutenant Agarkov. And Zerdin survived, and Colonel Dobrynin. But not all the soldiers knew about their commanders, and they, in turn, thought that day how much they had lost, that the losses were irreplaceable. However, many of those who managed to throw a scarf of eternal glory on them walked along the roads and off-road, in some places they ran into reconnaissance, into enemy forward detachments, took up all-round defense, and fought back. And they walked again. Day after day, day after day. They did not know, and could not know, that the German 6th Army was advancing on Ostrogosk, that the Voronezh direction had appeared, that there was a threat of the enemy's exit to the Don. Mishka Sins led all the same fighters and knew only that he would bring them, would not allow them to disperse, to scatter. They will still fight. And they chased the Fritz. Now he was leading his detachment to Mostki, but some major flew up in a passenger car and said that Germans had been seen in Mostki. Over the past 2 weeks, Mishka had learned not to trust anyone and said that he would still lead the fighters to Mostki and that if they met the enemy, they would accept the fight. The major left, and the fighter, who had been scolding someone all the days, said that he would not go to Mostki, that he had to go south. This morning a local resident told him that there were a lot of our troops near New Astrakhan, they were digging trenches there and preparing to give the Germans a big battle. Mishka said, "You will go with everyone." "I'm not going." Major explained to you. In Russian, "Wherever everyone is, there you will go." Mishka looked at the column, quietly commanded, "Level up." The fighter decided. "You do as you wish, and I, as I know," adjusted the rifle on his shoulder and went. "Nazahel!" Mishka shouted. The fighter didn't look back. "Back, I'll shoot." The fighter turned around, shook his fist. "I'll shoot you, infection." Mishka raised his machine gun and fired a short burst. He ordered Koblov to take the rifle and documents from the fighter, went ahead of the column, stooped like an old man, thinking that if they didn't condemn him, didn't shoot him, he would never forget this fighter, this line. In the ranks they spoke. "It's a pity. A man went missing not for smelling tobacco. It is understandable. It's a pity. But if we all go on our own, the German will immediately take us into his hands." Mishka didn't want to be told. Everything will be formed, then. He will report himself. And row then, and judge. He stepped aside and yelled through his teeth. "Our talk." And an hour later, what Mishka Sins saw in short disturbing dreams happened. There were so many crowds and crowds of people, cars, carts, that, if allowed, the wooden bridge could not stand it, it would collapse. A truck was parked across the near end of the bridge. There are 3 submachine gunners and a commander in the back. He waved his pistol, puffed out thick veins around his neck. "Nazahel." Commander's order, "Back." On buttonholes, sleepers. Mishka saw boots polished to a shine and wheaten hair. "Verigin." "Captain." He ordered his people to stay in line, and he himself began to make his way to the bridge. And just like Verigin, he ordered, demanded. "Back." Commander's order. A stout, red-faced lieutenant colonel stood on the footboard of the truck, reaching up, shaking the paper. The order of the front headquarters. "Back." Verigin shouted. Mishka finally squeezed his way to the car, closer to Verigin. "Comrade Captain, I have put at your disposal a platoon with 2 machine guns and a cannon. 76 mm. Verigin was not surprised, as if he was waiting for the appearance of his platoon commander. "Sins." He waved the pistol away, as if cutting off everyone from the shore, "Clear the approaches to the bridge." Mishka felt joy stuck in his chest, he realized that Kharkovsko was over.